70, and Uiudana with 5, and Bhimasena with 4 and 60, and Sahadeva with 5, and Nakula with 30, and Satanika with 7 arrows, and Shikhandi with 10, and King Yudhishthira with 100. These and many are the foremost of heroes, O king, all inspired with desire of victory. That great bowman, viz., the son of Karna, O monarch, continued to afflict with his shafts. Then, in that battle, the invincible Vrishasena continued to protect the rear of Karna. The grandson of Sani, having made Dushasana driverless and steedless and carless by means of 9 times 9 arrows made wholly of iron, struck Dushasana with 10 shafts in the forehead. The Kuru prince then, riding on another car that was duly equipped with all necessary implements, once more began to fight with the Pandavas from within the division of Karna. Then Dristadama pierced Karna with 10 arrows, and the sons of Draupadi pierced him with 3 and 70, and Uiudana with 7. And Bhimasena pierced him with 4 and 60 arrows, and Sahadeva with 7. And Nakula pierced him with 30 arrows, and Satanika with 7. And the heroic Shikhandi pierced him with 10, and King Yudhishthira with 100. These and other foremost of men, O monarch, all inspired with desire of victory, began to grind that great bowman, viz., the Suta's son, in that dreadful battle. That chastiser of foes, viz., the Suta's son of great heroism, performing quick evolutions with his car, pierced every one of those warriors with 10 arrows. We then, O king, witnessed the lightness of hand displayed by the high Sultana and the power of his weapons. Indeed, what we saw appeared to be highly wonderful. People could not notice when he took up his arrows, when he aimed them, and when he let them off. They only beheld his enemies dying fast in consequence of his wrath. The sky, the firmament, the earth, and all the quarters seemed to be entirely shrouded with sharp arrows. The firmament looked resplendent as if covered with red clouds. The valiant son of Radha, armed with a bow, and as if dancing, on his car, pierced each of his assailants with thrice as many arrows as each of them had pierced him with, and once more piercing each of them, and his steeds, driver, car, and standard with 10 arrows, he uttered a loud roar. His assailants then gave him away, to which he passed out. Having crushed those mighty bowmen with showers of arrows, the son of Radha, that crusher of foes, then penetrated, unresisted, into the midst of the division commanded by the Pandava king. Having destroyed 30 cars of the unreturning Siddhis, the son of Radha struck Yudhishthira with many sharp arrows. Then many Pandava warriors, O king, with Shikhandi and Satyaki, desirous of rescuing the king from the son of Radha, surrounded the former. Similarly, all the brave and mighty bowmen of thy army resolutely protected the irresistible Karna in that battle. The noise of diverse musical instrument arose then, O king, and the leonine shouts of brave warriors rent the sky. And the Kurus and the Pandavas once more fearlessly encountered each other, the former headed by the Suta's son and the latter by Yudhishthira. 49. Sanjaya said, piercing through the Pandava host, Karna, surrounded by thousands of cars and elephants and steeds and foot soldiers, rushed towards King Yudhishthira the Just. Cutting off with hundreds of the fierce shafts the thousands of weapons sped at him by his foes, Vrisha fearlessly pierced through that host. Indeed, the Suta's son cut off the heads, the arms and the thighs of his enemies, who, deprived of life, fell down on the earth. Others, finding their divisions broken, fled away. The Dravida, the Andaka, and the Nishada foot soldiers, urged on by Satyaki, once more rushed towards Karna in that battle, from desire of slaying him. Deprived of arms and headgears, and slain by Karna with his shafts, they fell down simultaneously on the earth, like a forest of salad tree cut down with the axe. Thus hundreds, thousands and 10,000s of combatants, deprived of life and filling the whole welkin with their fame, fell down with their bodies on the earth. The Bandus and the Bankalas obstructed Kana, otherwise called Vaikartana, who careered wrathfully in battle like the destroyer himself, even as people seek to obstruct a disease with incantations and drugs. Crushing all those assailants, Kana once more rushed towards Yudhishthira, like an irresistible disease unchecked by incantations and drugs and propitiatory rites. At last checked by the Pandus, the Pankalas, and the Kikayas, all of whom were desirous of rescuing the king, Kana could not succeed in passing them over, like death that is unable to vanquish persons conversant with Brahma. Then Yudhishthira, with eyes red in wrath, addressed Kana, that slayer of hostile heroes, who was held in check at a little distance from him, and said these words, O Kana, O thou of vain sight, O son of Asuta, listen to my words. Thou always challengest the active Vilgana in battle. Obedient to the counsels of Dhritarashtra's son, thou always seekest to oppose us. Mustering thy great prowess, show thou today all thy might, all thy energy, and all the hatred thou bearest towards the sons of Pandu. Today in dreadful encounter, I will purge thee of thy desire for battle. Having said these words, the son of Pandu, O king, pierced Kana with 10 shafts made entirely of iron and equipped with wings of gold. That chastiser of foes, and great bowman, viz., the Suta's son, O Bharata, pierced Yudhishthira with the greatest care, in return, with 10 arrows equipped with heads like the calf's tooth. Thus pierced by the Suta's son in contempt, O sire, the mighty armed Yudhishthira blazed up with wrath like a fire upon receiving butter. Bending his formidable bow decked with gold, the son of Pandu placed on his bowstring a whetted arrow capable of piercing the very hills. Drawing the bow to its fullest stretch, the king quickly sped that arrow, fatal as the rod of the destroyer, from desire of slaying the Suta's son. Sped by the king endued with great might, that arrow whose whiz resembled the noise of the thunder, suddenly pierced Kana, that mighty Ka warrior, on his left side. Deeply afflicted by the violence of that stroke, the mighty armed Kana with weakened limbs fell into a swoon on his car, his bow dropping from his hand. Beholding Kana in that plight, the vast Dhritarashtra host uttered cries of woe and alas, and the faces of all the combatants became colourless. Beholding the prowess of their king, on the other hand, O monarch, amongst the Pandavas, leonine roars and shouts and confused cries of joy arose. The son of Radha, however, of cruel prowess, recovering his senses soon enough, set his heart on the destruction of Yudhishthira. Drawing his formidable bow called Vijaya that was decked with gold, the Suta's son of immeasurable soul began to resist the son of Pandu with his sharp shafts. With a couple of razor-headed arrows he slew in that encounter Kandradeva and Dandadara, the 2 Pankala princes, that protected the 2 car wheels of the High-Sul Yudhishthira. Each of those heroes, standing by the side of Yudhishthira's car, looked resplendent like the constellation Purnavasi by the side of the moon. Yudhishthira, however, once more pierced Kana with 30 arrows. And he struck Sushna and Satyasena, each with 3 arrows. And he pierced every one of the protectors of Kana with 3 straight arrows. The son of Adrata then, laughing and shaking his bow, inflicted a cutting wound on the king's body with a broad-headed arrow, and again pierced him with 60 arrows, and then uttered a loud shout. Then many foremost heroes amongst the Pandavas, desirous of rescuing the king, rushed in wrath towards Kana and began to grind him with their arrows. Satyaki and Chekitana and Uatsu and Shikhandi and the sons of Draupadi and the Prabhadrakas, and the twins, Nakula and Sahadeva, and Bhimisana and Shishupala and the Karushas, Matsyas, the Zuras, the Kayakayas, the Kasis and the Koslas, All these brave heroes, endued with great activity, assailed Vasusana. The Panchala prince Janamejaya then pierced Karna with many arrows. The Pandava heroes, armed with diverse kinds of arrows and diverse weapons and accompanied by cars and elephants and steeds, rushing towards Karna, encompassed him on all sides, from desire of slaying him. Thus assailed on all sides by the foremost of Pandava warriors, Karna invoked into existence the Brahmastra and filled all the points of the compass with arrows. The heroic Karna then, like unto a blazing fire having shafts for its scorching flame, careered in battle, burning that forest of Pandava's troops. The high-souled Karna, that great bowman, aiming some mighty weapons, and laughing the while, cut off the bow of that foremost of men, Yudhishthira. Then aiming 90 straight arrows within the twinkling of an eye, Karna cut off, with those sharp shafts, the armor of his antagonist. That armor, decked with gold and set with gems, looked beautiful, as it fell down, like a wind-tossed cloud penetrated by the rays of the sun day indeed. That armor, adorned with costly brilliants, fallen off from the body of that foremost of men, looked beautiful like the firmament in the night, bespangled with stars. His armor cut off with those arrows, the son of Pritha, covered with blood, wrathfully hurled at the son of Adra a dart made wholly of iron. Karna, however, cut into pieces that blazing dart, as it coursed through the welkin, with 7 shafts. That dart, thus cut off with those shafts of great bowmen, fell down on the earth. Then Yudhishthira, striking Karna with 4 lances in his 2 arms and forehead and chest, repeatedly uttered loud shouts. Thereupon blood spouted forth from the wounds of Karna, and the latter, filled with rage and breathing like a snake, cut off his antagonist's standard and pierced the Pandava himself with 3 broad-headed arrows. And he also cut off the couple of quivers that his foe had, and the car he rode into minute fragments. Thereupon the king, riding on another car unto which were yoked those steeds, white as ivory and having black hair on their tails, that used to bear him to battle, turned his face and began to fly. Thus did Yudhishthira begin to retreat. His Parshani driver had been slain. He became exceedingly cheerless and unable to stay before Karna. The son of Radha, pursuing Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, cleansed himself by touching him in the shoulder with his own fair hand, the palm of which was graced with the auspicious signs of the thunderbolt, the umbrella, the hook, the fish, the tortoise, and the conch shell, and desired to seize him by force. He then remembered the words of Kunti. Then Sholya addressed him, and said, "Do not, O Karna, seize this best of kings. As soon as thou seizest him, he will reduce both thee and me to ashes." Then Karna, O king, laughing in mockery, addressed the son of Pandu and thus spoke unto him disparagingly. "How, indeed, born though thou art in a noble race, and observant though thou art of Kshatriya duties, wouldst thou leave the battle in fear, desiring to save thy life? I think that thou art not well acquainted with the duties of Kshatriyas. Endued with Brahma force, thou art indeed devoted to the study of the Vedas and the performance of sacrificial rites. Do not, O son of Kunti, fight again, and do not again approach brave warriors. Do not use harsh language towards heroes, and do not come to great battles. Thou mayst use such words, O sire, towards others, but thou shouldst never address persons like us in that way. By using such words towards persons like us, thou wouldst in battle meet with this and other kinds of behavior. Go back to thy quarters, O son of Kunti, or thither where those 2, viz., Keshava and Arjuna, are. Indeed, O king, Karna will never slay one like thee." Having said these words unto the son of Pritha, the mighty Karna, setting Yudhishthira free, began to slaughter the Pandava host like the wielder of the thunderbolt slaughtering the Asura host. That ruler of men, viz. Yudhishthira, then, O king, quickly fled away. Beholding the king flying away, the Siddhas, the Pandavas, the Panchalas, and the mighty Ka warrior Satyaki, all followed that monarch of unfading glory. And the sons of Draupadi, and the Zuras, and the twin sons of Madri by Pandu, also followed the king. Beholding the division of Yudhishthira retreating, the heroic Karna became highly glad with all the chorus and began to pursue the retreating force. The din of battle drums and conchs and cymbals and bows, and leonine shouts, arose from among the Dhritarashtra troops. Meanwhile Yudhishthira, O thou of Kuru's race, quickly riding on the car of Srutakirti, began to behold the prowess of Karna. Then King Yudhishthira, the just, seeing his troops fast slaughtered, became filled with rage, and addressing his warriors, commanded them, saying, Slay these enemies. Why are ye inactive? Then the mighty Ka warriors of the Pandavas, headed by Bhimisana, thus commanded by the king, all rushed against thy sons. The shouts then, O Bharata, of the warriors, of both hosts, and the noise made by cars and elephants and steeds and foot soldiers, and the clash of weapons, became tremendous. Exert, strike, face the foe, were the words that the combatants addressed to one another as they began to slay one another in that dreadful battle. And in consequence of the showers of shafts shot by them, a shadow as that of the clouds seemed to spread over the field. And in consequence of those rulers of men, covered with arrows, striking one another, they became divested of banners and standards and umbrellas and steeds and drivers and weapons in that battle. Indeed, those lords of earth, deprived of life and limbs, fell down on the earth, looking like the mountain summits in consequence of their uneven backs. Huge elephants with their riders, deprived of life, fell down like mountains riven by thunder. Thousands of steeds, with their armor, equipments, and adornments all torn and broken and displaced, fell down, along with their heroic riders, deprived of life. Cow warriors with weapons loosened from their grasp, and deprived by hostile cow warriors of cars and life, and large bands of foot soldiers, slain by hostile heroes in that dreadful clash, fell down in thousands. The earth became covered with the heads of the heroic combatants intoxicated with battle, heads that were adorned with large and expansive eyes of coppery hue and faces as beautiful as the lotus or the moon. And people heard noises as loud in the sky as on the surface of the earth, in consequence of the sound of music and strong proceeding from large bands of apsaras on their celestial cars, with which those bands of the heavenly choristers continually greeted the newly arrived heroes slain in hundreds and thousands by brave enemies on earth, and with which, placing them on celestial cars, they repaired on those vehicles towards the region of Indra, witnessing with their own eyes those wonderful sights, and actuated by the desire of going to heaven, heroes with cheerful hearts speedily slew one another. Cow warriors fought beautifully with car warriors in that battle, and foot soldiers with foot soldiers, and elephants with elephants, and steeds with steeds. Indeed, when that battle, destructive of elephants and steeds and men, raged in this way, the field became covered with the dust raised by the troops. Then enemies slew enemies and friends slew friends. The combatants dragged one another by their locks, bit one another with their teeth, tore one another with their nails, and struck one another with clenched fists, and fought one another with bare arms in that fierce battle destructive of both life and sins. Indeed, as that battle, fraught with carnage of elephants and steeds and men, raged on so fiercely, a river of blood ran from the bodies of slain human beings and steeds and elephants. And that current carried away a large number of dead bodies of elephants and steeds and men. Indeed, in that vast host teeming with men, steeds, and elephants, that river formed by the blood of men and steeds and elephants and horsemen and elephant men, became miry with flesh and exceedingly terrible. And on that current, inspiring the timid with terror, floated the bodies of men and steeds and elephants. Impelled by the desire of victory, some combatants forded it and some remained on the other side, and some plunged into its depths, and some sank in it, and some rose above its surface as they swam through it. Smeared all over with blood, their armor and weapons and robes, all became bloody. Some bathed in it and some drank the liquid, and some became strengthless, O bull of Bharata's race. Cars and steeds, and men and elephants, and weapons and ornaments, and robes and armor, and combatants that were slain or about to be slain, and the earth, the welkin, the firmament, and all the points of the compass, became red, with the odour, the touch, the taste, and the exceedingly red sight of that blood and its rushing sound. Almost all the combatants, O Bharata, became very cheerless. The Pandava heroes then, headed by Bhimasena and Satyaki, once more rushed impetuously against that army already beaten. Beholding the impetuosity of that rush of the Pandava heroes to be irresistible, the vast force of thy sons, O king, turned its back on the field. Indeed, that host of thine, teeming with cars and steeds and elephants and men no longer in compact array, with armor and coats of mail displaced and weapons and bows loosened from their grasp, fled away in all directions, whilst being agitated by the enemy, even like a herd of elephants in the forest afflicted by lions. 50. Sanjaya said, beholding the Pandava heroes rushing impetuously towards thy host, Duryodhana, O monarch, endeavoured to check the warriors of his army on all sides, O bull of Bharata race. Although, however, thy son cried at the top of his voice, his flying troops, O king, still refused to stop. Then one of the wings of the army and its further wing, and Shakuni, the son of Sabala, and the Kauravas well armed turned against Bhimasena in that battle. Karna also, beholding the Dhritarashtra force with all its kings flying away, addressed the ruler of the Madras, saying, proceed towards the car of Bhima. Thus addressed by Karna, the ruler of the Madras began to urge those foremost of steeds, of the hue of swans, towards the spot where Vrikadara was. Thus urged by Sholya, their tournament of battle, those steeds approaching the car of Bhimasena, mangled in battle. Meanwhile, Bhima, beholding Karna approach, became filled with rage, and set his heart on the destruction of Karna, O bull of Bharata's race. Addressing the heroic Satyaki and Drishthadhyumna, the son of Prashata, he said, go you to protect King Yudhishthira, a virtuous soul. With difficulty he escaped from a situation of great peril before my very eyes. In my sight have the armor and robes of the king been cut off and torn, for Duryodhana's gratification, by Radha's son of wicked soul. I shall today reach the end of that woe, O son of Prashata. Today, either I shall slay Karna in battle, or he will slay me in dreadful battle. I tell thee truly, today I make over the king to you as sacred pledge. With cheerful hearts exert ye today for protecting the king. Having said these words, the mighty armed Bhima proceeded towards Adhirata's son, making all the points of the compass resound with a loud leonine shout. Beholding Bhima, that delighter in battle, advancing quickly, the puissant king of the Madras addressed the suitor's son in the following words. Sholya said, behold, O Karna, the mighty armed son of Pandu, who is filled with rage. Without doubt, he is desirous of vomiting upon thee that wrath which he has cherished for many years. Never before did I see him assume such a form, not even when Abhimanyu was slain and the Rakshasa Ghatotkaca. Filled with wrath, the form he hath now assumed, endues with the splendour of the all-destroying fire at the end of the Yuga, is such that it seems he is capable of resisting the three worlds united together. Sanjaya continued, while the ruler of the Madras was saying these words unto the son of Radha, Vrikadara, excited with rage, came upon Karna. Beholding Bhima, that delighter in battle, approaching him in that way, the son of Radha laughingly said unto Shaulya these words, the words that thou, O ruler of the Madras, hast today spoken to me regarding Bhima, O Lord, are without doubt all true. This Vrikadara is brave and is a hero full of wrath. He is reckless in protecting his body, and in strength of limbs he is superior to all. While leading a life of concealment in the city of Virata, relying then on the might of his bare arms, for doing what was agreeable to Draupadi, he secretly slew Kikaka with all his relatives. Even he stands today at the head of battle clad in mail and insensate with wrath. He is ready to engage in battle with a destroyer armed with uplifted mace. This desire, however, hath been cherished through all my days, viz., that either I shall slay Arjuna or Arjuna will slay me. That desire of mine may be fulfilled today in consequence of my encounter with Bhima. If I slay Bhima or make him callous, Partha may come against me. That will be well for me. Settle that without delay which thou thinkest to be suitable to the hour. Hearing these words of Radha's son of immeasurable energy, Shaulya replied, saying, O thou of mighty arms, proceed against Bhimasena of great might. Having checked Bhimasena, thou mayst then obtain Vilgana. That which is thy purpose, that desire which for many long years thou hast cherished in thy heart, will be accomplished, O Karna. I tell the truth. Thus addressed, Karna once more said unto Shaulya, either I shall slay Arjuna in battle, or he will slay me. Setting thy heart on battle, proceed to the spot where Vrikadara is. Sanjaya continued, then, O king, Shaulya speedily proceeded on that car to the spot where that great bowman, viz., Bhima, was engaged in routing thy army. There rose then the blare of trumpets and the peal of drums, O monarch, when Bhima and Karna met. The mighty Bhimasena, filled with rage, began to scatter thy troops difficult of defeat, with his sharp and polished shafts, to all sides. That collision in battle, O monarch, between Karna and the son of Pandu became, O king, fierce and awful, and the noise that arose was tremendous. Beholding Bhima coming towards him, Karna, otherwise called Vaikatana or Vrisha, filled with rage, struck him with shafts in the center of the chest. And once more, Karna of immeasurable soul, covered him with a shower of arrows. Thus pierced by the suitor's son, Bhima covered the former with winged arrows. And he once more pierced Karna with 9 straight and keen shafts. Then Karna, with a number of arrows, cut in twain Bhima's bow at the handle. And after cutting off his bow, he pierced him once again in the center of the chest with a shaft of great keenness and capable of penetrating every kind of armor. Then Vrikadara, taking up another bow, O king, and knowing full well what the vital parts of the body are, pierced the suitor's son with many keen arrows. Then Karna pierced him with 25 arrows, like a hunter striking a proud and infuriate elephant in the forest with a number of blazing brands. His limbs mangled with those shafts, his eyes red with rage and the desire of revenge, the son of Pandu, insensate with wrath, and impelled by the desire of slaying the suitor's son, fixed on his bow an excellent shaft of great impetuosity, capable of bearing a great strain, and competent to pierce the very mountains. Forcibly drawing the bowstring to his very ear, the son of the wind god, that great bowman, filled with wrath and desirous of making an end of Karna, sped that shaft. Thus sped by the mighty Bhima that shaft, making a noise loud as that of the thunder, pierced through Karna in that battle, like the thunderbolt itself piercing through a mountain. Struck by Bhimasena, O perpetuator of Kuru's race, the suitor's son, that commander of thy forces, sat down senseless on the terrace of his car. The ruler of the Madras then, beholding the suitor's son deprived of his senses, bore that tournament of battle away on his car, from that fight. Then after Kana's defeat, Bhimasena began to rout the Vasta Tarishtra host like Indra routing the Danavas. 51. Dhritarashtra said, exceedingly difficult of accomplishment was that feat, O Sanjaya, which was achieved by Bhima, who caused the mighty armed Kana himself to measure his length on the terrace of his car. There is only one person, Kana, who will slay the Pandavas along with the Srinjayas. Even this is what Duryodhana, O Suta, used very often to say unto me. Beholding, however, that son of Radha now defeated by Bhima in battle, what did my son Duryodhana next do? Sanjaya said, beholding Radha's son of the Suta caste turned back from the fight in that great battle, thy son, O monarch, addressed his uterine brothers, saying, Go ye quickly, blessed be ye, and protect the son of Radha who is plunged into that fathomless ocean of the calamity represented by the fear of Bhimasena. Thus commanded by the king, those princes, excited with wrath and desirous of slaying Bhimasena, rushed towards him like insects towards a blazing fire. They was Rutavna, Durdara and Gratha and Vivitsu and Vikata and Soma and Nishanjan and Karvashin and Pasan and Nanda and Upanandaka and Despradasho and Shavau and Vataviga and Shivakasas and Danigraha and Damada and Jilasunda and Sala and Saha. Surrounded by a large car force, those princes, endued with great energy and might, approached Bhimasena and encompassed him on all sides. They sped at him from every side showers of arrows of diverse kinds. Thus afflicted by them, Bhima of great strength, O king, quickly slew 50 foremost car warriors with 500 others, amongst those sons of thine that advanced against him. Filled with rage, Bhimasena then, O king, with a board-headed arrow, struck off the head of Vivitsu adorned with earrings and headgear, and graced with a face resembling the full moon. Thus cut off, that prince fell down on the earth. Beholding that heroic brother of theirs slain, the other brothers there, O Lord, rushed in that battle, from every side, upon Bhima of terrible prowess. With 2 other broad-headed arrows then, Bhima of terrible prowess took the lives of 2 other sons of thine in that dreadful battle. Those 2, Vikata and Saha, looking like a couple of celestial youths, O king, thereupon fell down on the earth like a couple of trees uprooted by the tempest. Then Bhima, without losing a moment, dispatched Gratha to the abode of the armor, with a long arrow of keen point. Deprived of life, that prince fell down on the earth. Loud cries of woe then, O ruler of men, arose there when those heroic sons of thine, all great bowmen, were being thus slaughtered. When those troops were once more agitated, the mighty Bhima, O monarch, then dispatched Nanda and Upananda in that battle to Yama's abode. Thereupon thy sons, exceedingly agitated and inspired with fear, fled away, seeing that Bhimasena in that battle behaved like the destroyer himself at the end of the Yuga. Beholding those sons of thine slain, the Suta's son with a cheerless heart once more urged his steeds of the hue of swans to that place where the son of Bandu was. Those steeds, O king, urged on by the ruler of Madras, approached with great speed the car of Bhimasena and mingled in battle. The collision, O monarch, that once more took place between Kana and the son of Pandu in battle, became, O king, exceedingly fierce and awful and fraught with a loud din. Beholding, O king, those 2 mighty car warriors close with each other, I became very curious to observe the course of the battle. Then Bhima, boasting of his prowess in battle, covered Kana in that encounter, O king, with showers of winged shafts in the very sight of thy sons. Then Kana, that warrior acquainted with the highest of weapons, filled with wrath, pierced Bhima with 9 broad-headed and straight arrows made entirely of iron. Thereupon the mighty armed Bhima of terrible prowess, thus struck by Kana, pierced his assailant in return with 7 shafts sped from his bowstring drawn to his ear. Then Kana, O monarch, sighing like a snake of virulent poison, shrouded the son of Bandu with a thick shower of arrows. The mighty Bhima also, shrouding that mighty Ka warrior with dense arrowy downpours in the very sight of the Kauravas, uttered a loud shout. Then Kana, filled with rage, grasped his strong bow and pierced Bhima with 10 arrows whetted on stone and equipped with canker feathers. With another broad-headed arrow of great sharpness, he also cut off Bhima's bow. Then the mighty armed Bhima of great strength, taking up a terrible pariah, twined round with hempen cords and decked with gold and resembling a second bludgeon of death himself, and desiring to slay Kana outright, hurled it at him with a loud roar. Kana, however, with a number of arrows resembling snakes of virulent poison, cut off into many fragments that spiked mace as it coursed towards him with a tremendous peal of thunder. Then Bhima, that grinder of hostile troops, grasping his bow with greater strength, covered Kana with keen shafts. The battle that took place between Kana and the son of Bandu in that meeting became awful for a moment, like that of a couple of huge lions desirous of slaying each other. Then Kana, O king, drawing the bow with great force and stretching the string to his very ear, pierced Bhimasena with 3 arrows. Deeply pierced by Kana, that great bowman and foremost of all persons endued with might, then took up a terrible shaft capable of piercing through the body of his antagonist. That shaft, cutting through Kana's armor and piercing through his body, passed out and entered the earth like a snake into ant-hill. In consequence of the violence of that stroke, Kana felt great pain and became exceedingly agitated. Indeed, he trembled on his car like a mountain during an earthquake. Then Kana, O king, filled with rage and the desire to retaliate, struck Bhima with 25 shafts, and then with many more. With 1 arrow he then cut off Bhimasena's standard, and with another broad-headed arrow he dispatched Bhima's driver to the presence of the armor. Next, quickly cutting off the bow of Pandu's son with another winged arrow, Kana deprived Bhima of terrible feats of his car. Deprived of his car, O chief of Bharata's race, the mighty armed Bhima, who resembled the wind god in prowess, took up a mace and jumped down from his excellent vehicle. Indeed, jumping down from his car with great fury, Bhima began to slay thy troops, O king, like the wind destroying the clouds of autumn. Suddenly the son of Pandu, that scorcher of foes, filled with wrath, routed 700 elephants, O king, endued with tusks as large as plough shafts, and all skilled in smiting hostile troops. Possessed of great strength and a knowledge of what the vital parts of an elephant are, he struck them on their temples and frontal lobes and eyes and the parts above their gums. Thereupon those animals, inspired with fear, ran away. But urged again by their drivers, they surrounded Bhimasena once more, like the clouds covering the Sunday-like Indra-felling mountains with thunder. Bhima with his mace prostrated those 700 elephants with their riders and weapons and standards. That chastiser of foes, the son of Kunti, next pressed down 52 elephants of great strength belonging to the son of Sabala. Scorching thy army, the son of Pandu then destroyed a century of foremost cars and several hundreds of the foot soldiers in that battle. Scorched by the sun as also by the high-souled Bhima, thy army began to shrink like a piece of leather spread over a fire. Those troops of thine, O bull of Bharata's race, filled with anxiety through fear of Bhimasena, avoided Bhima in that battle and fled away in all directions. Then 500 car warriors, cased in excellent mail, rushed towards Bhima with loud shouts, shooting thick showers of arrows on all sides. Like Vishnu destroying the Asuras, Bhima destroyed with his mace all those brave warriors with their drivers and cars and banners and standards and weapons. Then 3,000 horsemen, dispatched by Shakuni, respected by all brave men and armed with darts and swords and lances, rushed towards Bhima, that slayer of foes, advancing impetuously towards them, and coursing in diverse tracks, slew them with his mace. Loud sounds arose from among them while they were being assailed by Bhima, like those that arise from among herd of elephants struck with large pieces of rocks. Having slain those 3,000 excellent horses of Sabala's son in that way, he rode upon another car, and filled with rage proceeded against the son of Radha. Meanwhile, Karna also, O king, covered Dharma's son, Yudhishthira, that chastiser of foes, with thick showers of arrows, and felled his driver. Then that mighty Ka warrior, beholding Yudhishthira fly away in that battle, pursued him, shooting many straight coursing shafts equipped with canker feathers. The son of the wind god, filled with wrath, and covering the entire welkin with his shafts, shrouded Karna with thick showers of arrows as the latter pursued the king from behind. The son of Radha then, that crusher of foes, turning back from the pursuit, quickly covered Bhima himself with sharp arrows from every side. Then Satyaki, of immeasurable soul, O Bharata, placing himself on the side of Bhima's car, began to afflict Karna, who was in front of Bhima. Though exceedingly afflicted by Satyaki, Karna still approached Bhima. Approaching each other, those two bulls among all wielders of bows, those two heroes endued with great energy, looked exceedingly resplendent as they sped their beautiful arrows at each other. Spread by them, O monarch, in the welkin, those flights of arrows, blazing as the backs of grains, looked exceedingly fierce and terrible. In consequence of those thousands of arrows, O king, neither the rays of the sun nor the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary, could any longer be noticed either by ourselves or by the enemy. Indeed, the blazing effulgence of the sun shining at midday was dispelled by those dense showers of arrows shot by Karna and the son of Pandu. Beholding the son of Sabala, and Gritavama, and Drona's son, and Adarita's son, and Gripa, engaged with the Pandavas, the Kauravas rallied and came back to the fight. Tremendous became the din, O monarch, that was made by that host as it rushed impetuously against their foes, resembling the terrible noise that is made by many oceans swollen with rains. Furiously engaged in battle, the two hosts became filled with great joy as the warriors beheld and seized one another in that dreadful melee. The battle that commenced at that hour when the sun had reached the meridian was such that its like had never been heard or seen by us. One vast host rushed against another, like a vast reservoir of water rushing towards the ocean. The din that arose from the two hosts as they roared at each other was loud and deep as that which may be heard when several oceans mingle with one another. Indeed, the two furious hosts, approaching each other, mingled into one mass like two furious rivers that run into each other. The battle then commenced, awful and terrible, between the Kauravas and the Pandavas, both of whom were inspired with the desire of winning great fame. A perfect babel of voices of the shouting warriors was incessantly heard there, O royal Bharata, as they addressed one another by name. He who had anything, by his father's or mother's side or in respect of his acts or conduct, that could furnish matter for ridicule, was in that battle made to hear it by his antagonist. Beholding those brave warriors loudly rebuking one another in that battle, I thought, O king, that their periods of life had been run out. Beholding the bodies of those angry heroes of immeasurable energy, a great fear entered my heart, respecting the dire consequences that would ensue. Then the Pandavas, O king, and the Kauravas also, mighty Ka warriors all, striking one another, began to mangle one another with their keen shafts. 52. Sanjaya said, "Those Kshatriyas, O monarch, harboring feelings of animosity against one another and longing to take one another's life, began to slay one another in that battle. Throngs of cars, and large bodies of horses, and teeming divisions of infantry and elephants in large numbers mingled with one another, O king, for battle. We beheld the falling of maces and spiked bludgeons and canopers and lances and short arrows and rockets hurled at one another in that dreadful engagement. Arrowy showers terrible to look at coursed like flights of locusts. Elephants approaching elephants routed one another. Horsemen encountering horsemen in that battle, and car warriors encountering car warriors, and foot soldiers encountering foot soldiers, and foot soldiers meeting with horsemen, and foot soldiers meeting with cars and elephants, and cars meeting with elephants and horsemen, and elephants of great speed meeting with the three other kinds of forces, began, O king, to crush and grind one another. In consequence of those brave combatants striking one another and shouting at the top of their voices, the field of battle became awful, resembling the slaughter ground of creatures, of Rudra himself. The earth, O Bharata, covered with blood, looked beautiful like a vast plain in the season of rains covered with the red coccinella. Indeed, the earth assumed the aspect of a youthful maiden of great beauty, attired in white robes dyed with deep red, variegated with flesh and blood. The field of battle looked as if decked all over with gold. Large numbers of heads severed from trunks and arms and thighs and earrings and other ornaments displaced from the bodies of warriors, O Bharata, and collars and cuirasses and bodies of brave bowmen, and coats of mail and banners, lay scattered on the ground. Elephants coming against elephants tore one another with their tusks, O king. Struck with the tusks of hostile compeers, elephants looked exceedingly beautiful. Bathed in blood, those huge creatures looked resplendent like moving hills decked with metals, down whose breasts ran streams of liquid chalk. Lances hurled by horsemen, or those held horizontally by hostile combatants, were seized by many of those beasts, while many amongst them twisted and broke those weapons. Many huge elephants, whose armor had been cut off with shafts, looked, O king, like mountains divested of clouds at the advent of winter. Many foremost of elephants pierced with arrows winged with gold, looked beautiful like mountains, O sire, whose summits are lighted with blazing brands. Some of those creatures, huge as hills, struck by hostile compeers, fell down in that battle, like winged mountains, when clipped of their wings. Others, afflicted with arrows and much pained by their wounds, fell down touching the earth, in that dreadful battle, at their frontal globes or the parts between their tusks. Others roared aloud like lions, and many, uttering terrible sounds, ran hither and thither, and many, O king, uttered cries of pain. Steeds also, in golden trappings, struck with arrows, fell down, or became weak, or ran in all directions. Others, struck with arrows and lances or dragged down, fell on the earth and writhed in agony, making diverse kinds of motion. Men also, struck down, fell on the earth, uttering diverse cries of pain, O sire. Others, beholding their relatives and sires and grandsires, and others seeing retreating foes, shouted to one another their well-known names and the names of their races. The arms of many combatants, decked with ornaments of gold, cut off, O king, by foes, writhed on the ground, making diverse kinds of motions. Thousands of such arms fell down and sprang up, and many seemed to dart forward like five-headed snakes. Those arms, looking like the tapering bodies of snakes, and smeared with sandal paste, O king, looked beautiful, when drenched with blood, like little standards of gold. When the battle, becoming general, raged so furiously on all sides, Their warriors fought with and slew one another without distinct perceptions of those they fought with awestruck. A dusty cloud overspread the field of battle, and the weapons used fell in thick showers. The scene being thus darkened, the combatants could no longer distinguish friends from foes. Indeed, that fierce and awful battle proceeded thus. And soon there began to flow many mighty rivers of the bloody currents, and they abounded with the heads of combatants that formed their rocks, and the hair of the warriors constituted their floating weeds and moss. Bones formed the fishes with which they teemed, and bows and arrows and maces formed the rafts by which to cross them. Flesh and blood forming their mire, those terrible and awful rivers, with currents swelled by blood, were thus formed there, enhancing the fears of the timid and the joy of the brave. Those awful rivers led to the abode of Yama. Many plunged into those streams, inspiring Kshatriyas with fear, and perished. And in consequence of various carnivorous creatures, O tiger among men, roaring and yelling on all sides, the field of battle became terrible like the domains of the king of the dead. And innumerable headless trunks rose up on all sides, and terrible creatures, gorging on flesh and drinking fat and blood, O Bharata, began to dance around. And crows and vultures and cranes, gratified with fat and marrow and other animals relishing flesh, were seen to move about in glee. They, however, O king, that were heroes, casting off all fear which is so difficult of being cast off, and observing the vow of warriors, fearlessly did their duty. Indeed, on that field where countless arrows and darts coursed through the air, and which was crowded with carnivorous creatures of diverse kinds, brave warriors careered fearlessly, displaying their prowess. Addressing one another, O Bharata, they declared their names and families. And many amongst them, declaring the names of their sires and families, O Lord, began to crush one another, O King, with darts and lances and battle-axes. During the progress of that fierce and awful battle, the core of the army became strengthless and unable to bear up any longer like a foundered vessel on the bosom of the ocean. 53. Sanjaya said, during the progress of that battle in which so many Kshatriyas sank down, the loud twang of Gandiva, O sire, was heard above the din on that spot, O king, where the son of Pandu was engaged in slaughtering the Samsaptakas, the Koslas, and the Naranafoses. Filled with rage and longing for victory, the Samsaptakas, in that battle, began to pour showers of arrows on Arjuna's head. The puissant Partha, however, quickly checking those arrowy showers, O king, plunged into that battle, and began to slay many foremost of Ka warriors. Plunging into the midst of that division of Kas with the aid of his whetted shafts equipped with canker feathers, Partha came upon Sushama of excellent weapons. That foremost of Ka warriors poured on Arjuna thick showers of arrows. Meanwhile the Samsaptakas also covered Partha with their shafts. Then Sushama, piercing Partha with 10 shafts, struck Janardana with 3 in the right arm. With a board-headed arrow then, O sire, he pierced the standard of Arjuna. Thereupon that foremost of apes, of huge dimensions, the handiwork of the celestial artificer himself, began to utter loud sounds and roared very fiercely, affrighting thy troops. Hearing the roars of the ape, thy army became inspired with fear. Indeed, under the influence of a great fear, that army became perfectly inactive. That army then, as it stood inactive, O king, looked beautiful like the Citraritha forest with its flowery burthen of diverse kinds. Then those warriors, recovering their senses, O chief of the Kuras, began to drench Arjuna with their arrowy downpours like the clouds drenching the mountains. Then all of them encompassed the great car of the Pandava. Assailing him, they uttered loud roars, although all the while they were being struck and slaughtered with sharp shafts. Assailing his steeds, his car wheels, his car shaft, and every other limb of his vehicle, with great force. O sire, they uttered many leonine roars. Some among them seized the massive arms of Geshava, and some among them, O king, seized Partha himself with great joy as he stood on his car. Then Geshava, shaking his arms on the field of battle, threw down all those that had seized them, like a wicked elephant shaking down all the riders from his back. Then Partha, encompassed by those great car warriors, and beholding his car assailed and Geshava attacked in that manner, became filled with rage, and overthrew a large number of car warriors and foot soldiers. And he covered all the combatants that were close to him with many arrows, that were fit for close encounters. Addressing Geshava then, he said, Behold, O Krishna, O thou of mighty arms, these countless Samsaptakas engaged in accomplishing a fearful task, although slaughtered in thousands. O bull amongst the Eddas, there is none on earth, save myself, that would be able to bear such a close attack on his car. Having said these words, Vatsa blew his conch. Then Krishna also blew his conch, filling the welkin with its blare. Hearing that blare, the army of the Samsaptakas began to waver, O king, and became inspired with great fright. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the son of Pandu, paralyzed the legs of the Samsaptakas by repeatedly invoking, O monarch, the weapon called Naga. Thus tied with those foot-tying bands by the Hysil son of Pandu, all of them stood motionless, O king, as if they had been petrified. The son of Pandu then began to slay those motionless warriors like Indra in days of his slaying the Daityas in the battle with Taraka. Thus slaughtered in that battle, they set the car free, and commenced to throw down all their weapons. Their legs being paralyzed, they could not, O king, move a step. Then Partha slew them with his straight arrows. Indeed, all these warriors in that battle, aiming at whom Partha had invoked that foot-tying weapon, had their lower limbs encircled with snakes. Then the mighty car warrior Sushama, O monarch, beholding his army thus paralyzed, quickly invoked the weapon called Sorpana. Thereupon numerous birds began to come down and devour those snakes. The latter again, at the sight of ranges of the sky, began, O king, to fly away. Freed from that foot-tying weapon, the Samsaptaka force, O monarch, looked like the sun himself, giving light unto all creatures, when freed from clouds. Thus liberated, those warriors once more shot their arrows, O sire, and hurled their weapons at Arjuna's car. And all of them pierced Partha with numerous weapons, cutting off with his own arrowy downpour that shower of mighty weapons. Vasava's son, that slayer of hostile heroes, began to slaughter those warriors. Then Sushama, O king, with a straight arrow, pierced Arjuna in the chest, and then he pierced him with 3 other shafts. Deeply pierced therewith, and feeling great pain, Arjuna sat down on the terrace of his car. Then all the troops loudly cried out, saying, Partha is slain. At this the blare of conchs, and the peal of drums, and the sound of diverse musical instruments, and loud leonine shouts, arose there. Recovering his senses, Partha, of immeasurable soul, owning white steeds and having Krishna for his driver, speedily invoked the Indra weapon. Then thousands of arrows, O sire, issuing from that weapon, were seen on all sides to slay kings and elephants. And steeds and warriors, in hundreds and thousands, were also seen to be slaughtered in that battle with these weapons. Then, while the troops were thus being slaughtered, a great fear entered the hearts of all the Samsaptakas and Gopalas, O Bharata. There was no man amongst them that could fight with Arjuna. There, in the very sight of all the heroes, Arjuna began to destroy thy troops. Beholding that slaughter, all of them remained perfectly inactive, without putting forth their prowess. Then the son of Bandu, having slain full 10,000 combatants in that battle, looked resplendent, O monarch, like a blazing fire without smoke. and then he slew full 14,000 warriors, and 3,000 warriors, and 3,000 elephants. Then the Samsaptakas once more encompassed Anandjaya, making death or victory their goal. The battle then that took place between thy warriors and that mighty hero, viz., the diadem-decked son of Pandu, became awful. 54. Sanjaya said, then Gritavama, and Gripa, and the son of Drona, and the Suta's son, O sire, and Aluka, and Sabala's son, Shakuni, and the king himself, with his uterine brothers, beholding their Kuru army afflicted with the fear of Pandu's son, unable to stand together, like a vessel wrecked on the ocean, endeavored to rescue it with great speed. For a short space of time, O Bharata, the battle that once more took place became exceedingly fierce, enhancing as it did the fears of timid and the joy of the brave. The dense showers of arrows shot in battle by Gripa, thick as flights of locusts, covered the Srinjayas. Then Shikandi, filled with rage, speedily proceeded against the grandson of Gautama, Gripa, and poured upon that bull amongst Brahmanas his arrowy downpours from all sides. Acquainted with the highest weapons, Gripa then checked that arrowy downpour, and wrathfully pierced Shikandi with 10 arrows in that battle. Then Shikandi, filled with rage, deeply pierced Gripa, in that encounter, with 7 straight arrows equipped with canker feathers. The twice-born Gripa then, that great Ka warrior, deeply pierced with those keen arrows, deprived Shikandi of his steeds, driver and car. Jumping down from his steedless vehicle, the mighty Ka warrior, Shikandi, rushed impetuously at the Brahmana, having taken up a sword and a shield. As the Bankala prince advanced, Gripa quickly covered him with many straight arrows in that encounter, which seemed exceedingly wonderful. Indeed, exceedingly wonderful was the sight that we then beheld, even like the flying of rocks, for Shikandi, O king, thus assailed, remained perfectly inactive in that battle. Beholding Shikandi covered with arrows by Gripa, O best of the kings, the mighty Ka warrior Drishtadama speedily proceeded against Gripa. The great Ka warrior Kritavama, however, rushing impetuously received Drishtadama as the latter proceeded against the son of Sharadvata, Gripa. Then Drona's son checked Yudhishthira as the latter, with his son and troops, was rushing towards the car of Sharadvata's son. Thy son Duryodhana, shooting a shower of arrows, received and checked Nakula and Sahadeva, those 2 great Ka warriors endued with celerity. Kana too, otherwise called Vaikatana, O Bharata, in that battle, resisted Bhimasena, and the Kaurushas, the Kakayas, and the Srinjayas. Meanwhile Sharadvata's son, in that battle, O sire, with great activity, sped many arrows at Shikandi, as if for the purpose of burning him outright. The Bankala prince, however, whirling his sword repeatedly, cut off all those arrows, decked with gold, that had been sped at him by Gripa from all sides. The grandson of Gautama, Gripa, then quickly cut off with his arrows the shield of Prishata's son, that was decked with 100 moons. At this feat of his, the troops made a loud uproar. Deprived of his shield, O monarch, and placed under Gripa's power, Shikandi still rushed, sword in hand, towards Gripa, like a sick man towards the jaws of death. Then Sukatu, the son of Citraketu, O king, quickly proceeded towards the mighty Shikandi, plunged into such distress and assailed in that manner by Gripa with his arrows. Indeed, the young prince of immeasurable soul rushed towards the car of Sharadvata's son and poured upon that Brahmana, in that battle, innumerable shafts of great keenness. Beholding that Brahman observant of vows thus engaged in battle with another, Shikandi, O best of kings, retreated hastily from that spot. Meanwhile Sukatu, O king, piercing the son of Gautama with 9 arrows, once more pierced him with 70 and again with 3, Then the prince, "O sire," cut off Griper's bow with arrow fixed thereon, and with another shaft struck hard the latter's driver in a vital limb. The grandson of Gautama then, filled with rage, took up a new and very strong bow and struck Suketu with 30 arrows in all his vital limbs. All his limbs exceedingly weakened, the prince trembled on his excellent car like a tree trembling exceedingly during an earthquake. With a razor-headed arrow then, Griper struck off from the prince's trunk, while the latter was still trembling, his head decked with a pair of blazing earrings and head protector. That head thereupon fell down on the earth like a piece of meat from the claws of a hawk, and then his trunk also fell down, O thou of great glory. Upon the fall of Suketu, O monarch, his troops became frightened, and avoiding Griper, fled away on all sides. Encompassing the mighty Drishthadhyamna, Kritavama cheerfully addressed him saying, "Wait, wait." The encounter then that took place between the Vrishani and the Bankala warriors in that battle became exceedingly fierce, like that between two hawks, O king, for a piece of meat. Filled with rage, Drishthadhyamna, in that battle, struck the son of Hridika, Kritavama, the ruler of Boa, with 9 arrows in the chest, and succeeded in afflicting him greatly. Then Kritavama, thus deeply struck by Prishata's son in that encounter, covered his assailant, his steeds, and his car with his shafts. Thus shrouded, O king, along with his car, Drishthadhyamna became invisible, like the sun shrouded by rain-charged clouds. Baffling all those shafts decked with gold, Drishthadhyamna, O king, looked resplendent in that battle in his wounds. The commander of the Pandava forces, viz., the son of Prishata, then, filled with rage, approached Kritavama and poured upon him a fierce shower of arrows. The son of Hridika, however, in that battle, with many thousands of his own arrows, destroyed that fierce arrowy shower coursing towards him with great impetuosity. Beholding his irresistible shower of arrows checked in that battle by Kritavama, the son of Prishata, approaching his antagonist, began to resist him, and soon he dispatched Kritavama's driver to Yama's abode with a broad-headed arrow of great sharpness. Deprived of life, the driver fell down from the car. The mighty Drishthadhyamna, having vanquished his mighty antagonist, began then to resist the Kauravas with shafts, without losing a moment. Then thy warriors, O king, rushed towards Drishthadhyamna, uttering loudly inane roars. At this a battle once more took place between them. 55. Sanjaya said, Meanwhile the son of Drona, Ashvatthama, beholding Yudhishthira protected by the grandson of Sani, Satyaki, and by the heroic sons of Draupadi, cheerfully advanced against the king, scattering many fierce arrows equipped with wings of gold and whetted on stone, and displaying diverse maneuvers of his car and the great skill he had acquired and his exceeding lightness of hands. He filled the entire welkin with shafts inspired with the force of celestial weapons. Conversant with all weapons, Drona's son encompassed Yudhishthira in that battle. The welkin being covered with the shafts of Drona's son, nothing could be seen. The vast space in front of Ashvatthama became one expanse of arrows. The welkin then, thus covered with that dense shower of arrows decked with gold, looked beautiful, O chief of the Bharatas, as if a canopy embroidered with gold had been spread there. Indeed, the firmament, O king, having been covered with that bright shower of arrows, a shadow, as that of the clouds, appeared there on the occasion. Wonderful was the sight that we then beheld when the sky had thus become one expanse of arrows, for not one creature ranging the sky could course through his element. Then Satyaki, though struggling resolutely, and Pandu's son King Yudhishthira the Just, as also all the other warriors, could not display their prowess. Beholding the great lightness of hands displayed by the son of Drona, the mighty car warriors of the Pandava army were filled with wonder. all the kings became incapable of even looking at Ashvatthama, O monarch, who then resembled the scorching sun himself in the sky. While the Pandava troops were thus being slaughtered, those mighty Ka warriors, viz., the sons of Draupadi, and Satyaki, and King Yudhishthira the Just, and the Bangla warriors, all uniting together, cast off their fears of death and rushed against the son of Drona. Then Satyaki, piercing the son of Drona with 70 arrows, once more pierced him with 7 long shafts decked with gold. And Yudhishthira pierced him with 73 arrows, and Prativindya with 7, and Srutakarman pierced him with 3 arrows, and Srutakirti with 5. And Sutasoma pierced him with 9 arrows, and Satanika with 7. And many other heroes pierced him with many arrows from every side. Filled then with rage and breathing, O king, like a snake of virulent poison, Drona's son pierced Satyaki in return with 25 arrows whetted on stone. And he pierced Srutakirti with 9 arrows, and Sutasoma with 5, and with 8 arrows he pierced Srutakarman, and Prativindya with 3. And he pierced Satanika with 9 arrows, and Dharma's son, Yudhishthira, with 5. And each of the other warriors he pierced with a couple of shafts. With some keen arrows he then cut off the bow of Srutakirti. The latter then, that great Ka warrior, taking up another bow, pierced Drona's son, first with 3 arrows and then with many others equipped with sharp points. Then, O monarch, the son of Drona covered the Pandava troops, O sire, with thick showers of arrows, O bull of Bharata's race. Of immeasurable soul, the son of Drona, next smiling the while, cut off the bow of King Yudhishthira the Just, and then pierced him with 3 arrows. The son of Dharma then, O king, taking up another formidable bow, pierced Drona's son with 70 arrows in the arms and the chest. Then Satyaki, filled with rage in that battle, cut off the bow of Drona's son, that great smiter, with a sharp crescent-shaped arrow, and uttered a loud roar. His bow cut off, that foremost of mighty men, viz., the son of Drona, quickly felled Satyaki's driver from his car with a dart. The valiant son of Drona then, taking up another bow, covered the grandson of Sini, O Bharata, with a shower of arrows. His driver having been slain, Satyaki's steeds were seen to run hither and thither, O Bharata, in that battle. Then the Pandava warriors headed by Yudhishthira, shooting sharp shafts, all rushed with impetuosity towards Drona's son, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, that scorcher of foes. However, viz., the son of Drona, beholding those warriors wrathfully advancing against him, received them all in the dreadful battle. Then, like a fire in the forest consuming heaps of dry grass and straw, that mighty Ka warrior, viz., Drona's son, having showers of arrows for his flames, consumed the Pandava troops in that battle, who resembled a heap of dry grass and straw. That army of Pandu's son, thus scorched by the son of Drona, became exceedingly agitated, O chief of the Bharatas, like the mouth of a river by a whale. People then, O monarch, beholding the prowess of Drona's son, regarded all the Pandavas as already slain by him. Then Yudhishthira, that great Ka warrior and disciple of Drona, filled with rage and the desire to retaliate, addressed Drona's son, saying, O tiger among men, thou hast no affection, thou hast no gratitude, since thou desirest to slay me today. The duties of a Brahmana are asceticism and gift and study. The bow should be bent by the Kshatriya only. It seems, therefore, that thou art a Brahmana in name only. In thy very sight, however, O thou of mighty arms, I will vanquish the Kauravas in battle. Do what thou canst in battle. I tell thee that thou art a wretch amongst Brahmanas. Thus addressed, the son of Drona, smiling, and reflecting upon what was proper and true, gave no reply. Without saying anything, He covered the son of Bandu in that battle with a shower of arrows like the destroyer himself in wrath while engaged in annihilating creatures. Thus covered by Drona's son, O sire, the son of Pritha quickly went away from that spot, leaving that large division of his. After Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, had gone away, the high-souled son of Drona also, O king, left that spot. Then Yudhishthira, O king, avoiding the son of Drona in that great battle proceeded against thy army, resolved to achieve the cruel task of slaughter. 56. Sanjaya said, meanwhile Vikardhana himself, resisting Bhimasena supported by the Bankalas and the Siddhis and the Kayakayas, covered him with many arrows. In the very sight of Bhimasena, Karna slew in that battle many mighty Ka warriors among the Siddhis, the Kaurushas, and the Srinjayas. Then Bhimasena, avoiding Karna, that best of Ka warriors, proceeded against the Kaurava troops like a blazing fire towards a heap of dry grass. The Suta's son also in that battle began to slay the mighty bowmen amongst the Pankalas, the Kayakayas, and the Srinjayas, in thousands. Indeed, the three mighty Ka warriors viz. Patha and Vrikadara and Karna, began to exterminate the Samsaptakas, the Kauravas, and the Pankalas, respectively. In consequence of thy evil policy, O king, all these Kshatriyas, scorched with excellent shafts by those three great warriors, began to be exterminated in that battle. Then Duryodhana, O chief of the Bharatas, filled with rage, pierced Nakula and his 4 steeds with 9 arrows. Of immeasurable soul, thy son next, O ruler of men, cut off the golden standard of Sahadeva with a razor-faced shaft. Filled with wrath, Nakula then, O king, struck thy son with 73 arrows in that battle, and Sahadeva struck him with 5. Each of those foremost warriors of Bharata's race and foremost of all bowmen, was struck by Duryodhana in rage with 5 arrows. With a couple of broad-headed arrows, then he cut off the bows of both those warriors, and then he suddenly pierced each of the twins with 73 arrows. Taking up then 2 other beautiful and foremost of bows, each of which resembled the bow of Indra himself, those 2 heroes looked beautiful like a pair of celestial youths in that battle. Then those 2 brothers, both endued with great activity in battle, poured upon their cousin, O king, ceaseless showers of terrible shafts like 2 masses of clouds, pouring rain upon a mountain breast. Thereupon thy son, that great Ka warrior, O king, filled with rage, resisted those 2 great bowmen, viz., the twin sons of Pandu, with showers of winged arrows. The bow of Duryodhana in that battle, O Bharata, seemed to be continuously drawn into a circle, and shafts seemed to issue from it ceaselessly on all sides. Covered with Duryodhana's shafts, the 2 sons of Pandu ceased to shine brightly, like the sun and the moon in the firmament, divested of splendor, when shrouded by masses of clouds. Indeed, those arrows, O king, equipped with wings of gold and whetted on stone, covered all the points of the compass like the rays of the sun, when the welkin was thus shrouded, and all that was seen was one uniform expanse of the destroyer himself, at the end of the Yuga. Beholding, on the other hand, the prowess of thy son, the great Ka warriors all regarded the twin sons of Madri to be in the presence of death. The commander then, O king, of the Pandava army, viz., the mighty Ka warrior Parshata, son of Prashata, proceeded to that spot where Duryodhana was. Transgressing those 2 great Ka warriors, viz., the 2 brave sons of Madri, Drishtadama began to resist thy son with his shafts. Of immeasurable soul, that bull among men, viz., thy son, filled with a desire to retaliate, and smiling the while, pierced the prince of Bankala with 25 arrows. Of immeasurable unconquerable soul and filled with the desire to retaliate, thy son once more pierced the prince of Bankala with 60 shafts, and once again with 5, and uttered a loud draw. Then the king, with a sharp razor-faced arrow, cut off, in that battle, O sire, the bow with the arrow fixed thereon and the leathern fence of his antagonist. Casting aside that broken bow, the prince of Pankala, that crusher of foes, quickly took up another bow that was new and capable of bearing a great strain. Blazing with impetuosity, and with eyes red as blood from rage, the great bowman Drishthadima, with many wounds on his person, looked resplendent on his car. Desirous of slaying Duryodhana, O chief of the Bharatas, the Pankala hero sped 5 and 10 cloth-yard shafts that resembled hissing snakes. Those shafts, whetted on stone and equipped with the feathers of kankars and peacocks, cutting through the armor decked with gold of the king, passed through his body and entered the earth in consequence of the force with which they had been shot. Deeply pierced, O monarch, thy son looked exceedingly beautiful, like a gigantic kinsuka in the season of spring with its flowery weight. His armor pierced with those shafts, and all his limbs rendered exceedingly infirm with wounds. He became filled with rage and cut off Drishthadama's bow with a board-headed arrow. Having cut off his assailant's bow, the king then, O monarch, with great speed, struck him with 10 shafts on the forehead between the 2 eyebrows. Those shafts, polished by the hands of the smith, adorned Drishthadama's face like a number of bees, desirous of honey, adorning a full-blown lotus. Throwing aside that broken bow, the high-souled Drishthadama quickly took up another, and with it, 16 broad-headed arrows. With 5 he slew the 4 steeds and the driver of Duryodhana, and he cut off with another his bow decked with gold. With the remaining 10 shafts, the son of Prishata cut off the car with the apashkara, the umbrella, the dart, the sword, the mace, and the standard of thy son. Indeed, all the kings beheld the beautiful standard of the Kuru king, decked with golden angadas and bearing the device of an elephant worked in jewels, cut off by the prince of the Pankalas. Then the Uttarang brothers of Duryodhana, O bull of Bharata's race, rescued the carless Duryodhana, who had all his weapons, besides, cut off in that battle. In the very sight of Drishthadama, did Hara, O monarch, causing that ruler of men to ride upon his car, quickly bore him away from the battle. Meanwhile the mighty Karna, having vanquished Satyaki and desirous of rescuing the Kuru king, proceeded straight against the face of Drona's slayer, that warrior of fierce shafts. The grandson of Suni, however, quickly pursued him from behind, striking him with his arrows, like an elephant pursuing a rival, and striking him at the hinder limbs with his tusks. Then, O Bharata, fierce became the battle that raged between the high-souled warriors of the 2 armies, in the space that intervened between Karna and the son of Prishata. Not a single combatant of either the Pandavas nor ourselves turned his face from the battle. Then Karna proceeded against the Pankalas with great speed. At that hour, when the sun had ascended the meridian, great slaughter, O best of men, of elephants and steeds and men, shook place on both sides. The Pankalas, O king, inspired with a desire of victory, all rushed with speed against Karna like birds towards a tree. The son of Adrata, of great energy, filled with rage, began from their front to strike those Pankalas with the keen points of his shafts, singling out their leaders, viz. Vyagraketu and Sushama and Citra and Ugrayuda and Jaya and Sakla and Rochamana and the invincible Singh Asana. Those heroes, speedily advancing with their cars, encompassed that foremost of men, and poured their shafts upon that angry warrior, viz. Karna, their tournament of battle. That foremost of men, endued with great valour, viz. the son of Radha, afflicted those 8 heroes engaged in battle with 8 keen shafts. The Suta's son, possessed of great prowess, O king, then slew many thousands of other warriors skilled in fight. Filled with rage, the son of Radha then slew Jaishu, and Jaishanukaman, and Devapi, O king, in that battle, and Sitra, and Citrayuda, and Hari, and Singaketu, and Rochamana, and the great Ka warrior Sailaba, and many Ka warriors among the cities bathed the form of Adrita's son in blood, while he himself was engaged in taking the lives of those heroes. There, O Bharata, elephants, assailed with arrows by Kana, fled away on all sides in fear and caused a great agitation on the field of battle. Others assailed with the shafts of Kana, uttered diverse cries, and fell down like mountains riven with thunder. With the fallen bodies of elephants and steeds and men, and with fallen cars, the earth became strewn along the track of Kana's car. Indeed, neither Bhishma, nor Drona, nor any other warrior of the army has ever achieved such feats as were then achieved by Kana in that battle. Amongst elephants, amongst steeds, amongst cars, and amongst men, the Suta's son caused a very great carnage, O tiger among men. As a lion is seen to career fearlessly among a herd of deer, even so Kana careered fearlessly among the Pankalas. As a lion rooteth a herd of terrified deer to all points of the compass, even so Kana rooted those throngs of Pankalakas to all sides. As a herd of deer that have approached the jaws of a lion can never escape with life, even so those great Ka warriors that approached Kana could not escape with their lives. As people are certainly burnt if they come in contact with a blazing fire, even so the Srinjayas, O Bharata, were burned by the Kana fire when they came in contact with it. Many warriors among the cities and the Pankalas, O Bharata, that were regarded as heroes, were slain by the single-handed Kana in that battle, who fought with them, proclaiming his name in every instance. Beholding the prowess of Kana, O king, I thought that a single Pankala even would not, in that battle, escape from the son of Adrita. Indeed, the Suta's son in that battle repeatedly routed the Pankalas. Beholding Kana thus slaughtering the Pankalas in that dreadful battle, King Yudhishthira that just rushed in wrath towards him, Drishthadama and the sons of Draupadi also, O sire, and hundreds of warriors, encompassed that slayer of foes, viz., the son of Radha, and Shikandi, and Sahadeva, and Nakula, and Nakula's son, and Janamjaya, and the grandson of Sani, and innumerable Prabhadrakas, all endued with immeasurable energy, advancing with Drishthadama in their van, looked magnificent as they struck Kana with shafts and diverse weapons. Like Garuda falling upon a large number of snakes, the son of Adrita, single-handed, fell upon all those Siddhis and Pankalas and Pandavas in that encounter. The battle that took place between them and Kana, O monarch, became exceedingly fierce like that which had occurred in days of old between the gods and the Danavas. Like the sun dispelling the surrounding darkness, Kana fearlessly and alone encountered all those great bowmen united together and pouring upon him repeated showers of arrows. While the son of Radha was thus engaged with the Pandavas, Bhimasena, filled with rage, began to slaughter the Kurus with shafts, every one of which resembled the lord of the armor. That great bowman, fighting single-handed with the Balakas, and the Kayakayas, the Matsyas, the Vasatas, the Madras, and Saindavas, looked exceedingly resplendent. There, elephants, assailed in their vital limbs by Bhima with his cloth-yard shafts, fell down, with their riders slain, making the earth tremble with the violence of their fall. Steeds also, with their riders slain, and foot soldiers deprived of life, lay down, pierced with arrows and vomiting blood in large quantities. Cow warriors in thousands fell down, their weapons loosened from their hands. Inspired with the fear of Bhima, they lay deprived of life, their bodies mangled with wounds. The earth became strewn with car warriors and horsemen and elephant men and drivers and foot soldiers and steeds and elephants, all mangled with the shafts of Bhimsena. The army of Duryodhana, O king, cheerless and mangled and afflicted with the fear of Bhimsena, stood as if stupefied. Indeed, that melancholy host stood motionless in that dreadful battle like the ocean, O king, during a calm in autumn. Stupefied, that host stood even like the ocean in calm. However, endued with wrath and energy and might, the army of thy son then, divested of its pride, lost all its splendor. Indeed, thy host, whilst thus being slaughtered, became drenched with gore and seemed to bathe in blood. The combatants, O chief of the Bharatas, drenched with blood, were seen to approach and slaughter one another. The Suta's son, filled with rage, routed the Pandava division, while Bhimsena in rage routed the Kauravas. And both of them, while thus employed, looked exceedingly resplendent. During the progress of that fierce battle, filling the spectators with wonder, Arjuna, that foremost of various persons, having slain a large number of Samsaptakas in the midst of their array, addressed Vasudeva, saying, "This struggling force of Samsaptakas, O Janardana, is broken. Those great car warriors amongst the Samsaptakas are flying away with their followers, unable to bear my shafts, like deer unable to bear the roar of the lion. The vast force of the Sarinjayas also seems to break in this great battle. There that banner of the intelligent Gana, bearing the device of the elephant's rope, O Krishna, is seen in the midst of Yudhishthira's division, where he is careering with activity. The other great car warriors of our army are incapable of vanquishing Karna. Thou knowest that Karna is possessed of great energy as regards prowess in battle. Proceed thither where Karna is routing our force. Avoiding other warriors in battle, proceed against the Suta's son, that mighty car warrior. This is what I wish, O Krishna. Do, however, that which thou likest." Hearing these words of his, Govinda smiled, and addressing Arjuna, said, "Slay the Kauravas, O son of Pandu, without delay." Then those steeds, white as swans, urged by Govinda, and bearing Krishna and the son of Pandu, penetrated thy vast force. Indeed, thy host broke on all sides as those white steeds in trappings of gold, urged by Keshava, penetrated into its midst. That ape-bannered car, the clatter of whose wheels resembled the deep roar of the clouds and whose flags waved in the air, penetrated into the host like a celestial car passing through the welkin. Keshava and Arjuna, filled with rage, and with eyes red as blood, as they penetrated, piercing through thy vast host, looked exceedingly resplendent in their splendor, both delighting in battle, as those two heroes, challenged by the Kauravas, came to the field. They looked like the twin Ashvinis invoked with proper rites in the sacrifice by the officiating priests. Filled with rage, the impetuosity of those two tigers among men increased like that of two elephants in a large forest, enraged at the claps of hunters. Having penetrated into the midst of that car force and those bodies of horse, Vulgana careered within those divisions like the destroyer himself, armed with a fatal noose. Beholding him put forth such prowess within his army, thy son, O Bharata, once more urged the Samsaptakas against him. Thereupon, with the 1,000 cars, and 300 elephants, and 14,000 horses, and 200,000 of foot soldiers armed with the bow, endued with great courage, of sureness of aim and conversant with all the ways of battle, the leaders of the Samsaptakas rushed from every side towards the son of Kunti in the great battle, covering the Pandava, O monarch, with showers of arrows from all sides. Thus covered with shafts in that battle, Partha, that grinder of hostile forces, exhibited himself in a fierce form like the destroyer himself, armed with a noose. While engaged in slaughtering the Samsaptakas, Partha became a worthy object of sight to all. Then the welkin became filled with shafts decked with gold and possessed of the effulgence of lightning that was ceaselessly shot by the diadem-decked Arjuna. Indeed, everything completely shrouded with mighty shafts sped from Arjuna's arms and falling ceaselessly all around, looked resplendent, O Lord, as if covered with snakes. The son of Pandu, of immeasurable soul, shot on all sides his straight shafts equipped with wings of gold and furnished with keen points. In consequence of the sound of Partha's palms, people thought that the earth, or the vault of the welkin, or all the points of the compass, or the several oceans, or the mountains seemed to split. Having slain 10,000 Kshatriyas, Kunti's son, that mighty car warrior, then quickly proceeded to the further wing of the Samsaptakas. Repairing to that further wing which was protected by the Kambojas, Partha began to grind it forcibly with his arrows like Vasava grinding the Danavas. With broad-headed arrows he began to quickly cut off the arms, with weapons in grasp, and also the heads of foes longing to slay him. Deprived of diverse limbs, and of weapons, they began to fall down on the earth, like trees of many boughs broken by a hurricane. While he was engaged in thus slaughtering elephants and steeds and car warriors and foot soldiers, the younger brother of Sudakshina, the chief of the Kambojas, began to pour showers of arrows on him. With a couple of crescent-shaped arrows, Arjuna cut off the two arms, looking like spiked maces, of his striking assailant, and then his head graced with a face as beautiful as the full moon, with a razor-headed arrow. Deprived of life, he fell down from his vehicle, his body bathed in blood, like the thunder-riven summit of a mountain of red arsenic. Indeed, people saw the tall and exceedingly handsome younger brother of Sudakshina, the chief of the Kambojas, of eyes resembling lotus petals, slain and fall down like a column of gold or like a summit of the golden Sumeru. Then commenced to battle the once more that was fierce and exceedingly wonderful. The condition of the struggling combatants varied repeatedly, each slain with a single arrow, and combatants of the Kamboja, the Yavana, and the Saka races, fell down bathed in blood, upon which the whole field of battle became one expanse of red, O monarch. In consequence of car warriors deprived of steeds and drivers, and steeds deprived of riders, and elephants deprived of riders, and riders deprived of elephants, battling with one another, O king, a great carnage took place. When the wing and the further wing of the Samsaptakas had thus been exterminated by Asi, the son of Drona quickly proceeded against Arjuna, that foremost of victorious warriors. Indeed, Drona's son rushed, shaking his formidable bow, and taking with him many terrible arrows like the sun himself appearing with his own rays. With mouth wide open from rage and with a desire to retaliate, and with red eyes, the mighty Ashvatthama looked formidable like death himself, armed with his mace and filled with wrath as at the end of the Yuga. He then shot showers of fierce shafts. With those shafts sped by him, he began to rout the Pandava army. As soon as he beheld him of Dasha's race, Keshava, on the car, O king, he once more sped at him, and repeated showers of fierce shafts. With those falling shafts, O monarch, sped by Drona's son, both Krishna and Dhananjaya were completely shrouded on the car. Then the valiant Ashvatthama, with hundreds of keen arrows, stupefied both Madhava and the son of Pandu in that battle. Beholding those two protectors of all mobile and immobile creatures thus covered with arrows, the universe of mobile and immobile beings uttered cries of woe. And alas! Crowds of Siddhas and Charanas began to repair to that spot from every side, mentally uttering this prayer, viz., let good be to all the worlds. Never before, O king, did I see prowess like that of Drona's son in that battle while he was engaged in shrouding the two Krishnas with shafts. The sound of Ashvatthama's bow, inspiring foes with terror, was repeatedly heard by us in that battle, O king, to resemble that of a roaring lion. While careering in that battle and striking right and left, the string of his bow looked beautiful like flashes of lightning in the midst of a mass of clouds. Though endued with great firmness and lightness of hand, the son of Pandu, for all that, beholding the son of Drona then, became greatly stupefied. Indeed, Arjuna then regarded his own prowess to be destroyed by his high-souled assailant. The form of Ashvatthama became such in that battle that men could with difficulty gaze at it. During the progress of that dreadful battle between Drona's son and the Pandava, during that time when the mighty son of Drona, O monarch, thus prevailed over his antagonist and the son of Kunti lost his energy, Krishna became filled with rage. Inspired with wrath, he drew deep breaths, O king, and seemed to burn with his eyes both Ashvatthama and Falguna as he looked at them repeatedly. Filled with rage, Krishna addressed Partha in an affectionate tone, saying, "This, O Partha, that I behold in battle regarding thee, is exceedingly strange, since Drona's son, O Partha, surpasseth thee today. Hast thou not now the energy and the might of thy arms thou hadst before? Hast thou not that Gandiva still in thy hands, and dost thou not stay on thy car now, and not thy two arms sound? Hath thy fist suffered any hurt? Why is it then that I see the son of Drona prevail over thee in battle? Do not, O Partha, spare thy assailant, regarding him as the son of thy preceptor, O bull of Bharata's race. This is not the time for sparing him." Thus addressed by Krishna, Partha speedily took up 4 and 10 broad-headed arrows at a time, when speed was of the highest moment, and with them he cut off Ashvatthama's bow and standard and umbrella and banners and car and dart and mace. With a few calf-toothed arrows he then deeply struck the son of Drona in the latter's shoulder. Thereupon, overcome with a deep swoon, Ashvatthama sat down, supporting himself on his flagstaff. The latter's driver then, O monarch, desirous of protecting him from Dhananjaya, bore him away insensible and thus deeply afflicted by the foe. Meanwhile that scorcher of foes, viz. Vijaya, slaughtered thy troops by hundreds and thousands, in the very sight of that hero, viz. Thy son, O sire. Thus, O king, in consequence of thy evil counsels, a cruel and awful destruction and carnage commenced as thy warriors were engaged with the enemy. Within a short time the bats routed the Samsaptakas, the Kadara, the Kuras, and Vasusana, the Pankalas. During the progress of the battle destructive of great heroes, there rose many headless trunks all around. Meanwhile Yudhishthira, O chief of the Bharatas, in great pain owing to his wounds, retreating about 2 miles from the battle, rested himself for some time. 57. Sanjaya said, Then Duryodhana, O chief of Bharatas, repairing to Karna, said unto him as also unto the ruler of the Madras and the other lords of earth present there, these words, without seeking hath this occasion arrived, when the gates of heaven have become wide open. Happy are those Kshatriyas, O Gana, that obtain such a battle. Brave heroes fighting in battle with brave Kshatriyas equal to them in might and prowess, obtain great good, O son of Radha. The occasion that hath come is even such. Either let these brave Kshatriyas, slaying the Pandavas in battle, obtain the broad earth, or let them, slain in battle by the foe, win the blessed region reserved for heroes. Hearing these words of Duryodhana, those bulls among Kshatriyas cheerfully uttered loud shouts and beat and blew their musical instruments. When Duryodhana's force became thus filled with joy, the son of Drona, gladdening all thy warriors, further said, in the very sight of all the troops, and before the eyes of you all, my father, after he had laid aside his weapons, was slain by Trishadama. By that wrath which such an act might kindle, and for the sake also of my friend, ye kings, I swear truly before you all. Listen then to that oath of mine. Without slaying Drishtadyumna I shall not doff my armor. If this vow of mine be not fulfilled, let me not go to heaven. Be it Arjuna, be it Bhimasena, or be it anybody else, whoever will come against me I will crush him or all of them. There is no doubt in this. After Ashvatthama had uttered these words, the entire Bharata army, united together, rushed against the Pandavas, and the latter also rushed against the former. The collision of brave leaders of car divisions, O Bharata, became exceedingly awful. A destruction of life then set in at the van of the Kurus and the Srinjayas, that resembled what takes place at the last great universal dissolution. Upon the commencement of that passage at arms, various superior beings, with the gods, came there accompanied by the Apsaras, for beholding those foremost of men. Filled with joy, the Apsaras began to cover those foremost of men devoted to the duties of their order, with celestial garlands, with the diverse kinds of celestial perfumes, and with diverse species of gems. Soft winds bore those excellent odours to the nostrils of all the foremost of warriors. Having smelt those perfumes in consequence of the action of the wind, the warriors once more engaged in battle, and striking one another began to fall down on the earth, strewn with celestial flowers, with beautiful shafts equipped with wings of gold, and with many foremost of warriors. The earth looked beautiful like the firmament bespangled with myriads of stars. Then, in consequence of cheers coming from the welkin and the noise of musical instruments, the furious passage at arms distinguished by twang of bows and clatter of car wheels and shouts of warriors became exceedingly fierce. 58. Sanjaya said, thus raged that great battle between those lords of earth when Arjuna and Karna and Bhimasena, the son of Pandu, became angry. Having vanquished the son of Drona and other great car warriors, Arjuna, O king, addressing Vasudeva, said, Behold, O Krishna of mighty arms, the Pandava army is flying away. Behold, Karna is slaying our great car warriors in this battle. I do not, O thou of Dasaratha's race, see King Yudhishthira the just. Nor is the standard of Dharma's son, foremost of warriors, visible. The third part of the day still remaineth, Janardana. No one amongst the Dhritarashtras cometh against me for fight. For doing, therefore, what is agreeable to me, proceed to the spot where Yudhishthira is. Beholding Dharma's son safe and sound with his younger brothers in battle, I will again fight with the foe, O thou of Vrishani's race. At these words of Vatsu, Hari, Krishna quickly proceeded on that car to that spot where King Yudhishthira, along with the mighty Srinjaya car warriors of great strength, were fighting with the foe, making death their goal. During the progress of that great carnage, Govinda, beholding the field of battle, addressed Savyasasi, saying, Behold, O Partha, how great and awful is this carnage, O Bharata, of Kshatriyas on earth for the sake of Duryodhana. Behold, O Bharata, the gold-backed bows of slain warriors, as also their costly quivers displaced from their shoulders. Behold those straight shafts equipped with wings of gold, and those cloth-yard arrows washed with oil and looking like snakes freed from their sloughs. Behold, O Bharata, those scimitars, decked with gold, and having ivory handles, and those displaced shields embossed with gold. Behold those lances decked with gold, those darts having golden ornaments, and those huge maces twined round with gold. Behold those swords adorned with gold, those axes with golden ornaments, and the heads of those battle-axes fallen off from their golden handles. Behold those iron counters, those short clubs exceedingly heavy, those beautiful rockets, those huge bludgeons with spiked heads, those discs displaced from the arms of their wielders, and those spears that have been used in this dreadful battle. endued, while living, with great activity, warriors that came to battle, having taken up diverse weapons, are lying, though deprived of life, as if still alive. Behold, thousands of warriors lying on the field, with limbs crushed by means of maces, or heads broken by means of heavy clubs, or torn and mangled by elephants and steeds and cars. The field of battle is covered with shafts and darts and swords and axes and scimitars and spiked maces and lances and iron counters and battle axes, and the bodies of men and steeds and elephants, hacked with many wounds and covered with streams of blood and deprived of life, O slayer of foes. The earth looks beautiful, O Bharata, with arms smeared with sandal, decked with angardas of gold and with kiras, and having their ends cased in leathern fences, with hands cased in leathern fences, with displaced ornaments, with severed thighs looking like elephants' trunks of many active warriors, with fallen heads, decked with costly gems and earrings, of heroes having large expansive eyes. The earth looks exceedingly beautiful, with headless trunks smeared all over with blood, with severed limbs and heads and hips. The earth looks, O best of the Bharatas, like an altar strewn with extinguished fires. Behold those beautiful cars with rows of golden bells, broken in diverse ways, and those slain steeds lying scattered on the field, with arrows yet sticking to their bodies. Behold those bottoms of cars, those quivers, those banners, those diverse kinds of standards, those gigantic hunks of car warriors, white in hue and scattered all over the field. Behold those elephants, huge as hills, lying on the earth, with tongues lolling out, and those other elephants and steeds, deprived of life and decked with triumphal banners. Behold those housings of elephants, and those skins and blankets, and those other beautiful and variegated and torn blankets. Behold those rows of bells torn and broken in diverse ways in consequence of falling elephants of gigantic size, and those beautiful goads set with stones of lapis lazuli, and those hooks falling upon the ground. Behold those whips, adorned with gold, and variegated with gems, still in the grasp of slain horsemen, and those blankets and skins of the ranku deer falling on the ground, at which had served for seats on horseback. Behold those gems for adorning the diadems of kings, and those beautiful necklaces of gold, and those displaced umbrellas and yak-tails for fanning. Behold the earth, miry with blood, strewn with the faces of heroes, decked with beautiful earrings and well-cut beards, and possessed of the splendor of the moon and stars. Behold those wounded warriors in whom life is not yet extinct, and who, lying all around, are uttering wails of woe. Their relatives, O Prince, casting aside their weapons, attending them, weeping incessantly, having covered many warriors with arrows and deprived them of life. Behold those combatants, endued with activity, longing for victory, and swelling with rage, are once more proceeding for battle against their antagonists. Others are running hither and thither on the field, being begged for water by fallen heroes. Others related to them have gone in quest of drink. Many, O Arjuna, are breathing their last meanwhile. Returning their brave relatives, seeing them become senseless, are throwing down the water they brought, and are running wildly, shouting at one another. Behold, many have died after having slaked their thirst, and many, O Bharata, are dying while drinking. Others, though affectionate towards relatives, are still seen to rush towards foes in great battle, deserting their dear relatives. Others, again, O best of men, biting their nether lips, and with faces rendered terrible in consequence of the contraction of their brows, are surveying the field all around. While saying these words unto Arjuna, Vasudeva proceeded towards Yudhishthira. Arjuna also, beholding the king in that great battle, repeatedly urged Govinda, saying, Proceed, proceed. Having shown the field of battle to Partha, Madhava, while proceeding quickly, slowly said unto Patha once more, Behold those kings rushing towards King Yudhishthira. Behold Karna, who resembles a blazing fire, on the arena of the battle. Yonder the mighty bowman Bhima is proceeding to battle. They that are the foremost among the Panchalas, the Srinjayas, and the Pandavas, they, that is, that have Drishthadhyumna for their head, are following Bhima. The vast army of the enemy is again broken by the rushing Parthas. Behold, O Arjuna, Karna is trying to rally the flying Kauravas. Resembling the destroyer himself in impetuosity and Indra himself in prowess, yonder proceedeth Drona's son, O thou of Kuru's race, that hero who is the foremost of all wielders of weapons. The mighty Ka warrior Drishthadhyumna is rushing against that hero. The Srinjayas are following the lead of Drishthadhyumna. Behold, the Srinjayas are falling. Thus did the invincible Vasudeva describe everything unto the diadem-decked Arjuna. Then, O king, commenced a terrible and awful battle. Loud leonine shouts arose as the two hosts encountered each other, O monarch, making death their goal. Even thus, O king, in consequence of thy evil counsels, did that destruction set in on earth, O lord of earth, of both thy warriors and those of the enemy. 59. Sanjaya said, Then the Kurus and the Srinjayas once more fearlessly encountered each other in battle, the Pathas being headed by Yudhishthira, and ourselves headed by the Suta's son. Then commenced a terrible battle, making the hair to stand on end, between Karna and the Pandavas, that increased the population of Yama's kingdom. After that furious battle, producing rivers of blood, had commenced, and when a remnant only of the brave Samsaptakas, O Bharata, were left unslaughtered, Drishthadhyumna, O monarch, with all the kings, on the Pandava side, and those mighty Ka warriors, the Pandavas themselves, all rushed against Karna only. Like the mountain receiving a vast body of water, Karna, unaided by anyone, received in that battle all those advancing warriors filled with joy and longing for victory. Those mighty Ka warriors encountering Karna were beat off and broken like a mass of water, and beat back on all sides when it encounters a mountain. The battle, however, that took place between them and Karna made the hair stand on end. Then Drishthadhyumna assailed the son of Radha with a straight shaft in that battle, and addressing him said, Wait, wait. The mighty Ka warrior Karna, filled with rage, shook his foremost of bows called Vijaya, and cutting off the bow of Drishthadhyumna, as also his arrows resembling snakes of virulent poison assailed Drishthadhyumna himself with 9 arrows. Those arrows, O sinless one, piercing through the gold-decked armor of the high-souled son of Brishata, became bathed in blood and looked beautiful like so many cochineal. The mighty Ka warrior Drishthadhyumna, casting aside that broken bow, took up another bow and a number of shafts resembling snakes of virulent poison. With those straight shafts numbering 70, he pierced Karna. Similarly, O king, Karna, in that battle, covered Brishata's son, that scorcher of foes, with many shafts resembling snakes of virulent poison. The slayer of Drona, that great bowman, retaliated by piercing Karna with many keen shafts. Filled with rage, Karna then, O monarch, sped at his antagonist a gold-decked shaft that resembled a second rod of death. That terrible shaft, O monarch, as it coursed impetuously towards Brishata's son, the grandson of Suni, O king, cut off into 7 fragments, displaying great lightness of hand. Beholding his shaft baffled by the arrows of Satyaki, O king, Karna resisted Satyaki with showers of arrows from every side. And he pierced Satyaki in that encounter with 7 cloth-yard shafts. The grandson of Suni, however, pierced him in return with many arrows decked with gold. The battle then that took place, O king, between those 2 warriors was such as to fill both spectators and listeners with fear. Though awful, Soon it became beautiful and deserving objects of sight. Beholding the feats, in that encounter, of Karna and the grandson of Suni, the hair of all the creatures the present seemed to stand on end. Meanwhile the mighty son of Drona rushed against Brishata's son, that chastiser of foes and queller of the prowess of all enemies. Filled with rage, Drona's son, that subjugator of hostile towns, addressing Drishthadhyumna, said, "Wait, wait, O slayer of a Brahmana, thou shalt not escape me today with life." Having said these words, that mighty car warrior of great lightness of hand, striving resolutely, deeply pierced the brave son of Prishata, who also strove to the utmost of his prowess, with many keen and terrible shafts endued with great impetuosity. As Drona, while alive, beholding the son of Brishata, O sire, had become cheerless and regarded him as his death, even so the son of Brishata, that slayer of hostile heroes, beholding Drona's son in that battle, now regarded him as his death. Soon, however, remembering that he was unslayable in battle by means of weapons, he rushed with great speed against Drona's son, like the destroyer running against the destroyer at the time of the universal dissolution. Drona's heroic son, however, O monarch, beholding Drishthadhyumna stationed before him, drew deep breaths, in wrath, and rushed towards him. Both of them were filled with great rage at the sight of each other. Endued with great activity, the valiant son of Drona then, O monarch, said these words unto Drishthadhyumna staying not far from him, "O wretch amongst the Panchalas, I shall today dispatch thee to Yama. The sin thou hast committed before by slaying Drona will fill thee today with regret, to thy great evil, if thou stayest in battle without being protected by Patha, or if thou dost not fly away, O fool, I tell thee truly." Thus addressed, the valiant Drishthadhyumna replied, saying, "That same sword of mine which answered thy sire, resolutely engaged in battle, will today answer the speech of thine. If Drona could be slain by me, O thou that art a Brahmana in name only, why should I not then, putting forth my prowess, slay thee also in battle today?" Having said these words, the wrathful commander of the Pandava forces, viz., the son of Prishata, pierced Drona's son with a keen arrow. Then Drona's son, filled with great rage, shrouded every side of Drishthadhyumna, O king, in that battle, with straight arrows. Shrouded with thousands of arrows, neither the welkin, nor the points of the compass, nor the combatants all around, could, O monarch, be any longer seen. Similarly, the son of Prishata, O king, shrouded Drona's son, their tournament of battle, with arrows, in the very sight of Karna. The son of Radha, too, O monarch, singly resisted the Panchalas and the Pandavas and their 5 sons of Draupadi and Yadamanu and the mighty car warrior Satyaki, in consequence of which feat he became the cynosure of all eyes. Then Drishthadhyumna in that battle cut off the very tough and formidable bow of Drona's son, as also all his arrows resembling snakes of virulent poison. Drona's son, however, with his arrows, destroyed within the twinkling of an eye the bow, the dart, the mace, the standard, the steeds, the driver, and the car of Prishata's son. Bowless and carless and steedless and driverless, the son of Prishata then took up a huge scimitar and a blazing shield decked with 100 moons. Endued with great lightness of hand, and possessed of mighty weapons, that mighty car warrior, viz., the heroic son of Drona, O king, quickly cut off, in that battle, with many broad-headed arrows, those weapons also of Drishthadhyumna before the latter could come down from his car. All this seemed exceedingly wonderful. The mighty car warrior Ashvatthama, however, though struggling vigorously, could not, O chief of the Bharatas, slay the carless and steedless and bowless Drishthadhyumna, although pierced and exceedingly mangled with many arrows. When, therefore, O king, the son of Drona, found that he could not slay his enemy with arrows, he laid aside his bow and quickly proceeded towards the son of Brishata. The impetuosity of that Hysud one, as he rushed towards his foe, resembled that of Garuda swooping down for seizing a large snake. Meanwhile Madhava, addressing Arjuna, said, "Behold, O Partha, how the son of Drona is rushing with great speed towards the car of Prashata's son. Without doubt, he will slay the prince. O mighty armed one, O crusher of foes, rescue the son of Prashata, who is now within the jaws of Drona's son as if within the jaws of death himself." Having said these words, the valiant Vasudeva urged the steeds towards that spot where Drona's son was. Those steeds, of the splendor of the moon, urged by Keshava, proceeded towards the car of Drona's son, devouring the very skies. Beholding those two of great energy, viz., Krishna and Dhananjaya, coming towards him, the mighty Ashvatthama made great efforts for slaying Drishthadhyumna soon. Seeing Drishthadhyumna dragged, O ruler of men, by his enemy, the mighty Partha sped many arrows at the son of Drona. Those arrows, decked with gold and sped from Gandiva, approached the son of Drona and pierced him deeply like snakes penetrating into an ant-hill. Thus pierced with those terrible arrows, the valiant son of Drona, O king, abandoned the Panchala prince of immeasurable energy. Indeed, the hero, thus afflicted with Dhananjaya's shafts, mounted on his car, and taking up his own excellent bow, began to pierce Partha with many shafts. Meanwhile, the heroic Sahadeva, O ruler of men, bore away on his car the son of Prashata, that scorcher of foes. Arjuna then, O king, pierced Drona's son with many arrows. Filled with rage, Drona's son struck Arjuna in the arms and the chest. Thus provoked, Partha, in that battle, sped at Drona's son, a long shaft that resembled a second rod of death, or rather, death himself. That arrow of great splendor fell upon the shoulder of the Brahmana hero. Exceedingly agitated, O monarch, in that battle, by the violence of the stroke, he sat down on the terrace of his car and swooned away. Then Karna, O monarch, shook his bow Vijaya and, filled with rage, repeatedly eyed Arjuna in that battle, desiring a single combat with him. Meanwhile the driver of Drona's son, beholding the latter senseless, quickly bore him away on his car from the field of battle. Beholding Prashata's son rescued and Drona's son afflicted, the Panchalas, O king, expectant of victory, began to utter loud shouts. Thousands of sweet instruments began to be sounded. Seeing such wonderful feats in battle, the combatants uttered leonine roars. Having achieved that feat, Partha addressed Vasudeva, saying, "Proceed, O Krishna, towards the Samsaptakas, for this is greatly desired by me." Hearing those words of Bandu's son, he of Dasha's race proceeded on that car graced with many banners and whose speed resembled that of the wind or the mind. 60. Sanjaya said, "Meanwhile Krishna, pointing out King Yudhishthira the just, and Kunti's son Partha, addressed him in these words, 'Yonder, O son of Pandu, your brother, Yudhishthira, is being pursued by many mighty and great bowmen amongst the Dharashtras, all inspired with a desire of slaughtering him. The mighty Panchalas, difficult of defeat in battle, are proceeding after the Hysud Yudhishthira from desire of rescuing him. Yonder, Duryodhana, O Partha, the king of the whole world, clad in mail and accompanied by a large car force, is pursuing the Pandava king. Impelled by the desire of slaughtering his rival, the mighty Duryodhana, O tiger among men, is pursuing him, accompanied by his brothers, the touch of whose weapons is as fatal as that of poisonous snakes and who are all conversant with every mode of warfare. Those Dhritarashtra elephants and horses and car warriors and foot soldiers are advancing to seize Yudhishthira like poor men after a precious gem. Behold, checked by Satyaki and Bhima, they have again been stupefied, like the Daityas, that desired to take away the Amrita, made motionless by Sakra and Agni. The mighty car warriors of the Kuru army, however, in consequence of the vastness of their numbers, are again proceeding towards Yudhishthira like a vast quantity of water in the season of rains rushing towards the ocean. Those mighty bowmen are uttering leonine roars, blowing their conchs, and shaking their bows. I regard Kunti's son Yudhishthira, thus brought under the influence of Duryodhana, to be already within the jaws of death or already poured as a libation on the sacrificial fire. The army of Dhritarashtra's son, O Pandava, is arrayed and equipped duly. Sakra himself, coming within the range of its arrows, can scarcely escape. Who will in battle bear the impetuosity of the heroic Duryodhana, who shoots showers of arrows with the greatest celerity and who, when angry, resembles the destroyer himself? The force of the heroic Duryodhana's shafts, or Drona's sons or Kripa's or Karna's would break down the very mountains. That scorcher of foes, viz., King Yudhishthira, was once compelled by Karna to turn his back upon the field. The son of Radha is endued with great might and great lightness of hand. Possessed of great skill, he is accomplished in battle. He is competent to afflict the eldest son of Pandu in fight, especially when he is united with the mighty and brave son of Dhritarashtra. Of rigid vows, when the son of Pritha, Yudhishthira, had been engaged in battle with all those warriors, other great car warriors had struck him and contributed to his defeat. The king, O best of the Bharatas, is exceedingly emaciated in consequence of his fasts. He is endued with Brahm force, but the puissant one is not endued with much of Kshatriya might. Assailed, however, by Kana, the royal son of Pandu, Yudhishthira, that scorcher of foes, hath been placed in a situation of great peril. I think, O Partha, that King Yudhishthira has fallen. Indeed, since that chastiser of foes, the wrathful Bhimasena, coolly heareth the leonine roars of the frequently shouting Dhritarashtra's longing for victory and blowing their conchs, I think, O bull among men, that Pandu's son Yudhishthira is dead. Yonder Karna urges forward the mighty car warriors of the Dhritarashtras towards the son of Pritha with the weapons called Stunakarna, Indrasjaha and Pasupata, and with clubs and other weapons. The king, O Bharata, must be deeply afflicted and exceedingly weakened, because the Bankalas and the Pandavas, those foremost of all wielders of weapons, are seen to proceed with great speed towards him at a time when speed is of the highest moment, like strong men rushing to the rescue of a person sinking in a bottomless sea. The king's standard is no longer visible. It has probably been struck down by Karna with his shafts. In the very sight of the twins, O Partha, and of Satyaki and Shikandi, and Drishtadama and Bhima and Satnaka, O Lord, as also of all the Bankalas and the Siddhas, O Bharata, yonder Karna is destroying the Pandava division with his arrows, like an elephant destroying an assemblage of lotuses. There, those car warriors of thy army, O son of Pandu, are flying away. See, O Partha, how those great warriors are retreating. Those elephants, O Bharata, assailed by Karna in battle, are flying away in all directions, uttering cries of pain. Those crowds of car warriors, rooted in battle, O Partha, by Karna, that crusher of foes, are flying away in all directions. Behold, O Partha, that foremost of standards, of the suitor's son, on his car, bearing the device of the elephant's rope, is seen to move all over the field. There, the son of Radha is now rushing against Bhimasena, scattering hundreds of shafts as he proceeds and slaughtering by army therewith. There, those mighty Ka warriors of the Pankulas are being routed by Kana, even as the Daityas had been routed by Sakra in dreadful battle. There, Kana, having vanquished the Pankulas, the Pandas, and the Srinjayas, is casting his eyes on all sides, I think, for seeking thee. Behold, O Patha, Kana, as he beautifully draws his foremost of bows, looketh exceedingly beautiful even as Sakra in the midst of the celestials, after vanquishing his foes. The Kauravas, beholding the prowess of Kana, are roaring and inspiring the Pandas and the Srinjayas with fear on every side. There, Kana himself, terrifying the Pandas with his whole soul, in dreadful battle, is addressing all the troops, O giver of honours, saying, Blessed be ye, advance, ye Kauravas, and rush with such speed that no Srinjaya may, in this battle escape with life. United together, to this all of you. As regards ourselves, we will follow behind you. Saying these words, he is advancing behind his troops, scattering his shafts. Behold Kana, adorned with his white umbrella in this battle and looking like the Udaya hills adorned by the moon, with his beautiful umbrella of 100 ribs, resembling the moon in full, held over his head. O Bharata, in this battle, Kana, O Prince, is casting his glances after thee. Without doubt, he will, in this battle, come hither, with great speed. Behold him, O mighty armed one, as he shaketh his formidable bow and shooteth, in this dreadful battle, his shafts resembling snakes of virulent poison. There, the son of Radha turneth towards this direction, beholding thy banner bearing the ape, and desiring, O Patha, an encounter with thee, O scorcher of foes. Indeed, he cometh for his own destruction, even like an insect into the mouth of a lamp. Wrathful and brave, he is ever engaged in the good of Dhritarashtra's son. Of wicked understanding, he is always unable to put up with thee. Beholding Kana alone and unsupported, Dhritarashtra's son, O Bharata, turneth towards him with great resolution, accompanied by his car force, for protecting him. Let that wicked Sutwan, along with all those allies of his, be slain by thee, putting forth thy vigour, from desire of winning fame, kingdom and happiness. Both of you are endued with great strength. Both of you are possessed of great celebrity. When encountering each other in battle, O Patha, like a celestial and a Danava in the great battle between the gods and the Asuras, let all the Kauravas behold thy prowess. Beholding thee filled with great rage and Kana also excited to fury, O bull of Bharata's race, Duryodhana in wrath will not be able to do anything. Remembering thyself to be of purified soul, O bull of Bharata's race, and remembering also that the son of Radha harboureth a great animosity for the virtuous Yudhishthira, achieve that, O son of Kunti, which should now be achieved. Righteously setting thy heart on battle, advance against that leader of Ka warriors. There, 500 foremost of Ka warriors, O thou best of Ka warriors, that are endued with great might and fierce energy, and 5,000 elephants, and twice as many horses, and innumerable foot soldiers, all united together, O son of Kunti, and protecting one another, O hero, are advancing against thee. Show thyself, of thy own will, unto that great bowman, viz., the Suta's son. Advance, O bull of Bharata's race, towards him with great speed. There, Kana, filled with great wrath, is rushing against the Pankulas. I see his standard approaching towards the car of Drishtadama. I think he will exterminate the Pankulas. I will tell thee, O bull of Bharata's race, some good news, O Patha. King Yudhishthira the just is living. There, the mighty armed Bhima, having returned, is stationed at the head of the army, supported by the Srinjayas and by Satyaki, O Bharata. There, the Kauravas are being slaughtered with keen shafts by Bhimasena, O son of Kunti, and the high-sued Pankalas. The troops of Dhritarashtra's son, with their faces turned from the field, and with blood streaming down from their wounds, are speedily flying away from battle, struck by Bhima with his shafts. Bathed in blood, the Bharata army, O chief of Bharata's race, presents an exceedingly cheerless aspect like that of the earth when divested of crops. Behold, O son of Kunti, Bhimasena, that foremost of combatants, filled with rage like a snake of virulent poison, and engaged in routing their Kaurava host. Yellow and red and black and white banners, adorned with stars and moons and suns, as also many umbrellas, O Arjuna, lie scattered about. Made of gold or silver or brass and other metals, standards are lying about, and elephants and steeds also, scattered all over the field. There, those car warriors are falling from their cars, deprived of life by the unreturning Pankalas with shafts of diverse kinds. Though the Pankalas of great speed, O Dhananjaya, are rushing against the riderless Dhritarashtra elephants and steeds and cars. Reckless of their very lives, O chastiser of foes, those warriors, difficult of defeat in battle aided by the might of Bhimasena, are crushing, O tiger among men, the hostile force. There, the Pankalas are uttering loud roars and blowing their conchs as they are rushing against their foes and crushing them with their shafts in battle. Behold their great energy and power. Through sheer valor, the Pankalas are slaughtering the Dhritarashtras like angry lions slaying elephants. Unarmed, they are snatching the weapons of their armed foes, and with those weapons thus snatched, they are slaying their foes that are effectual smiters, and uttering loud roars. The heads and arms of their foes are being struck off and felled on the field. The Pankala cars and elephants and horses are all worthy of the highest praise. Like swans of great speed leaving the Manas lake and rushing into the Ganga, the Pankalas are rushing against the Kauravas, and every part of the vast Dhritarashtra force is assailed by them. Like bulls resisting bulls, the heroic Kripa and Karna and other leaders are putting forth all their valor for resisting the Pankalas. The Pankala heroes, headed by Drishtadama, are slaying thousands of their foes, viz., the great car warriors of the Dhritarashtra army already sinking in the ocean of Bhima's weapons. Beholding the Pankalas overwhelmed by their foes, the fearless son of the wind god, assailing the hostile force, is shooting his shafts and uttering loud roars. The greater portion of the vast Dhritarashtra army has become exceedingly frightened. Behold, those elephants, pierced by Bhima with his cloth-yard shafts, are falling down like mountain summits riven by the thunderbolt of Indra. There, those huge elephants, deeply pierced with the straight shafts of Bhimasena, are flying away, crushing their own ranks. Dost thou not recognize the unbearable leonine shouts, O Arjuna, of the terribly roaring Bhimasena, inspired with desire of victory in battle? There, the prince of the Nishadas, filled with rage, is coming against the son of Pandu, on his foremost of elephants, from desire of slaying him with his lances, even like destroyer himself armed with his bludgeon. Struck by Bhima with 10 keen cloth-yard shafts endued with the splendor of the fire or the sun, the 2 arms of the roaring prince, with lances in grasp, are lopped off. Slaying the prince, Bhima proceedeth against other elephants looking like masses of blue clouds and ridden by riders guiding them with skill. Behold those riders striking Vrikadara with darts and lances in profusion. Slaying with his keen shafts those elephants, 7 at a time. Their triumphal standards also, O Partha, were cut down by thy elder brother. As regards those other elephants, each of them is being slain with 10 shafts by him. The shouts of the Dhritarashtras are no longer heard, now that Bhima, O bull of Bharata's race, who is equal to Purandara himself, is engaged in battle. Full 3 Akshayinis of Duryodhana's soldiers had been assembled together, in front of Bhima. They have all been checked by that lion among men, Bhimasena, in wrath. Sanjaya continued, behold that feat, difficult of accomplishment, achieved by Bhimasena. Arjuna, with his keen shafts, destroyed the remnant of his foes. The mighty Samsaktakas, O Lord, slaughtered in battle and routed by Arjuna, fled away in all directions, overcome with fear. Many amongst them that fell became the guests of Shakra and attained to great happiness. As regards Partha, that tiger among men, he continued, with his straight shafts, to slaughter the Dhritarashtra host consisting of 4 kinds of forces. 61. Dhritarashtra said, when Bhima and Pandu's son Yudhishthira were engaged in battle, when my troops were being slaughtered by the Pandus and the Srinjayas, when, indeed, my vast army being broken and routed repeatedly became cheerless, tell me, O Sanjaya, what the Kauravas did. Sanjaya said, beholding the mighty armed Bhima, the Suta's son of great valor, with eyes red in wrath, O king, rushed towards him. Seeing thy army fly away from Bhimasena, the mighty Karna, O king, rallied it with great efforts. The mighty armed Karna, having rallied thy son's host, proceeded against the Pandavas, those heroes difficult of defeat in battle. The great warriors of the Pandavas also, shaking their bows and shooting their shafts, proceeded against the son of Radha, Bhimasena, and the grandson of Sani, and Shikhandi and Janimjaya, and Drishthadima of great strength, and all the Prabhadrakas, and those tigers among men, the Panchalas, filled with rage and inspired with desire of victory, rushed in that battle from every side against thy army. Similarly, the great warriors of thy army, O king, quickly proceeded against the Pandava host, desirous of slaughtering it. Teeming with cars and elephants and horses, and abounding with foot soldiers and standards, the 2 armies then, O tiger among men, assumed a wonderful aspect. Shikhandi proceeded against Karna, and Drishthadima proceeded against thy son Dushasana, accompanied by a large force. Nakula proceeded against Vrishasana, while Yudhishthira against Citrasana. Sahadeva, O king, in that battle, proceeded against Heluka. Satyaki proceeded against Shakuni, and the sons of Draupadi against the other Kauravas. The mighty warrior Ashvatthama proceeded, with great care, against Tarjana. Sharadvata's son Kripa proceeded against the mighty bowman Yadamanyu, while Kritavama of great strength proceeded against Uttamua. The mighty armed Bhimasena, O sire, alone and unsupported, resisted all the Kuras and thy sons at the head of their division. The slayer of Bhishma, Shikhandi, then, O monarch, with his winged arrows, resisted Karna, careering fearlessly in that battle. Held in check, Karna then, his lips trembling in rage, assailed Shikhandi with 3 arrows in the midst of his eyebrows. With those 3 arrows sticking on his forehead, Shikhandi looked highly beautiful like a silver mountain with 3 elevated crests. Deeply pierced by the Suta's son in that encounter, the mighty bowman Shikhandi pierced Karna, in return, with 90 keen shafts. The mighty warrior Karna then, slaying Shikhandi's steeds and next his driver with 3 arrows, cut off his standard with a razor-faced arrow. That mighty warrior then, that scorcher of foes, filled with rage, jumped down from his steedless car and hurled a dart at Karna. Cutting off that dart with 3 shafts in that encounter, Karna then, O Bharata, pierced Shikhandi with 9 keen arrows. Avoiding then the shafts sped from Karna's bow, that best of men, Shikhandi, exceedingly mangled, retreated speedily from that spot. Then Karna, O monarch, began to scatter the troops of the Pandavas, like a mighty wind scattering a heap of cotton. Meanwhile Drishthadima, O monarch, afflicted by thy son, pierced Dushasana, in return, with 3 arrows in the center of the chest. Then Dushasana, O sire, pierced his assailant's left arm with a broad-headed shaft, sharp and straight and equipped with wings of gold. Thus pierced, Drishthadumna, filled with wrath and the desire to retaliate, sped a terrible shaft, O Bharata, at Dushasana. Thy son, however, O king, with 3 shafts of his, cut off that impetuous arrow sped by Drishthadumna as it coursed towards him. Approaching Drishthadumna then, he struck him in the arms and the chest with 17 other broad-headed shafts adorned with gold. Thereat Brishata's son, filled with rage, cut off Dushasana's bow, O sire, with a sharp razor-headed arrow, at which all the troops there uttered a loud shout. Taking up then another bow, thy son, as if smiling, held Drishthadumna in check with showers of arrows from every side. Beholding the prowess of that high-souled son of thine, the combatants, as also the Siddhas and the Apsaras, became all filled with wonder. We then saw the mighty Drishthadumna thus assailed by Dushasana to resemble a huge elephant, held in check by a lion. Then many Bankalaka warriors and elephants and horses, O elder brother of Pandu, desirous of rescuing the commander of the Pandava army, encompassed thy son. The battle that commenced, O scorcher of foes, between thy warriors and the enemy, presented as frightful a sight as that which may be seen at the destruction of all creatures at the end of the Yuga. Vrishasana, staying by the side of his father, having pierced Nakula with 5 arrows made wholly of iron, pierced him once again with 3 other arrows. The heroic Nakula then, as if smiling, deeply pierced Vrishasana in the chest with a cloth-yard shaft of great keenness. Thus pierced by his mighty foe, that scorcher of foes, viz. Vrishasana, pierced his assailant with 20 arrows and was himself pierced by him with 5. Then those 2 bulls among men shrouded each other with thousands of arrows, at which the divisions that supported them broke. Beholding the troops of Dhritarashtra's son flying away, the Suta's son, following them, O king, began to forcibly stop them. After Karna had gone away, Nakula proceeded against the Kauravas. Karna's son also, avoiding Nakula, proceeded quickly, O sire, to where his father, the son of Radha, was for protecting his car wheel. The angry Eluka was held in check by Sahadeva. Having slain his 4 steeds, the valiant Sahadeva then dispatched his foe's driver to the abode of the armor. Eluka then, that delighter of his father, jumping down from his car, O king, quickly proceeded and entered the division of the Trigartas. Satyaki, having pierced Shakuni with 20 keen arrows, easily cut off the standard of Sabala's son with a broad-headed arrow. The valiant son of Sabala, filled with rage, O king, in that encounter, pierced Satyaki's armor and then cut off his golden standard. Then Satyaki pierced him in return with many keen arrows, and struck his driver, O monarch, with 3 arrows. With great speed then, he dispatched with other shafts the steeds of Shakuni to Yama's abode. Speedily alighting then, O bull among men, from his car, Shakuni, that mighty car warrior, quickly ascended the car of Eluka. The latter then bore away with great speed his father from Sini's grandson, that warrior skilled in battle. Then Satyaki, O king, rushed in that battle against thy army with great impetuosity, at which that army broke. Shrouded with the arrows of Sini's grandson, thy army, O monarch, fled away on all sides with great speed, and fell down deprived of life. Thy son resisted Bhimasena in that battle. In a trice Bhima made that ruler of men steedless and driverless and carless and standardless, at which their Pandava troops became highly glad. Then thy son, O king, went away from Bhimasena's presence. The whole Kuru army, at this, rushed against Bhimasena. Tremendous became the din made by those combatants inspired with a desire of slaying Bhimasena. Yadamanu, piercing Kripa, quickly cut off his bow. Then Kripa, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, taking up another bow, felled Yadamani's standard and driver and umbrella on the earth. At this, the mighty car warrior Yadamani retreated on his car, driving it himself. Yatamur covered the terrible son of Hridika, endued with terrible prowess, with a thick shower of arrows like a cloud pouring torrents of rain on a mountain. The battle between them, O scorcher of foes, became so awful that it's like, O monarch, I had never seen before. Then Gritavama, O king, in that encounter, suddenly pierced Utamur in the chest, at which the latter sat down on the terrace of his car. His driver then bore away that foremost of car warriors. Then the whole Kuru army rushed at Bhimasena, Dushasana and Sabala's son, encompassing the son of Bandu with a large elephant force, began to strike him with small arrows. Then Bhima, causing the wrathful Duryodhana to turn his back on the field by means of hundreds of arrows, quickly rushed towards that elephant force. Beholding that elephant force advance impetuously against him, Vrikadara became filled with great rage and invoked his celestial weapons. And he began to strike elephants with elephants like Indra striking the Asuras. While engaged in slaughtering those elephants, Vrikadara, in that battle, covered the welkin with his shafts like myriads of insects covering the fire. Like the wind-scattering masses of clouds, Bhima quickly scattered and destroyed crowds of elephants united together in thousands. Covered all over with networks of gold, as also with many gems, the elephants looked exceedingly beautiful in that battle like clouds charged with lightning. Slaughtered by Bhima, those elephants, O king, began to fly away. Some amongst them, with their hearts pierced, fell down on the earth. With those fallen and failing elephants adorned with gold, the earth looked beautiful there, as if strewn with broken mountains. With the fallen elephant warriors of blazing resplendence and adorned with gems, the earth looked beautiful as if strewn with planets of exhausted merit. Then elephants, with their temples, frontal globes, and trunks deeply pierced, fled in hundreds in that battle, afflicted with the shafts of Bhimasena. Some amongst them, huge as hills, afflicted with fear and vomiting blood, ran away, their limbs mangled with arrows, and looked on that account like mountains with liquid metals running down their sides. People then beheld the two arms of Bhima, resembling two mighty snakes, smeared with sandal paste and other pounded unguents, continually employed in drawing the bow. Hearing the sound of his bowstring and palms that resembled the peal of thunder, those elephants, ejecting urine and excreta, ran away in fear. The feats of the single-handed Bhima of great intelligence, on that occasion, shone like those of Rudra himself, while engaged in destroying all creatures. 62. Sanjaya said, the handsome Arjuna then, on that foremost car of his, unto which were yoked white steeds, and which was urged by Narayana himself, appeared on the scene. Like the tempest agitating the ocean, Vijaya, O foremost of kings, in that battle, agitated that host of thine teeming with horsemen. When the white-steeded Arjuna was otherwise engaged, thy son Duryodhana, filled with rage and surrounded by half his troops, approached suddenly, and encompassed the advancing Yudhishthira, inspired with a desire of revenge. The Kuru king then pierced the son of Pandu with 73 razor-headed arrows. At this, Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, became inflamed with ire, and quickly struck thy son with 30 broad-headed arrows. The Kaurava troops then rushed impetuously for seizing Yudhishthira. Understanding the wicked intentions of the enemy, the great warriors of the Pandava army, uniting together, rushed towards Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, for rescuing him. Indeed, Nakula and Sahadeva and Drishthadama, the son of Prishata, surrounded by a full Ikshwaini of troops, thus proceeded towards Yudhishthira. Bhimasena also, in that battle, crushing the great warriors of thy army, proceeded towards the king surrounded by foes. Karna, otherwise called Vaikatana, O king, shooting dense showers of arrows, checked, single-handed, all those mighty bowmen thus advancing to the rescue. Though they shot dense showers of arrows and hurled innumerable lances, fighting with determination, yet they were unable even to look at the son of Radha. Indeed, the son of Radha, that master of all weapons offensive and defensive, by shooting dense showers of shafts checked all those great bowmen. The high Sahadeva, however, quickly approaching the spot where Duryodhana was, and invoking without loss of time a celestial weapon, pierced Duryodhana with 20 arrows. Thus pierced by Sahadeva, the Kuru king, covered with blood, looked beautiful, like a huge elephant of split temples. Beholding thy son deeply pierced with many arrows of great energy, that foremost of Ka warriors, viz., the son of Radha, filled with rage, rushed to that spot. Seeing Duryodhana reduced to that plight, Karna, invoking his weapons quickly, began to slaughter the troops of Yudhishthira and Prashata's son. Thus slaughtered by the high Karna, Yudhishthira's troops, O king, afflicted with the arrows of the Suta's son, soon fled away. Showers of shafts fell together. Indeed, those sped subsequently from the bow of the Suta's son touched with their heads the wings of those sped before. In consequence of those falling showers of shafts, O monarch, colliding with one another, a conflagration seemed to blaze forth in the welkin. Soon Karna shrouded the 10 points of the compass, O king, with arrows capable of piercing the bodies of foes, as if with advancing flights of locusts. Displaying the highest weapons, Karna began to wave with great force his 2 arms smeared with red sandal paste and adorned with jewels and gold. Then stupefying all sides, O king, with his shafts, Karna deeply afflicted Yudhishthira the just. Filled with rage at this, Dharma's son Yudhishthira struck Karna with 50 keen shafts. In consequence then of the darkness caused by those showers of arrows, the battle became awful to look at. Loud cries of woe arose from among thy troops, O monarch, whilst they were being slaughtered by Dharma's son, O sire, with diverse kinds of keen shafts equipped with canker feathers and whetted on stone, with numerous broad-headed arrows, and with diverse kinds of darts and swords and clubs. Thither where Pandu's son of virtuous soul cast his eyes with the desire of producing evil, thither thy army broke, O bull of Bharata's race. Inflamed with great rage, Karna also, of immeasurable soul, inspired with a desire of retaliating, his face flushed in anger, rushed in that battle against Pandu's son, King Yudhishthira the Just, shooting cloth-yard shafts and crescent-shaped arrows, and those equipped with heads like the calf's tooth. Yudhishthira also pierced him with many whetted arrows equipped with wings of gold. As if smiling the while, Karna pierced the royal son of Pandu in the chest with 3 broad-headed arrows, whetted on stone, and equipped with canker feathers. Deeply afflicted therewith, King Yudhishthira the Just, sitting down on the terrace of his car, ordered his driver to retreat. Thereupon all the Dhritarashtras, with their king, set up a loud shout, saying, "Seize! Seize!" And all of them then pursued their Pandava king. Then 1,700 Kakai troops, skilled in smiting, united with a body of the Bankala troops, O king, checked the Dhritarashtras. During the progress of that fierce and terrible battle, Duryodhana and Bhima, those 2 warriors endued with great might, encountered each other. 63. Sanjaya said, meanwhile Karna also began, with his arrowy showers, to afflict the mighty Ka warriors of the Kayakayas, viz., those great bowmen that stood before him. Indeed, the son of Radha dispatched to Yama's abode full 500 of those warriors that were employed in checking him in that battle. Beholding the son of Radha to be irresistible in that battle, those warriors, afflicted with the arrows of their assailant, repaired to the presence of Bhimsena, breaking that car force into many parts by means of his arrows. Karna, singly and riding on that same car of his, pursued Yudhishthira, who then, exceedingly mangled with arrows and almost insensible, was proceeding slowly for reaching the Pandava encampment with Nakula and Sahadeva on his two sides. Having approached the king, the Suta's son, from desire of doing good to Duryodhana, pierced the son of Pandu with 3 formidable arrows. In return, the king pierced Radha's son in the centre of the chest and then his driver with 3 shafts. Then those 2 scorchers of foes, viz., the twin sons of Madri, those 2 protectors of Yudhishthira's car wheels, rushed towards Karna so that the latter might not succeed in slaying the king. Then Nakula and Sahadeva, both shooting showers of shafts with great care, covered the son of Radha therewith. The valiant son of the Suta, however, in return, pierced those 2 high chastisers of foes with 2 broad-headed arrows of great sharpness. The son of Radha then slew Yudhishthira's excellent steeds, white as ivory and fleet as the mind, and having black hair in their tails. Then, smiling the while, the Suta's son, that great bowman, with another broad-headed shaft, felled the headgear of Kunti's son. Similarly, the valiant Karna, having slain the steeds of Nakula, cut off the car shafts and bow of that intelligent son of Madri. Those 2 steedless and carless sons of Pandu, those 2 brothers, thereupon ascended the car of Sahadeva. Beholding those 2 brothers made carless, that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., their maternal uncle, the ruler of the Madras, moved by compassion, addressed the son of Radha and said, "Thou art to fight today with Britha's son Fulgana. Why dost thou then, with rage inflamed to such a pitch, battle with Dharma's royal son? Thou art suffering thy weapons to be exhausted. Thy own armor is being weakened, with thy shafts reduced, and without quivers, with thy driver and steeds fatigued, and thyself mangled by foes with weapons. When thou wilt approach Patha, O son of Radha, thou wilt be an object of derision and mirth." Through thus addressed by the ruler of the Madras, Karna, still filled with rage, continued to assail Yudhishthira in battle. And he continued to pierce the 2 sons of Madri by Pandu with many keen arrows. Smiling the while, by means of his shafts, he made Yudhishthira turn his face from the battle. Then Sholya, laughing, once more said unto Karna, as the latter, excited with great wrath and resolved upon Yudhishthira's destruction, stood on his car, these words, "Him for whose sake Dhritarashtra's son always honours thee, slay that Patha, O son of Radha. What wouldst thou gain by slaying Yudhishthira? The 2 Krishnas are blowing their conchs, whose loud blare is being heard. The twang also of Arjuna's bow is being heard, like the roar of the clouds in the season of rains. There, Arjuna, striking down the foremost of our car warriors with his arrowy downpours, is devouring all our troops. Behold him, O Gana, in this battle. The 2 that are protecting his rear are Yadamanyu and Uttamur. The brave Satyaki is protecting his left wheel, and Drishtadama is protecting his right wheel. There, Bhimsena is fighting with the royal son of Dhritarashtra. Act in such way, O son of Radha, that Bhima may not be able to slay the king today in the sight of us all, that the king may, indeed, escape him. Behold, Duryodhana is brought under the power of Bhimsena, their tournament of battle. Approaching, if thou canst rescue him, it will, indeed, be a very wonderful feat. Going thither, rescue the king, for a great peril has overtaken him. What wilt thou gain by slaying the sons of Madri, O King Yudhishthira?" Hearing these words of Sholya, O Lord of earth, and beholding Duryodhana overpowered by Bhima in that dreadful battle, the valiant son of Radha, thus urged by the words of Sholya and exceedingly desirous of rescuing the king, left Ajatasattu to ruin the twin sons of Madri by Pandu, and rushed for rescuing thy son. He was borne by his steeds that were fleet as birds and that were urged by the ruler of the Madras. After Karna had gone away, Kunti's son Yudhishthira retreated, borne, O sire, by the fleet steeds of Sahadeva, with his twin brothers accompanying him, that ruler of men, quickly repairing in shame to the Pandava camp, his body exceedingly mangled with shafts, alighted from the car and hastily sat down on an excellent bed. The arrows then being extracted from his body, the royal son of Pandu, his heart exceedingly afflicted with sorrows that, addressed his two brothers, viz., those two mighty car warriors, the sons of Madri, saying, Repair quickly to the division of Bhimasena. Roaring like a cloud, Vrikadara is engaged in battle. Riding another car, Nakula, that Balaman car warriors, and Sahadeva of great energy, those two brothers, those two crushers of foes, both endued with great might, then proceeded towards Bhima, borne by steeds of the utmost fleetness. Indeed, the brothers having together repaired to Bhimasena's division, shook up their places there. 64. Sanjaya said, Meanwhile Drona's son, surrounded by a large car force, O king, suddenly proceeded to that spot where Patha was. Like the continent withstanding the surging ocean, the heroic Partha having Sorin, Krishna, for his helpmate withstood the impetuously rushing Ashvatthama. Then, O monarch, the valiant son of Drona, filled with rage, covered both Arjuna and Vasudeva with his shafts. Beholding the two Krishnas shrouded with arrows, the great car warriors of the Pandava army, as also the Kurus that witnessed it, wondered exceedingly. Then Arjuna, as if smiling, invoked into existence his celestial weapon. The Brahmana Ashvatthama, however, O Bharata, baffled that weapon in that battle. Indeed, all those weapons that Arjuna sped from desire of slaying the son of Drona were baffled by the latter, that great bowman, in that encounter. During the progress of that awful encounter of weapons, O king, we beheld the son of Drona to resemble the destroyer himself, with gaping mouth. Having covered all the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary, with straight arrows, he pierced Vasudeva with 3 arrows in the right arm. Then Arjuna, slaying all the steeds of his high-souled assailant, caused the earth in that battle to be covered with a river of blood that was exceedingly awful, that led towards the other world, and that had divers kinds of creatures floating on it. All the spectators beheld a large number of car warriors along with their cars, belonging to the division of Ashvatthama, slain and destroyed by means of the arrow sped from Partha's bow. Ashvatthama also, slaying his enemies, caused a terrible river of blood to flow that led to Yama's domains. During the progress of that fierce and awful battle between Drona's son and Partha, the combatants fought without showing any regard for one another, and rushed hither and thither. In consequence of cars having their steeds and drivers slain, and steeds having their riders slain, and elephants having their riders and guides slain, an awful carnage, O king, was made by Partha in that battle. Car warriors, deprived of life with shafts sped from Partha's bow, fell down. Steeds, freed from their trappings, ran hither and thither. Beholding those feats of Partha, their tournament of battle, that valiant son of Drona quickly approached the former, that foremost of victorious men, shook his formidable bow decked with gold, and then pierced him from every side with many sharp arrows. Once more bending the bow, O king, the son of Drona cruelly struck Arjuna, aiming at the chest, with a winged arrow. Deeply pierced by Drona's son, O Bharata, in that encounter, the wielder of Gandhiva, that hero of great intelligence, forcibly covered the son of Drona with showers of arrows, and then cut off his bow. His bow cut off Drona's son then, taking up a spiked mace whose touch resembled that of thunders, hurled it, in that encounter, at the diadem-decked Arjuna. The son of Pandu, however, O king, as if smiling the while, suddenly cut off that spiked mace decked with gold, as it advanced towards him. Thus cut off with Partha's shafts, it fell down on the earth, like a mountain, O king, broken into pieces, struck with the thunderbolt. Filled with rage at this, Drona's son, that great car warrior, began to cover Vatsu, aided by the energy of the Indra weapon. Beholding that shower of arrows spread over the welkin through the Indra weapon, Partha, endued with great activity, O king, taking up his bow Gandiva, and fixing on his bowstring a mighty weapon created by Indra, destroyed that Indra shower of arrows. Having baffled that arrowy shower caused by the Indra weapon, Partha soon covered the car of Drona's son with his own arrows. The son of Drona, however, overwhelmed with Partha's shafts, penetrated through the shower of arrows shot by the son of Pandu, and approaching the latter, invoked a mighty weapon and suddenly pierced Krishna with 100 shafts and Arjuna with 300 small arrows. Then Arjuna pierced the son of his preceptor with 100 arrows in all his vital limbs. And then he poured many arrows on the steeds and driver and the bowstring of Drona's son in the very sight of thy warriors. Having pierced Drona's son in every vital part, Pandu's son, that slayer of hostile heroes, then felled his adversary's driver from the Karnish with a broad-headed arrow. Drona's son, however, himself taking up the reins, covered Krishna with many arrows. The activity of prowess that we then beheld in Drona's son was exceedingly wonderful, since he guided his steeds while he fought with Falguni. That feat of his in battle, O king, was applauded by all the warriors. Then Vatsu, otherwise called Jaya, smiling the while, quickly cut off the traces of Ashvatthama's steeds in that battle, with a razor-faced arrow. Already afflicted by the energy of Arjuna's shafts, the steeds of Drona's son thereupon ran away. Then a loud noise arose from thy troops, O Bharata. Meanwhile the Pandavas, having obtained the victory, and desiring to improve it, rushed against thy troops, shooting from all sides sharp arrows at them. The vast Tarishta host, then, O king, was repeatedly broken by the heroic Pandavas inspired with desire of victory, in the very sight, O monarch, of thy sons, conversant with all modes of warfare, and of Shakuni the son of Sabala, and of Karna, O king. Thou sought to be stopped, O king, by thy sons, that great army, afflicted on all sides, stayed not on the field. Indeed, a confusion set in among the vast terrified host of thy son in consequence of many warriors flying away on all sides. The Suta's son loudly cried out, saying, Stay, stay. But thy army, slaughtered by many high-souled warriors, did not stay on the field. Loud shouts were uttered then, O monarch, by the Pandavas, inspired with this desire of victory, on beholding the Tarishta host flying away on all sides. Then Duryodhana addressing Karna from affection, Behold, O Karna, how our army, exceedingly afflicted by the Pandavas, through thou art here, is flying away from battle. Knowing this, O thou of mighty arms, do that which is suited to the hour, O chastiser of foes. Thousands of our warriors, rooted by the Pandavas, are, O hero, calling after thee only, O best of men. Hearing these grave words of Duryodhana, the son of Radha, as if smiling, said these words unto the ruler of the Madras, Behold the prowess of my arms and the energy of my weapons, O ruler of men. Today I will slay all the Bankalas and the Pandavas in battle. Cause the steeds to proceed with my car, O tiger among men. Without doubt, everything will be as I have said. Having said these words, the Suta's son of great valor, that hero, taking up his ancient and foremost of bows called Vijaya, stringed it and rubbed the string repeatedly. bidding the troops stay on the field after having assured them upon his truth and by an oath, the mighty Kana of immeasurable soul fixed on his bowstring the weapon known by the name of Bhargava. From that weapon flowed, O king, millions and millions of keen arrows in that great battle. Entirely shrouded with those blazing and terrible arrows winged with feathers of kankars and peacocks, the Pandava army could not see anything. Loud wails of woe arose from among the Panchalas, O king, afflicted, in that battle, with a mighty Bhargava weapon. In consequence then of elephants, O king, and steeds, by thousands, and cars, O monarch, and men, falling on all sides, deprived of life, the earth began to tremble. The vast force of the Pandavas became agitated from one extremity to another. Meanwhile Kana, that scorcher of foes, that foremost of warriors, that tiger among men, while consuming his foes, looked resplendent like a smokeless fire. Thus slaughtered by Kana, the Panchalas and the cities began to lose their senses all over the field like elephants during the conflagration in a forest. Those foremost of men, O tiger among men, uttered loud roars like those of the tiger. Loud became the wails of woe, like those of living creatures at the universal dissolution that were uttered by those crying combatants struck with panic and running wildly on all sides, O king, of the field of battle and trembling with fear. Beholding them thus slaughtered, O sire, by the Suta's son, all creatures, even beasts and birds, were filled with fear. The Saranjayas then, thus slaughtered in battle by the Suta's son, repeatedly called upon Arjuna and Vasudeva like the spirits of the dead within Yama's dominions calling upon Yama to rescue them. Hearing those wails of the troops slaughtered with Kana's shafts, and beholding the terrible Bhargava weapon invoked into existence, Kunti's son Dhananjaya said unto Vasudeva these words, Behold, O Krishna of mighty arms, the prowess of the Bhargava weapon. It cannot, by any means, be baffled. Behold the Suta's son also, O Krishna, filled with rage in this great battle and resembling the destroyer himself, in prowess unemployed in achieving such a fierce feat. Urging his steeds incessantly, he is repeatedly casting angry glances upon me. I will never be able to fly away from Kana in battle. The person that is living may, in battle, meet with either victory or defeat. To the man, however, that is dead, O Hrishikesh, even death is victory. How can defeat be his that is dead? Thus addressed by Partha, Krishna replied unto that foremost of intelligent men and chastiser of foes, these words that were suitable to the occasion. The royal son of Kunti hath been deeply wounded and mangled by Kana. Having seen him first and comforted him, thou wilt then, O Partha, slay Kana. Then Keshava proceeded, desirous of beholding Yudhishthira, thinking that Kana meanwhile, O monarch, would be overwhelmed with fatigue. Then Dhananjaya, himself desirous of beholding the king afflicted with arrows, quickly proceeded on that car, avoiding the battle, at Keshava's command. While the son of Kunti was thus proceeding from desire of seeing King Yudhishthira the just, he cast his eyes on every part of the army but failed to find his eldest brother anywhere on the field. The son of Kunti proceeded, O Bharata, having fought with the son of his preceptor Drona, and having vanquished that hero incapable of being resisted by the wielder of the thunderbolt himself. 65. Sanjaya said, having vanquished the son of Drona and achieved a mighty and heroic feat that is exceedingly difficult of accomplishment, Dhananjaya, irresistible by foes, and with bow outstretched in his hands, cast his eyes among his own troops. The brave saved the Arsasi, gladdening those warriors of his that were still battling at the head of their divisions and applauding those among them that were celebrated for their former achievements, caused the Ka warriors of his own army to continue to stand in their posts. Not seeing his brother Yudhishthira of Ajumida's race, the diadem-decked Arjuna, adorned, besides, with a necklace of gold, speedily approached Bhima and inquired of him the whereabouts of the king, saying, "Tell me, where is the king?" Thus asked, Bhima said, "King Yudhishthira the Just hath gone away from this place, his limbs scorched with Karna's shafts. It is doubtful whether he still liveth." Hearing those words, Arjuna said, "For this reason go thou quickly from the spot for bringing intelligence of the king, that best of all the descendants of Kuru. Without doubt, deeply pierced by Karna with shafts, the king hath gone to the camp. In that fierce passage at arms, though deeply pierced by Drona with keen shafts, the king, endued with great activity, had still stayed in battle, expectant of victory, until Drona was slain. That foremost one among the Pandavas, possessed of great magnanimity, was greatly imperiled by Karna in today's battle. For ascertaining his condition, quickly go hence, O Bhima. I will stay here, checking all our foes." Thus addressed, Bhima said, "O thou with great glory, go thyself for ascertaining the condition of the king that bull amongst the Bharatas. If, O Arjuna, I go there, many foremost of heroes will then say that I am frightened in battle." Then Arjuna said unto Bhimasena, "The Samsaptakas are before my division. Without slaying those assembled foes first, it is impossible for me to stir from this place." Then Bhimasena said unto Arjuna, "Relying upon my own might, O foremost one among the Kurus, I will fight with all the Samsaptakas in battle. Therefore, O Dhananjaya, do thou go thyself." Sanjaya continued, hearing in the midst of foes those words of his brother Bhimasena that were difficult of accomplishment. Arjuna, desiring to see the king, addressed the Vrishan hero, saying, "Urge the steeds, O Hrishikesh, leaving this sea of troops. I desire, O Keshava, to see King Ajatasattu." Sanjaya continued, just as he was on the point of urging the steeds, Keshava, that foremost one of the Dashakas, addressed Bhima, saying, "This feat is not at all wonderful for thee, O Bhima. I am about to go hence. Slay these assembled foes of Patha." Then Hrishikesh proceeded with very great speed to the spot where King Yudhishthira was, O king, borne by those steeds that resembled Garuda, having stationed Bhima, that chastiser of foes, at the head of the army, and having commanded him, O monarch, to fight with the Samsaptakas. Then those two foremost of men, Krishna and Arjuna, proceeding on their car, approached the king, who was lying alone on his bed. Both of them, alighting from that car, worshipped the feet of King Yudhishthira the Just. Beholding that bull of tigers among men safe and sound, the two Krishnas became filled with joy, like the twin Ashvinis on seeing Vasava. The king then congratulated them both like Vivasvat congratulating the twin Ashvinis, or like Brihaspati congratulating Sankara and Vishnu after the slaughter of the mighty Asura Jamba. King Yudhishthira the Just, thinking that Karna had been slain, became filled with joy, and that scorcher of the foes thereupon addressed them in these words in a voice choked with delight. 66. Yudhishthira said, "Welcome, O thou that hast Devaki for thy mother, and welcome to thee, O Dhananjaya. The sight of both of you, O Achyuta and Arjuna, is exceedingly agreeable. I see that without being wounded yourselves, you too, his foes, have slain the mighty warrior Karna. He was in battle like unto a snake of virulent poison. He was accomplished in all weapons. The leader of all the Dharashtas, he was their armor and protector. While fighting he was always protected by Vrishasena and by Sushna, both of whom are great bowmen. Of great energy, he had received lessons from Rama in weapons. He was invincible in battle. The foremost one in all the world, as a warrior he was celebrated throughout all the worlds. He was the saviour of the Dharashtas, and the preceder in their van. A slayer of hostile troops, He was the crusher of large bands of foes. Ever engaged in Duryodhana's good, he was always prepared to inflict woe on us. He was invincible in battle by the very gods with Vasava at their head. In energy and might he was equal unto the god of fire and the god of wind. In gravity he was unfathomable as the nether world. The enhancer of the joys of friends, he was like the destroyer himself unto foes. Having slain Karna, who was even so, in dreadful battle, by good luck it is that you two have come, like a couple of celestials after vanquishing an Asura. Today, O Achyuta and Arjuna, a great battle was fought between myself exerting with might and that hero resembling the destroyer himself, while seeking to exterminate all creatures. My standard was cut down, and my two Parshani drivers also were slain by him. I was also made steedless and carless by him in the very sight of you, Ayudhana, of Drishthadhyumna, of the twins, Nakula and Sahadeva, of the heroic Shikandi, as also in the very sight of the sons of Draupadi, and all the Panchalas. Having vanquished those innumerable foes, Karna of mighty energy then vanquished me, O thou of mighty arms, although I exerted myself resolutely in battle. Pursuing me then and without doubt, vanquishing all my protectors, that foremost of warriors addressed me in diverse harsh speeches. That I am still alive, O Dhananjaya, is due to the prowess of Bhimasena. What more need I say? I am unable to bear that humiliation. For 13 years, O Dhananjaya, through fear of Karna, I did not obtain any sleep by night or any comfort by day. Filled with hatred of Karna, I burn, O Dhananjaya. Like the bird Vajrayanaza I fled from Karna, knowing that the time for my own destruction had come. The whole of my time had passed in the thought as to how I would accomplish the destruction of Karna in battle. Awake or asleep, O son of Kunti, I always beheld Karna with my mind's eye. Wherever I was, the universe appeared to me to be full of Karna. Inspired with the fear of Karna, wherever I used to go, O Dhananjaya, thither I beheld Karna standing before my eyes. Vanquished in battle, with my steeds and car, by that hero who never retreated from battle, alive I was let off by him. What use have I of life or of kingdom either, since Karna, the tournament of battle, today cried fie on me? That which I had never before met with at the hands of Bhishma or Kripa or Drona in battle, that I met with today at the hands of the suitor's son, that mighty car warrior. It is for this, O son of Kunti, that I ask thee today about thy welfare. Tell me in detail how thou hast slain Karna today. In battle Karna was equal unto Sakra himself. In prowess he was equal unto Yama. In weapons he was equal unto Rama. How then hath he been slain? He was regarded as a mighty car warrior, conversant with all modes of warfare. He was the foremost of all bowmen, and the one man amongst all men. O Prince, the son of Radha was always worshipped by Dhritarashtra and his son, for thy sake. How then hath he been slain by thee? In all engagements, Dhritarashtra's son, O Arjuna, used to regard Karna as thy death, O bull among men. How then, O tiger among men, hath that Karna been slain by thee in battle? Tell me, O son of Kunti, how that Karna hath been slain by thee. How, while he was engaged in battle, didst thou, O tiger among men, strike off his head in the very sight of all his friends like a tiger tearing off the head of a uru deer? That suitor's son who in battle searched all the points of the compass for finding thee, that Karna who had promised to give a car with 6 bulls of elephantine proportions unto him that would point put thee out, I ask, doth that Karna of wicked soul lie today on the bare ground, slain with thy keen arrows equipped with canker feathers? Having slain the suitor's son in battle, thou hast accomplished a deed highly agreeable to me. Encountering him in battle, hast thou really slain that suitor's son, who, filled with arrogance and pride and bragging of his heroism, used to search everywhere on the field of battle for thee. Hast thou, O sire, really slain in battle that sinful wretch who used to always challenge thee and who was desirous for thy sake of giving unto others a magnificent car, made of gold along with a number of elephants and bulls and steeds? Hast thou really slain today that sinful wight who was exceedingly dear to Sayadana, and who, intoxicated with pride of heroism, used always to brag in the assembly of the Kuras? Encountered in battle, doth that wretch lie today on the field, his limbs exceedingly mangled with sky-ranging shafts sped by thee from thy bow and all steeped in blood? Have the two arms of Dhritarashtra's son been, at last, broken? Have those words been unfulfilled, uttered from folly by him who, filled with pride, used to always boast in the midst of the kings for gladdening Duryodhana, saying, I will slay Fulgana? O son of Indra, hath that Karna of little understanding been slain by thee today, that Suta's son who made the vow that he would not wash his feet as long as Partha lived? That Karna of wicked understanding who in the assembly before the Kuru chiefs had addressed Krishna, saying, Why, O Krishna, dost thou not abandon the Pandavas that are divested of might, exceedingly weak and fallen? That Karna who had vowed for thy sake, saying that he would not return from battle without having slain Krishna and Partha. I ask, doth that Karna of sinful understanding lie today on the field, his body pierced with shafts? Thou knowest the nature of the battle that took place when the Saranjayas and the Kauravas encountered each other, the battle in which I was brought to that distressful plight. Encountering the Karna, hast thou slain him today? O Savior Sasi, hast thou today, with blazing shafts sped from Gandiva, cut off from the trunk of that Karna of wicked understanding his resplendent head decked with earrings? Pierced with Karna's shafts today, I had, O hero, thought of thee, that thou wouldest slay him. Hast thou then, by the slaughter of Karna, made that thought of mine true? In consequence of the protection granted him by Karna, Sayadana, filled with pride, always recked us little. Displaying thy prowess, hast thou today destroyed that refuge of Sayadana? That Suta's son of wicked soul, that Karna of great wrath, who had formerly, in the presence of the Kauravas and in the midst of the assembly called us sesame seeds without kernel, encountering that Karna in battle, hast thou slain him today? That Suta's son of wicked soul who had, laughing the while, commanded Dushasana to forcibly drag Yajnasana's daughter won in gambling by Sabala's son, hath he been slain today by thee? That Karna of little understanding who, having been counted as only half a car warrior during the tale of Wraithas and Uttartas, had upbraided that foremost of all wielders of weapons on earth, our grandsire Bhishma, hath he been slain by thee? Extinguish, O Fulgana, this fire in my heart that is born of vindictiveness and is fanned by the wind of humiliation, by telling me that thou hast slain Karna today, having encountered him in battle. The news of Karna's slaughter is exceedingly agreeable to me. Tell me, therefore, how the Suta's son hath been slain. Like the divine Vishnu waiting for the arrival of Indra with the intelligence of Vritra's slaughter, I had so long waited for thee, O hero. 67. Sanjaya said, hearing these words of the righteous king who had been filled with anger, that high Sudatarta, Jaishu of infinite energy, replied unto the invincible Yudhishthira of great might, saying, while battling with the Samsaptakas today, Drona's son who always proceedeth at the head of the Kuru troops, O king, suddenly came before me, shooting shafts that resembled snakes of virulent poison. Beholding my car, of rattle deep as the roar of clouds, all the troops began to encompass it. Slaying full 500 of those, I then, O foremost of kings, proceeded against Drona's son. Approaching me, O king, That hero with great resolution rushed against me like a prince of elephants against a lion, and desired to rescue, O monarch, the core of the Ka warriors that were being slaughtered by me. Then, in that battle, O Bharata, the preceptor's son, that foremost of heroes among the Kuras, incapable of being made to tremble, began to afflict me and Janardana with whetted shafts resembling poison or fire. While engaged in battle with me, 8 carts, each drawn by 8 bullocks, carried his hundreds of arrows. He shot them all at me, but like a wind destroying the clouds I destroyed with my shafts that arrowy shower of his. He then shot at me, with skill and force and resolution, thousands of other arrows, all sped from his bowstring stretched to his very ear, even like a black cloud in the season of rains pouring in torrents the water with which it is charged. So quickly did Drona's son career in that battle that we could not discern from which side, the left or the right, he shot his arrows, nor could we notice when he took up his arrows and when he let them off. Indeed, the bow of Drona's son was seen by us to be incessantly drawn to a circle. At last, the son of Drona pierced me with 5 whetted arrows and Vasudeva also with 5 whetted arrows. Within the twinkling of an eye, however, I afflicted him with the force of thunderbolts. Exceedingly afflicted with those shafts sped by me, he soon assumed the form of a porcupine. All his limbs became bathed in blood. Beholding his troops, those foremost of warriors all covered with blood and overwhelmed by me, he then entered the car division of the suitor's son. Seeing the troops overwhelmed by me in battle, and struck with fear, and beholding the elephants and steeds flying away, that grinder of hostile hosts, viz. Kana, approached me quickly with 50 great Ka warriors. Slaying them all and avoiding Kana, I have quickly come hither for seeing thee. All the Bankalas are afflicted with fear at sight of Kana like kine at the scent of a lion. The Prabhadrakas also, O king, having approached Kana, are like persons that have entered the wide-open jaws of death. Kana has already dispatched to Yama's abode full 1,700 of those distressed Ka warriors. Indeed, O king, the suitor's son did not become cheerless till he had a sight of us. Thou hadst first been engaged with Ashvatthama and exceedingly mangled by him. I heard that after that thou wert seen by Kana. O thou of inconceivable feats, I thought that thou must have, O king, been enjoying rest in the camp, having come away from the cruel Kana. I have seen, O son of Pandu, the great and wonderful Bhargava, weapon of Kana displayed in the van of battle. There is now no other warrior among the Srinjayas that is able to resist the mighty Ka warrior Kana. Let Sini's grandson Satyaki and Drishtadama, O king, be the protectors of my Ka wheels. Let the heroic princes Yadamanyu and Uttamora protect my rear. O thou of great glory, encountering that heroic and invincible Ka warrior, viz., the suitor's son, staying in the hostile army, like Sakra encountering Vritra, O foremost of kings, I will, O Bharata, fight with the suitor's son if he can be found in this battle today. Come and behold me and the suitor's son contending with each other in battle for victory. There, the Prabhadrakas are rushing towards the face of a mighty bull. There, O Bharata, 6,000 princes are sacrificing themselves in battle today, for the sake of heaven. If, putting forth my strength, I do not, O king, slay Kana today with all his relatives while engaged in battle with him, then that end will be mine, O lion among kings, which is his that does not accomplish a vow taken by him. I beg of thee, bless me, saying that victory will be mine in battle. Yonder, the Dhartarashtras are about to devour Bhima. I will, O lion among kings, slay their suitor's son and his troops and all our foes. 68. Sanjaya said, hearing that Kana of mighty energy was still alive, Pritha's son Yudhishthira of immeasurable energy, exceedingly angry with Fulgana and burning with the shafts of Karna, said these words unto Dhananjaya, O sire, thy army is fled and hath been beaten in a way that is scarcely honourable. Inspired with fear and deserting Bhima, thou hast come hither since thou hast been unable to slay Karna. Thou hast, by entering her womb, rendered the conception of the Kunti abortive. Thou hast acted improperly by deserting Bhima, because thou wert unable to slay their suitor's son. Thou hadst, O Patha, said unto me in the Dwaita woods that thou wouldst, on the single car, slay Karna. Why, then, through fear of Karna hast come hither, avoiding Karna and deserting Bhima? If in the Dwaita woods thou hadst said unto me, O king, I shall not be able to fight with Karna, we would then, O Patha, have made other arrangements suitable to the circumstances. Having promised me the slaughter of Karna, thou hast not, O hero, kept that promise, bringing us into the midst of foes. Why hast thou broken us into pieces by throwing us down on the hard soil? Expecting diverse good things and benefits from thee, O Arjuna, we have always uttered blessings on thee. All those expectations, however, O Prince, have proved vain, like those of persons expectant of fruit getting instead of a tree burthen only with flowers. Like a fishhook hid within a piece of meat, or poison overlaid with food, thou didst, for disappointing us at last, point out destruction in the shape of kingdom, and to ourselves covetous of kingdom. For these 13 years, O Dhananjaya, we have, from hope, lived relying on thee, like seeds sown on earth in expectation of the showers sent by the gods in season. Even these were the words that a voice in the skies had said unto Pritha on the 7th day after thy birth, O thou of the foolish understanding! This son of thine that is born will have the prowess of Vasava himself. He will vanquish all his heroic foes. Endued with superior energy, he will at Kandava vanquish all the celestials united together and diverse other creatures. This one will subjugate the Madras, the Kalingas, and the Kakiyas. This one will, in the midst of many kings, slay the Kuras. There will be no bowman superior to him, and no creature will ever be able to vanquish him. With his senses under control, and having obtained mastery over all branches of knowledge, this one, by merely desiring it, will bring all creatures under subjection to himself. This high-souled son that is born of thee, O Kunti, will in beauty be the rival of Soma, in speed of the god of wind, in patience of Mru, in forgiveness of earth, in splendor of Surya, in prosperity of the Lord of treasures, in courage of Sakra, and in might of Vishnu. He will be the slayer of all foes like Vishnu, the son of Aditi. Endued with immeasurable energy, he will be celebrated for the destruction he will deal to foes and the success he will win for friends. He will, besides, be the founder of a race. Even thus, in the skies, on the summit of the Satasringa mountains, in the hearing of many ascetics, that voice spoke. All that, however, hath not come to pass. Alas, it shows that the gods even may speak untruths. Hearing also the words of praise always uttered about thee by many foremost of rishis, I never expected that Suayodhana would win success and prosperity, or that thou thyself wouldst be afflicted with the fear of Karna. Thou ridest upon an excellent car constructed by the celestial artificer himself, with axles that do not creak, and with standard that bears the ape. Thou bearest a sword attached to thy belt of gold and silk. This thy bow Gandiva is full 6 cubits long. Thou hast Geshava for thy driver. Why, then, through fear of Karna hast thou come away from battle, O Patha? If, O thou of wicked soul, thou hadst given this bow to Geshava and become his driver, then Geshava could have, by this time, slain the fierce Karna like the lord of the Maruts, Sakra, slaying with his thunder the azure of Ritara. If thou art unable to resist the fierce son of Radha today, as he is careering in battle, Give this thy Gandiva today to some other king, that may be thy superior in the use and knowledge of weapons. If that be done, the world will not then behold us bereft of sons and wives, deprived of happiness in consequence of the loss of kingdom, and sunk, O son of Pandu, in an unfathomable hell of great misery. It would have been better for thee if thou hadst never been born in the womb of Kunti, or having taken thy birth there, if thou hadst come out on the 5th month an abortion, than to have, O prince, thus come away from battle, O thou of wicked soul. Fie on thy Gandiva, fie on the might of thy arms, fie on thy inexhaustible arrows, fie on thy banner with the gigantic ape on it, and fie on thy car given thee by the god of fire. 69. Sanjaya said, thus addressed by Yudhishthira, Kunti's son, owning white steeds, filled with rage, drew his sword for slaying that bull of Bharata's race. Beholding his wrath, Keshava, conversant with the workings of the human heart, said, Why, O Partha, dost thou draw thy sword? I do not, O Dhananjaya, behold anyone here with whom thou hast to fight. The Dhritarashtras have now been assailed by the intelligent Bhimasena. Thou comest from battle, O son of Kunti, for seeing the king. The king has been seen by thee. Indeed, Yudhishthira is well. Having seen the tiger among kings who is endued with prowess equal to that of a tiger, why this folly at a time when thou shouldst rejoice? I do not see here, O son of Kunti, the person whom thou mayst slay. Why then dost thou desire to strike? What is this delusion of thy mind? Why dost thou, with such speed, take up that formidable sword? I ask thee this, O son of Kunti. What is this that thou art about, inasmuch as, O thou of inconceivable prowess, thou graspest that sword in anger? Thus addressed by Krishna, Arjuna, casting his eyes on Yudhishthira, and breathing like an angry snake, said unto Govinda, I would cut off the head of that man who would tell me give thy Gandiva to another person. Even this is my secret vow. Those words have been spoken by this king, O thou of immeasurable prowess, in thy presence, O Govinda. I dare not forgive them. I will for that slay this king who himself fears the slightest falling from virtue. Slaying this best of men, I will keep my vow. It is for this that I have drawn the sword, O delighter of the Yidus. Even I, slaying Yudhishthira, will pay off my debt to truth. By that I will dispel my grief and fever, O Janardana. I ask thee, what do you think suitable to the circumstances that have arisen? Thou, O sire, knowest the entire past and future of this universe. I will do what thou wilt tell me. Sanjaya continued. Govinda then said, Fie, fie, unto Partha, and once more continued to say, I now know, O Partha, that thou hast not waited upon the old, since, O tiger among men, thou hast yielded to wrath at a time when thou shouldst not have done so. No one that is acquainted with the distinctions of morality would act in the way, O Dhananjaya, in which thou, O son of Pandu, that art unacquainted with them, art acting today. He, O Partha, is the worst of men who committeth acts that should not be done and doeth acts that are apparently proper but condemned by the scriptures. Thou knowest not the decisions of those learned men who, waited upon by pupils, declare their opinions, following the dictates of morality. The man that is not acquainted with those rulings becomes confounded and stupefied, O Partha, even as thou hast been stupefied, in discriminating between what should be done and what should not. What should be done and what should not cannot be ascertained easily. Everything can be ascertained by the aid of the scriptures. Thou, however, art not acquainted with the scriptures, since, believing thyself conversant with morality, thou art desirous of observing morality. In this way, it seems, thou art actuated by ignorance. Thou believest thyself to be conversant with virtue, but thou dost not know, O Pather, that the slaughter of living creatures is a sin. Abstention from injury to animals is, I think, the highest virtue. One may even speak an untruth, but one should never kill. How then, O foremost of men, couldst thou wish, like an ordinary person, to slay thy eldest brother, the king, who is conversant with morality? The slaughter of a person not engaged in battle, or of a foe, O Bharata, who has turned his face from battle, or who flies away, or seeks protection, or joins his hands, or yields himself up, or is callous, is never applauded by the righteous. All these attributes are in thy superior. This vow, O Pather, was adopted by thee before from foolishness. In consequence of that vow thou art now, from folly, desirous of perpetrating a sinful act. Why, O Pather, dost thou rush towards thy reverend superior for slaying him, without having resolved the exceedingly subtle course of morality that is, again, difficult of being understood? I will now tell thee, O son of Pandu, this mystery connected with morality, this mystery that was declared by Bhishma, by the righteous Yudhishthira, by Vidura, otherwise called Kshatri, and by Kunti, of great celebrity. I will tell thee that mystery in all its details. Listen to it, O Dhananjaya. One who speaks truth is righteous. There is nothing higher than truth. Behold, however, truth as practiced is exceedingly difficult to be understood as regards its essential attributes. Truth may be unutterable, and even falsehood may be utterable where falsehood would become truth and truth would become falsehood. In a situation of peril to life and in marriage, falsehood becomes utterable. In a situation involving the loss of one's entire property, falsehood becomes utterable. On an occasion of marriage, or of enjoying a woman, or when life is in danger, or when one's entire property is about to be taken away, or for the sake of a brahmana, falsehood may be uttered. These 5 kinds of falsehood have been declared to be sinless. On these occasions falsehood would become truth and truth would become falsehood. He is a fool that practices truth without knowing the difference between truth and falsehood. One is said to be conversant with morality when one is able to distinguish between truth and falsehood. What wonder then in this that a man of wisdom, by perpetrating even a cruel act, may obtain great merit like Valaka by the slaughter of the blind beast? What wonder, again, in this that a foolish and ignorant person, from even the desire of winning merit, earns great sin like Kausika, living among the rivers? Arjuna said, Tell me, O Holy One, this story that I may understand it, viz., this illustration about Valaka and about Kausika, living among rivers. Vasudeva said, There was a certain hunter of animals, O Bharata, of the name of Valaka. He used, for the livelihood of his son and wives and not from will, to slay animals. Devoted to the duties of his own order and always speaking the truth and never harboring malice, he used also to support his parents and others that depended upon him. One day, searching for animals even with perseverance and care, he found none. At last he saw a beast of prey whose sense of smell supplied the defect of his eyes, employed in drinking water. Although he had never seen such an animal before, still he slew it immediately. After the slaughter of that blind beast, a floral shower fell from the skies upon the head of the hunter. A celestial car also, exceedingly delightful and resounding with the songs of apsaras and the music of their instruments, came from heaven for taking away that hunter of animals. That beast of prey, having undergone ascetic austerities, had obtained a boon and had become the cause of the destruction of all creatures. For this reason he was made blind by the self-born. Having slain that animal which had resolved to slay all creatures, Valaka went to heaven. Morality is even so difficult of being understood. There was an ascetic of the name of Kausika without much knowledge of the scriptures. He lived in a spot much removed from a village, at a point where many rivers met. He made a vow, saying, I must always speak the truth. He then became celebrated, O Dhananjaya, as a speaker of truth. At that time certain persons, from fear of robbers, entered that wood, where Kausika dwelt. Thither even, the robbers, filled with rage, searched for them carefully. Approaching Kausika then, that speaker of truth, they asked him, saying, O Holy One, by which path have a multitude of men gone a little while before? Asked in the name of truth, answer us. If thou hast seen them, tell us this. Thus adjured, Kausika told them the truth, saying, Those men have entered this wood crowded with many trees and creepers and plants. Even thus, O Partha, did Kausika give them the information. Then those cruel men, it is heard, finding out the persons they sought, slew them all. In consequence of that great sin consisting in the words spoken, Kausika, ignorant of the subtleties of morality, fell into a grievous hell, even as a foolish man, of little knowledge, and unacquainted with the distinctions of morality, falleth into painful hell by not having asked persons of age for the solution of his doubts. There must be some indications for distinguishing virtue from sin. Sometimes that high and unattainable knowledge may be had by the exercise of reason. Many persons say, on the one hand, that the scriptures indicate morality. I do not contradict this. The scriptures, however, do not provide for every case. For the growth of creatures have precepts of morality been declared. That which is connected with inoffensiveness is religion. Dharma protects and preserves the people. So it is the conclusion of the Pandits that what maintains is Dharma. O Partha, I have narrated to you the signs and indications of Dharma. Hearing this, you decide whether Yudhishthira is to be slaughtered by you or not. Arjuna said, Krishna, your words are fraught with great intelligence and impregnated with wisdom. Thou art to us like our parents and a refuge. Nothing is known to thee in the three worlds, so thou art conversant with the canons of morality. O Keshava of the Vrishani clan, thou knowest my vow that whoever among men would tell me, Partha, give thy Gandiva to someone braver than you, I shall at once put an end to his life. Bhima has also made a promise that whoever would call him to Iraq would be slaughtered by him there and then. Now the king has repeatedly used those very words to me in thy presence, O hero, viz., give thy bow. If I slay him, O Keshava, I will not be able to live in this world for even a moment. Having intended again the slaughter of the king through folly and the loss of my mental faculties, I have been polluted by sin. It behoveth thee today, O foremost of all righteous persons, to give me such counsel that my vow, known throughout the world, may become true while at the same time both myself and the eldest son of Bandhu may live. Vasudeva said, the king was fatigued, and under the influence of grief, he had been mangled in battle by Karna with numerous arrows. After that, O hero, he was repeatedly struck by the suitor's son, with his shafts, while he was retreating from battle. It was for this that, labouring under a load of sorrow, he spoke those improper words unto thee in wrath. He provoked thee by those words so that thou mightest slay Karna in battle. The son of Pandu knows that the wretched Karna is incapable of being borne by anyone else in the world, save thee. It was for this, O Partha, that the king in great wrath said those harsh words to thy face. The stake in the game of today's battle has been made to lie in the ever-alert and always unbearable Karna. That Karna being slain, the Kauravas would necessarily be vanquished. Even this is what the royal son of Dharma had thought. For this the son of Dharma does not deserve death. Thy vow also, O Arjuna, should be kept. Listen now to my counsels that will be agreeable to thee, to counsels in consequence of which Yudhishthira, without being actually deprived of life, may yet be dead. as long as one that is deserving of respect continues to receive respect, one is said to live in the world of men. When, however, such a person meets with disrespect, he is spoken of as one that is dead though alive. This king hath always been respected by thee and by Bhima, and that wins, as also by all heroes and all persons in the world that are venerable for years. In some trifle then show him disrespect. Therefore, O Partha, address this Yudhishthira as thou when his usual form of address is your honour. A superior, O Bharata, by being addressed as thou, is killed though not deprived of life. Bear thyself thus, O son of Kunti, towards King Yudhishthira, the just. Adopt this censurable behaviour, O perpetuator of Kuru's race. This best audition of all auditions hath been declared by both Atharvan and Angiras. Men desiring good should always act in this way without scruples of any kind. Without being deprived of life, a superior is yet said to be killed if that venerable one is addressed as thou. Conversant with duty as thou art, address King Yudhishthira the just, in the manner I have indicated. This death, O son of Pandu, at thy hands, King Yudhishthira will never regard as an offence committed by thee. Having addressed him in this way, thou mayst then worship his feet and speak words of respect unto this son of Pritha and soothe his wounded honour. Thy brother is wise. The royal son of Pandu, therefore, will never be angry with thee. Freed from falsehood as also from fratricide, thou wilt then, O Partha, cheerfully slay their suitors. Sankarna. 70. Sanjaya said, thus addressed by Janardana, Pritha's son Arjuna, applauding those counsels of his friend, then vehemently addressed King Yudhishthira the just, in language that was harsh and the like of which he had never used before. Arjuna said, do thou not, O king, address these upbraidings to me, thou that art passing thy time full 2 miles away from battle. Bhima, however, who is battling with the foremost heroes of the world, may upbraid me. Having afflicted his foes at the proper time in battle, and slain many brave lords of earth and many foremost of Ka warriors and huge elephants and many heroic horsemen and countless brave combatants, he hath, in addition, slain 1,000 elephants and 10,000 Kamboa mountaineers, and is uttering loud roars in battle like a lion after slaying innumerable smaller animals. That hero achieveth the most difficult feats, the like of which thou canst never achieve. Jumping down from his car, mace in hand, he hath destroyed a large number of steeds and cars and elephants in battle. With also his foremost of swords he hath destroyed many horsemen and cars and steeds and elephants. With the broken limbs of cars, and with his bow also, he consumeth his foes. Endued with the prowess of Indra, with his feet and also his bare arms he slayeth numerous foes. Possessed of great might and resembling Kuvara and Yama, he destroyeth the hostile army, putting forth his strength. That Bhimasena hath the right to upbraid me, but not thou that art always protected by friends. Agitating the foremost of Ka warriors and elephants and steeds and foot soldiers, Bhima, single-handed, is now in the midst of the Dhartarashtras. That chastiser of foes hath the right to upbraid me. The chastiser of foes who was slaying the Kalingas, the Vangas, the Angas, the Nishadas, and the Magadhas, and large numbers of hostile elephants that are ever infuriated and that look like masses of blue clouds, is competent to upbraid me. Riding on a suitable car, shaking his bow at the proper time, and with shafts in his other hand, that hero poureth showers of arrows in great battle like the clouds pouring torrents of rain. 800 elephants, I have seen, with their frontal globes split open and the ends of their tusks cut off, have today been slain by Bhima with shafts in battle. That slayer of foes is competent to tell me harsh words. The learned say that the strength of the foremost of Brahmanas lies in speech, and that the Kshatriya's strength is in his arms. Thou, O Bharata, art strong in words and very unfeeling. Thou thinkest me to be like thyself. I always strive to do thee good with my soul, life, sons and wives. Since, notwithstanding all this, thou still piercest me with such witty darts, it is evident that we cannot expect any happiness from thee. Lying on Draupadi's bed thou insultest me, though for thy sake I slay the mightiest of Ka warriors. Thou art without any anxiety, O Bharata, and thou art cruel. I have never obtained any happiness from thee. It was for thy good, O chief of men, that Bhishma, firmly devoted to truth, himself told thee the means of his death in battle, and was slain by the heroic and high Sulchakandi, the son of Drupada, protected by me. I do not derive any pleasure from the thought of thy restoration to sovereignty, since thou art addicted to the evil practice of gambling. Having thyself committed a wicked act to which they only are addicted that are low, thou desirest now to vanquish thy foes through a raid. Thou hadst heard of the numerous faults and the great sinfulness of dice that Sahadeva spoke about. Yet dice, which are worshipped by the wicked, thou couldst not abandon. It was for this that all of us have fallen into hell. We have never derived any happiness from thee since thou wert engaged in gambling with dice. Having, O son of Pandu, thyself caused all this calamity, thou art, again, addressing these harsh words to me. Slain by us, hostile troops are lying on the field, with mangled bodies and uttering loud wails. It was thou that didst that cruel act in consequence of which the Kauravas have become offenders and are being destroyed. Nations from the north, the west, the east, and the south are being struck, wounded and slain, after the performance of incomparable feats in battle by great warriors of both sides. It was thou that hadst gambled. It was for thee that we lost our kingdom. Our calamity arose from thee, O king. Striking us, again, with a cruel goad of thy speeches, O king, do not provoke our wrath. Sanjaya said, having addressed these harsh and exceedingly bitter words unto his eldest brother and thereby committed a venial sin, the intelligent Savyasasi of calm wisdom, who is ever actuated by the fear of defection from virtue, became very cheerless. The son of the chief of the celestials became filled with remorse and breathing heavily, drew his sword. Seeing this, Krishna asked him, What is this? Why dost thou again unsheath thy sword blue as the sky? Tell me what thy answer is, for then I shall give thee counsel for the gratification of thy object. Thus addressed by that foremost of men, Arjuna, in great sorrow answered Keshava, saying, I shall, putting forth my strength, slay my own self by whom this wicked act hath been done. Hearing those words of Partha, Keshava, that foremost of all righteous persons, said this unto Dhananjaya, having said these words unto the king, Why hast thou become so cheerless? O slayer of foes, thou desirest now to destroy thy own self. This, however, Kirtan, is not approved by the righteous. If, O hero among men, thou hadst today, from fear of sin, slain this thy eldest brother of virtuous soul, what would then have been thy condition, and what wouldst thou not then have done? Morality is subtle, O Bharata, and unknowable, especially by those that are ignorant. Listen to me as I preach to thee. By destroying thy own self, thou wouldst sink into a more terrible hell than if thou hadst slain thy brother. Declare now, in words, thy own merit. Thou shalt then, O Partha, have slain thy own self. Applauding these words and saying, Let it be so, O Krishna, Dhananjaya, the son of Sakra, lowering his bow, said unto Yudhishthira, that foremost of virtuous persons, Listen, O king, there is no other bowman, O ruler of men, like unto myself, except the deity that bears Pinaka. I am regarded by even that illustrious deity. In a moment I can destroy this universe of mobile and immobile creatures. It was I, O king, that vanquished all the points of the compass with all the kings ruling there, and brought all to thy subjection. The Rajasuya, performed by thee, brought to completion by gift of Dakshina, and the celestial palace owned by thee, were both due to my prowess. In my hands are marks of sharp shafts and a stringed bow with arrow fixed thereon. On both my soles are the signs of cars with standards. No one can vanquish a person like me in battle. Nations from the north, the west, the east and the south have been struck down, slain, exterminated and destroyed. A small remnant only of the Samsaptakas is alive. I alone have slain half of the entire hostile army. Slaughtered by me, the Brata host that resembled, O king, the very host of the Celestials, is lying dead on the field. I slay those with high weapons that are conversant with high weapons. For this reason I do not reduce the 3 worlds to ashes. Riding upon my terrible and victorious car, Krishna and myself will soon proceed for slaying the suitor's son. Let this king become cheerful now. I will surely slay Karna in battle with my arrows. Either the suitor dame will today be made childless by me, or Kunti will be made childless by Karna. Truly do I say it that I will not put off my armor before I have slain Karna with my arrows in battle. Sanjaya said, having said these words unto that foremost of virtuous persons, viz. Yudhishthira, Partha threw down his weapons and cast aside his bow and quickly thrust his sword back into its sheath. Hanging down his head in shame, the diadem-decked Arjuna, with joined hands, addressed Yudhishthira, and said, Be cheerful, O king, forgiving me. What I have said, you will understand a little while after. I bow to thee. Thus seeking to cheer that royal hero capable of bearing all foes, Arjuna, that foremost of men, standing there, once more said, This task will not be delayed. It will be accomplished soon. Karna cometh towards me. I shall proceed against him. I shall, with my whole soul, proceed for rescuing Bhima from the battle and for slaying the suitor's son. I tell thee that I hold my life for thy good. Know this for the truth, O king. Having said so, the diadem-decked Arjuna of blazing splendor touched the king's feet and rose for proceeding to the field. Hearing, however, those harsh words of his brother Falguna, Pandu's son, King Yudhishthira, the just, raising up from that bed, on which he had been sitting, said these words unto Partha, with his heart filled with sorrow, O Partha, I have acted wickedly. For that, ye have been overwhelmed with terrible calamity. Do thou strike off, therefore, this my head today. I am the worst of men, and the exterminator of my race. I am a wretch. I am addicted to wicked courses. I am of foolish understanding. I am idle and a coward. I am an insulter of the old. I am cruel. What wouldst thou gain by always being obedient to a cruel person like me? A wretch that I am, I shall this very day retire into the woods. Live you happily without me. The high Bhimasena is fit to be king. A eunuch that I am, what shall I do with sovereignty? I am incapable of bearing these harsh speeches of thee excited with wrath. Let Bhima become king. Having been insulted thus, O hero, what use have I with life? Having said these words, the king, leaving that bed, suddenly stood up and desired to go to the woods. Then Vasudeva, bowing down, said unto him, O king, the celebrated vow of the wielder of Gandiva, who is ever devoted to truth about his Gandiva, is known to thee. That man in the world who would tell him, Give thy Gandiva to another, would be slain by him. Even those very words were addressed to him by you. Therefore, for keeping that earnest vow, Partha, acting also at my instance, inflicted you this insult, O Lord of earth. Insult to superiors is said to be their death. For this reason, O thou of mighty arms, it behoveth thee to forgive me that beseech and bow to thee this transgression, O King, of both myself and Arjuna, committed for maintaining the truth. Both of us, O great King, throw ourselves on thy mercy. The earth shall today drink the blood of the wretched son of Radha. I swear truly to thee, nor the suitor's son as slain today. He, whose slaughter thou desirest, hath today lost his life. Hearing those words of Krishna, King Yudhishthira the Just, in a great fury, raised the prostrate Hashiksha and joining his hands, said in haste, It is even so as thou hast said. I have been guilty of a transgression. I have now been awakened by thee, O Govinda. I am saved by thee, O Madhava. By thee, O Achyuta, we had today been rescued from a great calamity. Both of us stupefied by folly, viz., myself and Arjuna, have been rescued from an ocean of distress, having obtained thee as our Lord. Indeed, having obtained a raft of thy intelligence today, we have, with our relatives and allies, passed over an ocean of sorrow and grief. Having obtained thee, O Achyuta, we are not masterless. 71. Sanjaya said, having heard these joyful words of King Yudhishthira, Govinda, a virtuous soul, that delighter of the Yadas, then addressed Partha. The latter, however, having at the instance of Krishna addressed those words unto Yudhishthira, became exceedingly cheerless for having committed a trivial sin. Then Vasudeva, smiling, said unto the son of Pandu, What would have been thy condition, O Partha, if, observant of virtue, thou hadst slain the son of Dharma with thy sharp sword? Having only addressed the king as thou, such cheerlessness hath possessed thy heart. If thou hadst slain the king, O Partha, what wouldst thou have done after that? Morality is so inscrutable, especially by persons of foolish understanding. Without doubt great grief would have been thine in consequence of thy fear of sin. Thou wouldst have sunk also in terrible hell in consequence of the slaughter of thy brother. Gratify now this king of virtuous behavior, this foremost of all practices of virtue, this chief of Kuru's race. Even this is my wish. Gratifying the king with devotion, and after Yudhishthira will have been made happy, we too will proceed against the car of the suitor's son for fighting him. Slaying Karna today with thy keen shafts in battle, do thou, O giver of honours, give great happiness to Dharma's son. Even this, O mighty armed one, is what I think to be suitable to this hour. Having done this, thy purpose will be achieved. Then Arjuna, O monarch, in shame, touched King Yudhishthira's feet with his head. And he repeatedly said unto that chief of the Bharatas, Be pleased with me, forgive, O king, all that I have said from desire of observing virtue and from fear of sins. Sanjaya said, beholding Dhananjaya, that slayer of foes, lying weeping at his feet, O bull of Bharata's race, King Yudhishthira that just raised his brother. And King Yudhishthira, that lord of the earth, then embraced his brother affectionately and wept aloud. The two brothers, of great splendour, having wept for a long while, at last became freed from grief, O monarch, and as cheerful as before. Then embracing him once more with affection and smelling his head, the son of Pandu, exceedingly gratified, applauded his brother Jaya and said, O thou of mighty arms, in the very sight of all the troops, my armour, standard, bow, dart, steeds, and arrows, were cut off in battle, O great bowman, by Karna with his shafts, although I exerted myself with care. Thinking of and seeing his feats in battle, O Filgana, I lose my energies in grief. Life itself is no longer dear to me. If thou dost not slay that hero in battle today, I will cast away my life breaths. What use have I with life? Thus addressed, Vijaya replied, O bull of Bharata's race, saying, I swear by truth, O king, and by thy grace, by Bhima, O best of men, and by the twins, O Lord of the earth, that today I shall slay Kana in battle, or, being myself slain by him, fall down on the earth. Swearing truly, I touch my weapons. Having said these words unto the king, he addressed Madhava, saying, Without doubt, O Krishna, I will slay Kana in battle today. Aided by thy intelligence, blessed be thou, the slaughter of that wicked souled one is certain. Thus addressed, Keshava, O best of kings, said unto Partha, Thou art competent, O best of the Bharatas, to slay the mighty Kana. Even this hath ever been my thought, O mighty Ka warrior, as to how, O best of men, thou wouldst slay Kana in battle. Endued with great intelligence, Madhava once more addressed the son of Dharma, saying, O Yudhishthira, it behoveth thee to comfort Vatsu, and command him to slaughter Kana of wicked soul. Having heard that thou hadst been afflicted with shafts of Kana, myself and this one came hither, O son of Pandu, for ascertaining thy plight. By good luck, O king, thou wert not slain. By good luck thou wert not seized. Comfort thy Vatsu, and bless him, O sinless one, with thy wishes for his victory. Yudhishthira said, Come, come, O Partha, O Vatsu, and embrace me, O son of Pandu. Thou hast told me beneficial words that deserved to be said, and I have forgiven thee. I command thee, O Dhananjaya, go and slay Kana. Do not, O Partha, be angry for the harsh words I said unto thee. Sanjaya continued, Then Dhananjaya, O king, bowed unto Yudhishthira by bending his head, and seized with his two hands, O sire, the feet of his eldest brother. Raising him and embracing him closely, the king smelt his head and once more said these words unto him, O Dhananjaya, O thou of mighty arms, I have been greatly honored by thee. Do thou ever win greatness and victory? Arjuna said, approaching Radha's son today that is proud of his might, I shall slay that man of sinful deeds with my shafts in battle, along with all his kinsmen and followers. He who, having bent the bow strongly, afflicted thee with his shafts, I say, that Kana will obtain today the bitter fruit of that act of his. Having slain Kana, O Lord of the earth, I shall today come back from the dreadful battle to pay thee my respects by walking behind thee. I tell thee this truly. Without having slain Kana I shall not come back today from the great battle. Truly do I swear this by touching thy feet, O Lord of the universe. Sanjaya continued, unto the diadem-decked Arjuna, who was speaking in that way, Yudhishthira, with a cheerful heart, said these words of grave import, Do thou obtain imperishable fame, and such a period of life as accordeth with thy own desire, and victory, and energy, and the destruction of thy foes. Let the gods grant thee prosperity. Obtain thou all these to the measure desired by me. Go quickly to battle, and slay Kana, even as Purandara slew Vritra for his own aggrandizement. 72. Sanjaya said, having with a cheerful heart gratified King Yudhishthira the just, Partha, prepared to slay their suitor's son, addressed Govinda, saying, Let my car be once more equipped, and let my foremost of steeds be yoked thereto. Let all kinds of weapon be placed upon that great vehicle. The steeds have rolled on the ground. They have been trained by persons skilled in horse lore. Along with the other equipment of the car, let them be quickly brought and decked in their trappings. Proceed quickly, O Govinda, for the slaughter of the suitor's son. Thus addressed, O monarch, by the high-souled Vilgana, Krishna commanded Daruka, saying, Do all that Arjuna, that chief of Bharatas and that foremost of all wielders of the bow, hath said. Thus ordered by Krishna, Daruka, O best of kings, yoked those steeds unto that car covered with tiger skins and ever capable of scorching all foes. He then represented unto the Hysel son of Bandu the fact of having equipped his vehicle. Beholding the car equipped by the Hysel Daruka, Fulgana, obtaining Yudhishthira's leave and causing the Brahmanas to perform propitiatory rites and utter benedictions on him, ascended that excellent vehicle. King Yudhishthira the Just, of great wisdom, also blessed him. After this, Fulgana proceeded towards Kana's car. Beholding that great bowman thus proceeding, all creatures, O Bharata, regarded Kana as already slain by the high-souled Pandava. All the points of the compass, O king, became serene. Kingfishers and parrots and herons, O king, wheeled round the son of Pandu. A large number of beautiful and auspicious birds, O king, called Pung, causing Arjuna, by their timely appearance, to put forth greater speed in battle, cheerfully uttered their cries around him. Terrible cankers and vultures, and cranes and hawks and ravens, O king, tempted by the prospect of food, proceeded in advance of his car, and indicated auspicious omens foreboding the destruction of the hostile host and the slaughter of Kana. And while Partha proceeded, a copious perspiration covered his body. His anxiety also became very great as to how he would achieve his vow. The slayer of Madhu then, beholding Partha filled with anxiety as he proceeded, addressed the wielder of Gandiva and said these words. Vasudeva said, O wielder of Gandiva, save thee there exists no other man that could vanquish those whom thou hast vanquished with this bow of thine. We have seen many heroes, who, endued with prowess like that Sakra, have attained to the highest regions, encountering thy heroic self in battle. Who else, O puissant one, that is not equal to thee, would be safe and sound after encountering Drona and Bhishma and Bhagadatta, O sire, and Vinda and Danuvinda of Avanti and Sudakshina, the chief of the Kambodjas, and Sutayuda of mighty energy and a Sutayuda as well. Thou hast celestial weapons, and lightness of hand and might, and thou art never stupefied in battle. Thou hast also that humility which is due to knowledge. Thou canst strike with effect. Thou hast sureness of aim, and presence of mind as regards the selection of means, O Arjuna. Thou art competent to destroy all mobile and immobile creatures, including the very gods with the Gandavas. On earth, O Partha, there is no human warrior who is equal to thee in battle. Amongst all Kshatriyas, invincible in battle, that wield the bow, amongst the very gods, I have not seen or heard of even one that is equal to thee. The creator of all beings, viz., Brahma himself, created the great bow Gandiva with which thou fightest, O Partha. For this reason there is no one that is equal to thee. I must, however, O son of Pandu, say that which is beneficial to thee. Do not, O mighty armed one, disregard Kana, their tournament of battle. Kana is possessed of might. He is proud and accomplished in weapons. He is a Mahabharata. He is accomplished in the ways of battle, and conversant with all modes of warfare. He is also well acquainted with all that suits place and time. What need is there of saying much? Here in brief, O son of Pandu, I regard the mighty warrior Kana as thy equal, or perhaps thy superior. With the greatest care and resolution shouldest thou slay him in great battle. In energy he is equal to Agni. As regards speed, he is equal to the impetuosity of the wind. In wrath, he resembles the destroyer himself. Endued with might, he resembles a lion in the formation of his body. He is a Tratnis in stature. His arms are large. His chest is broad. He is invincible. He is sensitive. He is a hero. He is, again, the foremost of heroes. He is exceedingly handsome. Possessed of every accomplishment of a warrior, he is a dispeller of the fears of friends. Engaged in the good of Dhritarashtra's son, he always hates the sons of Pandu. No one, Not even the gods with Vasava at their head can slay their son of Radha, save thee, as I think. Slay, therefore, the Suta's son today. No one possessed of flesh and blood, not even the gods fighting with great care, not all the warriors of the three worlds, fighting together, can vanquish that Ka warrior. Towards the Pandavas he is always of wicked soul and sinful behavior, and cruel, and of wicked intelligence. In his quarrel with the sons of Pandu, he is actuated by no consideration affecting his own interests. Slaying the Kana, therefore, fulfill thy purpose today. Dispatch today unto Yama's presence that Suta's son, that foremost of Ka warriors, whose death is near. Indeed, slaying that Suta's son, that first of Ka warriors, show thy love for Yudhishthira the just. I know thy prowess truly, O Partha, which is incapable of being resisted by the gods and Asuras. The Suta's son of wicked soul, from exceeding pride, always disregards the sons of Pandu. O Dhananjaya, slay that man today for whose sake the wretched Duryodhana regardeth himself a hero, that root of all those sinful persons, that son of Asuta. Slay, O Dhananjaya, that tiger among men, that active and proud Gana, who hath a sword for his tongue, a bow for his mouth, and arrows for his teeth. I know thee well as regards the energy and the might that are in thee. Slay the brave Kana in battle, like a lion slaying an elephant. Slay in battle today, O Partha, that Kana, otherwise called Vaikatana, in consequence of whose energy Dhritarashtra's son disregards thine. 73. Sanjaya said, once more Keshava of immeasurable soul said these words unto Arjuna, who, O Bharata, was advancing to battle, firmly resolved upon slaying Kana. Today is the 17th day, O Bharata, of this terrible massacre of men and elephants and steeds. At the outset vast was the host that belonged to you. Encountering the foe in battle, that host has been very much reduced in numbers, O king. The Kauravas also, O Partha, were numerous at first, teeming with elephants and steeds. Encountering thee, however, as their foe, they have been nearly exterminated in the van of battle. These lords of earth and these Srinjayas, united together, and these Pandava troops also, obtaining thy invincible self as their leader, are maintaining their grounds on the field. Protected by thee, O slayer of foes, the Panchalas, the Matsyas, the Kaurushas, and the Siddhas, have caused a great destruction of thy foes. Who is there that can vanquish the assembled Kauravas in battle? On the other hand, who is there that can vanquish the mighty Ka warriors of the Pandavas protected by thee? Thou, however, art competent to vanquish in battle the three worlds consisting of the gods, the Asuras, and human beings, united together. What need I say, then, of the Kaurava host? Save thee, O tiger among men, who else is there, even if he resemble Vasava himself in prowess, that could vanquish King Bhagadatta? So also, O sinless one, all the lords of earth, united together, are incapable, O Partha, of even gazing at this vast force that is protected by thee. So also, O Partha, it is owing to their having been always protected by thee that Drishthadhyumna and Shikhandi succeeded in slaying Drona and Bhishma. Who, indeed, O Partha, could vanquish in battle those two mighty Ka warriors of the Bharatas, Bhishma and Drona, both of whom were endued with prowess equal to that of Sakra himself. Save thee, O tiger among men, what other man in this world is able to vanquish those fierce lords of Akshauhinis, those in returning and invincible heroes, all accomplished in weapons and united together, Shantanu's son Bhishma, and Drona, and Vaikatana, and Kripa, and Drona's son, and King Duryodhana himself. Innumerable divisions of soldiers have been destroyed by thee, their steeds and cars and elephants having been mangled with thy shafts. Numberless Kshatriyas also, wrathful and fierce, hailing from diverse provinces, have been destroyed by thee. Teeming with horses and elephants, large bodies of combatants of diverse Kshatriya clans, such as the Govasas, the Dasamayas, the Vasatis, O Bharata, and the Easterners, the Vatadanas, and the Bhajas that are very sensitive of their honor, approaching thee and Bhima, O Bharata, have met with destruction. Of terrible deeds and exceedingly fierce, the Tusharas, the Yavanas, the Karsas, the Davabaisaras, the Daridas, the Sakas, the Kamathkas, the Ramathkas, the Tanganas, the Andrakas, the Pulindas, the Kairatas of fierce prowess, the Malechas, the Mountaineers, and the races hailing from the seaside, all endued with great wrath and great might, delighting in battle and armed with maces, these all, united with the Kuras and fighting wrathfully for Duryodhana's sake, were incapable of being vanquished in battle by anybody else save thee, O scorcher of foes. What man, unprotected by thee, could advance, beholding the mighty and swelling host of the Dhartarashtras arrayed in order of battle? Protected by thee, O puissant one, the Pandavas, filled with wrath, and penetrating into its midst, have destroyed that host shrouded with dust and resembling a swollen sea. 7 days have elapsed since the mighty Jayatsena, the ruler of the Magadhas, was slain in battle by Abhimanyu. After that, 10,000 elephants, of fierce feats, that used to follow that king, were slain by Bhimasena with his mace. After that, other elephants, and car warriors, by hundreds, have been destroyed by Bhima in that exercise of his might. Even thus, O Partha, during the progress of this awful battle, the Kauravas, with their steeds and car warriors and elephants, encountering Bhimasena and thee, O son of Pandu, have from hence repaired to the region of death. The van of the Kaurava army, O Partha, having been struck down by the Pandavas, Bhishma shot showers of fierce shafts, O sire. Conversant with the highest weapons, he shrouded the Siddhas, the Panchalas, the Kairashas, the Matsyas, and the Kayakayas with the shafts, and deprived them of life. The welkin became filled with gold-winged and straight-coursing shafts, capable of piercing the bodies of all foes, that issued out of his bow. He slew thousands of car warriors, shooting showers of shafts at a time. In all, he slew 100,000 men and elephants of great might. Abandoning the diverse motions, each of a new kind, in which they careered, those wicked kings and elephants, while perishing, destroyed many steeds and cars and elephants. Indeed, numberless were the shafts that Bhishma shot in battle. Slaughtering the Pandava host for 10 days together, Bhishma made the terraces of numberless cars empty and deprived innumerable elephants and steeds of life. Having assumed the form of Rudra or of Upendra in battle, he afflicted the Pandava divisions and caused a great carnage amongst them. Desirous of rescuing the wicked Suryodhana, who was sinking in a raftless sea, he slaughtered many lords of earth among the Siddhas, the Panchalas, and the Kayakayas, and caused a great massacre of the Pandava army teeming with cars and steeds and elephants. Innumerable foot soldiers among the Srinjayas, all well armed, and other lords of earth, were incapable of even looking at the hero when he careered in battle like the sun himself of scorching splendor. At last the Pandavas, with all their resources, made a mighty effort, and rushed against that warrior who, inspired with a desire of victory, used to career in battle even in this way. Without availing himself of any aid, he routed, however, the Pandavas and the Srinjayas in battle, and came to be regarded as the one foremost hero in the world. Encountering him, Shikandi, protected by thee, slew that tiger among men with his straight shafts. Having obtained thee that hearted tiger among men, as his foe, that grandsire is now stretched on a bed of arrows, like Vritra when he obtained Vasava for his foe. The fierce Drona also slaughtered the hostile army for 5 days together. having made an impenetrable array and caused many mighty Ka warriors to be slain, that great Ka warrior had protected Jayadratha for some time. Fierce as the destroyer himself, he caused a great carnage in the nocturnal battle. Endued with great valor, the heroic son of Bharadwaja consumed innumerable combatants with his arrows. At last, encountering Drishthadumna, he attained it to the highest end. If, on that day, thou hadst not checked in battle all their Dhritarashtra Ka warriors headed by the Suta's son, Drona, then would never have been slain. Thou heldst in check the whole Dhritarashtra force. It was for this, O Dhananjaya, that Drona could be slain by the son of Prishata. What other Kshatriya, save thee, could in battle achieve such feats for compassing the slaughter of Jayadratha, checking the vast Kaurava army and slaying many brave kings? Thou killedst King Jayadratha, aided by the might and energy of thy weapons. All the kings regarded the slaughter of the ruler of the Sindhus to have been exceedingly wonderful. I, however, do not regard it so. Thou didst it, and thou art a great Ka warrior. If this vast assemblage of Kshatriyas, obtaining thee as a foe, suffer extermination in course of even a whole day, I should, I think, still regard these Kshatriyas to be truly mighty. When Bhishma and Drona have been slain, the terrible Dhritarashtra host, O Partha, may be regarded to have you lost all its heroes. Indeed, with all its foremost warriors slain, with its steeds, cars, and elephants destroyed, the Bharata army looketh today like the firmament, reft of the sun, the moon, and stars. Yonder host of fierce prowess, O Partha, hath been shorn of its splendours today like the Asura host in days of yore shorn of its splendours by Sakra's prowess. The remnant of that grand master now consists of only 5 great Ka warriors, viz., Ashvatthama, Kritavama, Karna, Sholya, and Kripa. Slaying those 5 great Ka warriors today, O tiger among men, be thou a hero that hath killed all his foes, and bestow thou the earth with all her islands and cities on King Yudhishthira. Let Britha's son Yudhishthira, of immeasurable energy and prosperity, obtain today the whole earth with the welkin above it, the waters on it, and the nether regions below it. Slaying this host like Vishnu in days of you slaying the Daityas and the Danavas, bestow the earth on the king like Hari bestowing the 3 worlds on Sakra. Let the Bankalas rejoice today, their foes being slain, like the celestials rejoicing after the slaughter of the Danavas by Vishnu. If in consequence of thy regard for that foremost of men, viz., thy preceptor Drona, thou cherishest compassion for Ashvatthama, if, again, thou hast any kindness for Kripa for the sake of respect that is due to a preceptor, if, approaching Kritavama, thou dost not dispatch him today to Yama's abode in consequence of the honor that is due to one's kinsman by the mother's side, if, O lotus-eyed one, approaching thy mother's brother, viz., Sholya, the ruler of the Madras, thou dost not from compassion slay him, I ask thee, do thou, with keen shafts, O foremost of men, slay Karna today with speed, that vile wretch of sinful heart who cherisheth the fiercest hate for the son of Pandu. This is thy noblest duty. There is nothing in it that would be improper. We approve of it, and here is no fault in the act. The wicked Sultana is the root, O thou of unfading glory, of that attempt, O sinless one, made in the night for burning thy mother with all her children, and of that conduct which Sayadana adopted towards you in consequence of that match at dice. Sayadana always hopeth for deliverance through Karna. Filled with rage, he endeavours to afflict me also, in consequence of that support. It is the firm belief of Dhritarashtra's royal son, O giver of honours, that Karna, without doubt, will slay all the Prithas in battle. Though fully acquainted with thy might, still, O son of Kunti, Dhritarashtra's son hath selected war with you in consequence of his reliance on Karna. Kana also always says, I will vanquish the assembled Pathas and that mighty car warrior, viz. Vasudeva of Dashahu's race. Buoying up the wicked son of Dhritarashtra, the wicked Kana always roareth in their Kuru assembly. Slay him today, O Bharata. In all the acts of injury, of which Dhritarashtra's son hath been guilty towards you, the wicked Kana of sinful understanding hath been the leader. I saw the heroic son of Subhadra of eyes like those of a bull, slain by 6 mighty car warriors of cruel heart belonging to the Dhritarashtra army. Grinding those bulls among men, viz. Drona's son, Kripa and other heroes, he deprived elephants of their riders and mighty car warriors of their cars. The bull-necked Abhimanyu, that spreader of the fame of both the Kurus and the Vrishnis, deprived steeds also of their riders and foot soldiers of weapons and life. Routing their Kaurava divisions and afflicting many mighty car warriors, he dispatched innumerable men and steeds and elephants to Yama's abode. I swear by truth to thee, O friend, that my limbs are burning at the thought that while the son of Subhadra was thus advancing, consuming the hostile army with his shafts, even on that occasion the wicked Kana was engaged in acts of hostility to that hero, O Lord. Unable, O Patha, to stay in that battle before Abhimanyu's face, mangled with the shafts of Subhadra's son, deprived of consciousness, and bathed in blood, Kana drew deep breaths, inflamed with rage. At last, afflicted with arrows, he was obliged to turn his back upon the field. Eagerly desirous of flying away and becoming hopeless of life, he stayed for some time in battle, perfectly stupefied and exhausted with the wounds he had received. At last, hearing those cruel words of Drona in battle, words that were suited to the hour, Kana cut off Abhimanyu's bow. Made bolus by him in that battle, 5 great car warriors then, well versed in the ways of foul warfare, slew that hero with showers of shafts. Upon the slaughter of that hero, grief entered the heart of everyone. Only the wicked Kana and Sayadana laughed in joy. Thou rememberest also the harsh and bitter words that Kana cruelly said unto Krishna in their Kuru assembly, in the presence of the Pandavas and Kurus. The Pandavas, O Krishna, are dead. They have sunk into eternal hell. O thou of large hips, choose other lords now. O thou of sweet speeches, enter now the abode of Dhritarashtra as a serving woman. For, O thou of curving eyelashes, thy husbands are no more. The Pandavas will not, O Krishna, be of any service to thee today. Thou art the wife of men that are slaves, O princess of Panchala, and thou art thyself, O beautiful lady, a slave. Today only Duryodhana is regarded as the one king on earth. All other kings of the world are worshipping the agency by which his administration is kept up. Behold now, O amiable one, how all the sons of Pandu have equally fallen. Overwhelmed by the energy of Dhritarashtra's son, they are now silently eyeing one another. It is evident that they are all sesame seeds without kernel, and have sunk into hell. They will have to serve the Kaurava, Duryodhana, that king of kings, as his slaves. Even these were the foul words that wretch, viz., the sinful Kana of exceedingly wicked heart, spoke on that occasion, in thy hearing, O Bharata. Let gold-decked shafts sweated on stone and capable of taking the life of him at whom they are sped, shot by thee, quench the fire of those words and all the other wrongs that wicked Sudwite did unto thee. Let thy shafts quench all those wrongs and the life also of that wicked wight. Feeling the touch of terrible arrows sped from Gandiva, let the wicked Kana recollect today the words of Bhishma and Drona. Let foe-killing cloth-yard shafts, equipped with the effulgence of lightning, shot by thee, pierce his vital limbs and drink his blood. Let fierce and mighty shafts, of great impetuosity, sped by thy arms, penetrate the vitals of Kana today and dispatch him to Yama's abode. Let all the kings of the earth, cheerless and filled with grief and uttering wails of woe, behold Kana fall down from his car today, afflicted with thy arrows. Let his kinsmen, with cheerless faces, behold Kana today, fallen down and stretched at his length on the earth, dipped in gore with his weapons loosened from his grasp. Let the lofty standard of Idrita's son, bearing the device of the elephant's rope, fall fluttering on the earth, cut off by thee with a broad-headed arrow. Let Shurya fly away in terror, abandoning the gold-decked car he drives, upon seeing it deprived of its warrior and steeds and cut off into fragments with hundreds of shafts by thee. Let thy enemy Sir Iodana today, beholding Idrita's son slain by thee, despair of both his life and kingdom. Yonder, O Patha, Kana, equal unto Indra in energy, or, perhaps, Sankara himself, is slaughtering thy troops with his shafts. Though the Pankalas, though slaughtered by Kana with his whetted shafts, are yet, O chief of Bharata's race, rushing to battle, for serving the cause of the Pandavas. Know, O Patha, that is prevailing over the Pankalas, and their 5 sons of Draupadi, and Drishthadima and Shikandi, and the sons of Drishthadima, and Satnika, the son of Nakula, and Nakula himself, and Sahadeva, and Durmika, and Janimjaya, and Sadaman, and Satyaki. The loud uproar made by those allies of thine, viz., the Pankalas, O scorcher of foes, as they are being struck by Kana in dreadful battle, is heard. The Pankalas have not at all been inspired with fear, nor do they turn away their faces from the battle. Those mighty bowmen are utterly reckless of death in great battle, encountering even that Bhishma who, single-handed, had encompassed the Pandava army with a cloud of shafts. The Pankalas did not turn away their faces from him. Then again, O chastiser of foes, they always strove with alacrity to vanquish forcibly in battle their great foe, viz., the invincible Drona, that preceptor of all wielders of the bow, that blazing fire of weapons, that hero who always burnt his foes in battle. They have never turned their faces from battle, afraid of Urdhvata's son. The heroic Kana, however, with his shafts, is taking the lives of the Pankala warriors endued with great activity as they are advancing against him, like a blazing fire taking the lives of myriads of insects. The son of Radha, in this battle, is destroying in hundreds the Pankalas that are advancing against him, those heroes that are resolved to lay down their lives for the sake of their allies. It behoveth thee, O Bharata, to become a raft and rescue those brave warriors, those great bowmen, that are sinking in the raftless ocean represented by Kana. The awful form of that weapon which was obtained by Kana from that foremost of sages, viz., Rama of Bhrigu's race, hath been displayed, scorching all the troops. That weapon of exceedingly fierce and awful form is blazing with its own energy, surrounding our vast army. Those arrows, sped from Kana's bow, were coursing in battle thick as swarm of bees, and scorching thy troops. Encountering Kana's weapon in battle, that is irresistible by persons not having their souls under control, the Pankalas, O Bharata, are flying away in all directions. Yonder, Bhima, of unappeasable wrath, surrounded on all sides by the Srinjayas, is fighting with Kana, O Patha, afflicted by the latter with keen shafts. If neglected, Kana will, O Bharata, exterminate the Pandavas, the Srinjayas, and the Pankalas, like a neglected disease whose germ has entered the body. Save thee, I do not see another in Yudhishthira's army that would come home safe and sound, having encountered the son of Radha in battle. Slaying that Kana today with thy keen shafts, O bull among men, act according to thy vow, O Patha, and win great fame. I tell thee truly, thou only art able to vanquish in battle the core of a host with Kana amongst them, and no one else, O foremost of warriors. Achieving this great feat, viz., slaying the mighty warrior Karna, attain thy object, O Patha, and crowned with success, be happy, O best of men. 74. Sanjaya said, hearing these words of Keshava, O Bharata, Vatsu soon cast off his anxiety and became cheerful. Rubbing then the string of Gandiva and stretching it, he held his bow for the destruction of Karna, and addressed Keshava, saying, with thee for my protector, O Govinda, and when thou that art acquainted with the past and the future art gratified with me today, victory is sure to be mine. Aided by thee, O Krishna, I can, in great battle, destroy the three worlds assembled together. What need be said of Karna then? I see the Panchala host is flying away, O Janardana. I see also Karna careering fearlessly in battle. I see too the Bhargava weapon careering in all directions, having been invoked by Karna, O thou of Vrisha's race, like the puissant thunder invoked by Shakra. This is that battle in which Karna will be slain by me and of which all creatures will speak as long as the earth will last. Today, O Krishna, unbarbed arrows, impelled by my arms and sped from the Gandiva, mangling Karna, will take him to Yama. Today King Dhritarashtra will curse that intelligence of his inconsequence of which he had installed Duryodhana, who was undeserving of sovereignty, on the throne. Today, O mighty armed one, Dhritarashtra will be divested of sovereignty, happiness, prosperity, kingdom, city, and sons. I tell thee truly, O Krishna, that today, Karna being slain, Duryodhana will become hopeless of both life and kingdom. Today, beholding Karna cut in pieces by me with my arrows, like Vritra in days of your Bhyendra in the battle between the gods and the Asuras, let King Duryodhana call to mind the words thou hast spoken for bringing about peace. Today let the son of Sabala, O Krishna, know that my shafts are dice, my Gandiva the box for throwing them, and my car, the checkered cloth. O Govinda, slaying Karna with keen shafts, I will dispel the long sleeplessness of Kunti's son. Today the royal son of Kunti, upon the slaughter of the suitor's son by me, shall be gratified and be of cheerful heart and obtain happiness forever. Today, O Keshava, I will shoot an irresistible and unrivaled arrow that will deprive Karna of life. Even this, O Krishna, was the vow of that wicked Sudwan about my slaughter, viz., I will not wash my feet till I slay Falguna. Falsifying this vow of that wretch, O slayer of Madhu, I will, with straight shafts, throw down his body today from his car. Today the earth will drink the blood of that suitor's son who in battle condemns all other men on earth. With Dhritarashtra's approbation, the suitor's son Karna, boasting of his own merits, had said, Thou hast no husband now, O Krishna. My keen shafts will falsify that speech of his. Like angry snakes of virulent poison, they will drink his life-blood. Cloth yard shafts, of the effulgence of the lightning, shot by myself possessed of mighty arms, sped from Gandiva, will send Karna on his last journey. Today the son of Radha will repent for those cruel words that he said unto the princess of Panchala in the midst of the assembly, in disparagement of the Pandavas. They that were on that occasion sesame seeds without kernel, will today become seeds with kernel after the fall of the suitor's son Karna of wicked soul, otherwise called Vaikatana. I will save ye from the sons of Bandu! Even these were the words that Karna, bragging of his own merits, said unto the sons of Dhritarashtra. My keen shafts will falsify that speech of his. Today, in the very sight of all the bowmen, I will slay that Karna who said, I will slay all the Panchalas with their sons. Today, O slayer of Madhu, I will slay that Karna, that son of Radha, relying on whose prowess the proud son of Dhritarashtra, of wicked understanding, always disregarded us. Today, O Krishna, after Karna's fall, the Dhritarashtra's with their king, struck with panic, will fly away in all directions, like deer afraid of the lion. Today let King Duryodhana repent upon the slaughter of Karna, with his sons and relatives, by me in battle. Today, beholding Karna slain, let the wrathful son of Dhritarashtra, O Krishna, know me to be the foremost of all bowmen in battle. Today, I will make King Dhritarashtra, with his sons and grandsons and counsellors and servants, shelterless. Today, cranes and other carnivorous birds will, O Keshava, sport over the limbs of Karna cut off into pieces with my shafts. Today, O slayer of Madhu, I will cut off in battle the head of Radha's son Karna, in the very sight of all the bowmen. Today, O slayer of Madhu, I will cut off in battle the limbs of Radha's son of wicked soul with keen vipers and razor-faced arrows. Today, the heroic king Yudhishthira will cast off a great pain and a great sorrow cherished long in his heart. Today, O Keshava, slaying the son of Radha, with all his kinsmen, I will gladden King Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma. Today, I will slay the cheerless followers of Karna in battle, with shafts resembling the blazing fire or the poison of the snake. Today, with my straight shafts equipped with vulturine feathers, I will, O Govinda, cause the earth to be strewn with the bodies of kings cased in golden armor. Today, O slayer of Madhu, I will, with keen shafts, crush the bodies and cut off the heads of all the foes of Abhimanyu. Today, I will bestow the earth, divested of Dhritarashtra's, on my brother, or, perhaps, thou, O Keshava, wilt walk over the earth divested of Arjuna. Today, O Krishna, I will free myself from the debt I owe to all bowmen, to my own wrath, to the Kuras, to my shafts, and to Gandiva. Today, I will be freed from the grief that I have cherished for 13 years, O Krishna, by slaying Karna in battle like Maghavat slaying Samvara. Today, after I have slain Karna in battle, let the mighty Ka warriors of the Somakas, who are desirous of accomplishing the task of their allies, regard their task as accomplished. I do not know what will be the measure, O Madhava, of the joy of Sini's grandson today after I shall have slain Karna and won the victory. Today, I will slay Karna in battle as also his son, that mighty Ka warrior, and give joy to Bhima and the twins and Satyaki. Today, slaying Karna in dreadful battle, I will pay off my debt, O Madhava, to the Bankalas with Drishtadama and Shikandi. Today let all behold the wrathful Dhananjaya fight with the Kauravas in battle and slay their suitor's son. Once more there is none equal to me in the world. In prowess also, who is there that resembles me? What other man is there that is equal to me in forgiveness? In wrath also, there is no one that is equal to me. Armed with a bow and aided by the prowess of my arms, I can vanquish the Asuras and the gods and all creatures united together. Know that my prowess is higher than the highest. Alone sailing all the Kuras and the Balikas with the fire of my shafts issuing from Gandiva, I will, putting forth my might, burn them with their followers like a fire in the midst of a heap of dry grass at the close of winter. My palms bear these marks of arrows and this excellent and outstretched bow with arrow fixed on the string. On each of the soles of my feet occur the mark of a car and a standard. When a person like me goeth forth to battle, he cannot be vanquished by anyone. Having said these words unto a suitor, that foremost of all heroes, that slayer of foes, with blood-red eyes, proceeded quickly to battle, for rescuing Bhima and cutting off the head from Karna's trunk. 75. Dhritarashtra said, in that awful and fathomless encounter of the Pandavas and the Saranjayas with the warriors of my army, went Dhananjaya. O sire, proceeded for battle, how, indeed, did the fight occur? Sanjaya said, The innumerable divisions of the Pandava army, decked with lofty standards and swelling with pride and energy, and united together in battle, began to roar aloud, drums and other instruments constituting their mouth, like masses of clouds at the close of summer uttering deep roars. The battle that ensued resembled a baneful shower out of season, cruel and destructive of living creatures. Huge elephants were its clouds, weapons were the water they were to pour, the peal of musical instruments, the rattle of car wheels, and the noise of palms, constituted their roar. Diverse weapons decked with gold formed their flashes of lightning, and arrows and swords and cloth-yard shafts and mighty weapons constituted their torrents of rain. Marked by impetuous sunsets, blood flowed in streams in that encounter. Rendered awful by incessant strokes of the sword, it was fraught with a great carnage of Kshatriyas. Many Car warriors, united together, encompassed one Car warrior and dispatched him to Yama's presence. Or, one foremost of Car warriors dispatched a single adversary, or one dispatched many adversaries united together. Again, some one Car warrior dispatched to Yama's abode some one adversary along with his driver and steeds. Some one rider, with a single elephant, dispatched many Car warriors and horsemen. Similarly, Patha, with clouds of shafts, dispatched large number of cars with drivers and steeds, of elephants and horses with their riders, and of foot soldiers, belonging to the enemy. Kripa and Shikhandi encountered each other in that battle, while Satyaki proceeded against Duryodhana. And Sarutasravas was engaged with Drona's son, and Yadamanu with Citrasena. The great Saranjaya Car warrior Utamura was engaged with Kana's son Sushna, while Sahadeva rushed against Shakuni, the king of the Gandhras, like a hungry lion against a mighty bull. The youthful Satyanika, the son of Nakula, rushed against the youthful Vrishasena, the son of Karna, shooting showers of shafts. The heroic son of Karna struck that son of the princess of Bankala with many arrows. Conversant with all modes of warfare, Madri's son Nakula, that bull among Car warriors, assailed Kritavama. The king of the Pankalas, Drishthadama, the son of Yajnasena, attacked Karna, the commander of the Kaurava army, with all his forces. Dashasna, O Bharata, with a swelling host of the Samsaptakas forming a portion of the Bharata army, fiercely attacked in that battle Bhima, that foremost of warriors of irresistible impetuosity. The heroic Utamura, putting forth his strength, struck the son of Karna and cut off his head, which fell down on the earth, filling the earth and the welkin with a loud noise. Beholding the head of Sushna lying on the ground, Karna became filled with grief. Soon, however, in rage he cut off the steeds, the car, and the standard of his son's slayer with many keen shafts. Meanwhile Utamura, piercing with his keen shafts and cutting off with his bright sword the steeds of Kripa and those warriors also that protected Kripa's sides, quickly ascended the car of Shikhandi. Beholding Kripa deprived of his car, Shikhandi, who was on his vehicle, wished not to strike him with his shafts. The son of Drona then, covering with his own the car of Kripa, rescued the latter like a bull sunk in a mire. Meanwhile Bhima, the son of the wind god clad in golden mail, began to scorch with his keen arrows the troops of thy sons like the midday sun scorching everything in the summer season. 76. Sanjaya said, during the progress of the fierce engagement, Bhima, while fighting along, being encompassed by innumerable foes, addressed his driver, saying, bear me into the midst of the Dhartarashtra host. Proceed, O charioteer, with speed, borne by these steeds. I will dispatch all these Dhartarashtras to the presence of the armor. Thus urged by Bhimasena, the charioteer proceeded, quickly and with great impetuosity, against thy son's host to that spot whence Bhima desired to slaughter it. Then a large number of Kaurava troops, with elephants and cars and horse and foot, advanced against him from all sides. They then, from every side, began to strike that foremost of vehicles belonging to Bhima, with numerous arrows. The high-souled Bhima, however, with his own shafts of golden wings, cut off all those advancing arrows of his enemies. Thus cut off into 2 or 3 fragments with Bhima's arrows, those shafts, equipped with golden wings, of his enemies, fell down on the earth. Then, O king, amongst those foremost of Kshatriyas, struck with Bhima's shafts, the elephants and cars and horse and foot, set up a loud wail, O monarch, that resembled the din made by mountains when riven with thunder. Thus struck by Bhima, those foremost of Kshatriyas, their limbs pierced with Bhima's powerful shafts, rushed against Bhima in that battle from every side, like new-fledged birds towards a tree. When thy troops thus rushed against him, Bhima of furious impetuosity displayed all his vim like destroyer himself armed with a mace when he burns and exterminates all creatures at the end of the Yuga. Thy soldiers were unable to resist in that battle that fierce forcible energy of Bhima endued with fierce impetuosity, like that of the destroyer himself of wide open mouth when he rusheth at the end of the Yuga for exterminating all creatures. Then, O Bharata, like masses of clouds scattered by the tempest, the Bharata host, thus mangled and burnt in that battle by the high-souled Bhima, broke and fled in fear in all directions. Then the mighty Bhimasena of great intelligence once more cheerfully said unto his charioteer, Ascertain, O Suta, whether those assembled cars and standards that are advancing towards me are ours or the enemy's. Absorbed in battle, I am unable to distinguish them. Let me not shroud our own troops with my shafts. O Vaizoka, beholding hostile warriors and cars and the tops of their standards on all sides, I am greatly afflicted. The king is in pain. The diadem-decked Arjuna also has not yet come. These things, O Suta, fill my heart with sorrow. Even this is my grief, O charioteer, that King Yudhishthira that just should have gone away, leaving me in the midst of the enemy. I do not know whether he, as also Vatsu, is alive or dead. This adds to my sorrow. I shall, however, though filled with great grief, destroy those hostile troops of great might. Thus slaughtering in the midst of battle my assembled foes, I shall rejoice with thee today. Examining all the quivers containing my arrows, tell me, O Suta, ascertaining the matter well, what quantity of arrows is still left on my car, that is, how much of what sort? Thus commanded, Vaizoka said, Of arrows, O hero, thou hast yet 60,000, while thy razor-headed shafts number 10,000, and broad-headed ones number as much. Of cloth-yard shafts thou hast still 2,000, O hero, and of pradaras thou hast still, O Patha, 3,000. Indeed, of the weapons, O son of Pandu, the portion that still remains is not capable of being borne, if placed on carts, by 6 bullocks. Shoot and hurl them, O learned one, for of maces and swords and other weapons used with the arms alone, thou hast thousands upon thousands, as also lances and scimitars and darts and spears. Never fear that thy weapons will be exhausted. Bhima said, Behold, O Suta, today this awful battle in which everything will be shrouded with my impetuous arrows sped fiercely from my bow and, mangling all my foes, and in consequence of which the very sun will disappear from the field, making the latter resemble the domains of death. Today, even this will be known to all the Kshatriyas, including the very children, O Suta, that Bhimasena hath succumbed in battle, or that, alone, he hath subjugated all the Kuras. Today, let all the Kauravas fall in battle, or let all the world applaud me, beginning with the feats of my earliest years. Alone, I will overthrow them all, or let all of them strike Bhimasena down. Let the gods that aid in the achievement of the best acts bless me. Let that slayer of foes Arjuna come here now like Sakra, duly invoked, quickly coming to a sacrifice. Behold, the Brata host is breaking. Why do those kings fly away? It is evident that save the Asi, that foremost of men, is quickly shrouding that host with his shafts. Behold, those standards, O Vaizoka, and elephants and steeds and bands of foot soldiers are flying away. Behold, these cars, assailed with shafts and darts, with those warriors riding on them, are being scattered, O Suta. Yonder, the core of a host, assailed with the shafts, equipped with wings of gold and feathers of peacocks, of Dhananjaya, and resembling thunderbolts in force, though slaughtered extensively, is repeatedly filling its gaps. There, cars and steeds and elephants are flying away, rushing down bands of foot soldiers. Indeed, all the Kauravas, having lost their sense, are flying away, like elephants filled with panic at a forest conflagration, and uttering cries of woe. These huge elephants, again, O Vaizoka, are uttering loud cries, assailed with shafts. Vaizoka said, How is it, O Bhima, that thou dost not hear the loud twang of the yawning Gandiva stretched by Patha in wrath? Are these 2 ears of thine gone? All thy wishes, O son of Pandu, have been fulfilled. Yonder the ape, on Arjuna's banner, is seen in the midst of the elephant force of the enemy. Behold, the string of Gandiva is flashing repeatedly like lightning amid blue clouds. Yonder the ape on Dhananjaya's standard top is everywhere seen to terrify hostile divisions in this dreadful battle. Even I, looking at it, am struck with fear. Though the beautiful diadem of Arjuna is shining brilliantly. There, the precious jewel on the diadem, endued with the splendor of the sun, looketh exceedingly resplendent. There, beside him, behold his conch Divadatta of loud blare and the hue of a white cloud. There, by the side of Janardana, reins in hand, as he penetrates into the hostile army, behold his discus of solar refulgence, its nave hard as thunder, and its edge sharp as a razor. Behold, O hero, that discus of Keshava, that enhancer of his fame, which is always worshipped by the Yadus. There, the trunks, resembling lofty trees perfectly straight, of huge elephants, cut off by Iritin, are falling upon the earth. There those huge creatures also, with their riders, pierced and split with shafts, are falling down, like hills riven with thunder. There, behold, O son of Kunti, the Panchajanya of Krishna, exceedingly beautiful and of the hue of the moon, as also the blazing Kaustuba on his breast and his triumphal garland. Without doubt, that first and foremost of all car warriors, Patha, is advancing, routing the hostile army as he comes, borne by his foremost of steeds, of the hue of white clouds, and urged by Krishna. Behold those cars and steeds and bands of foot soldiers, mangled by thy younger brother with the energy of the chief of the celestials. Behold, they are falling down like a forest, uprooted by the tempest caused by Garuda's wings. Behold, 400 car warriors, with their steeds and drivers, and 700 elephants and innumerable foot soldiers and horsemen slain in this battle by Iritin with his mighty shafts. Slaughtering the Kuras, the mighty Arjuna is coming towards thy side even like the constellation Sitara. All thy wishes are fulfilled. Thy foes are being exterminated. Let thy might, as also the period of thy life, ever increase. Bhima said, Since, O Vaizoka, thou tellest me of Arjuna's arrival, I will give thee 4 and 10 populous villages and 100 female slaves and 20 cars, being pleased with thee, O Suta, for this agreeable intelligence imparted by thee. 77. Sanjaya said, hearing the roars of cars and the leonine shouts of the warriors in battle, Arjuna addressed Govinda, saying, Urge the steeds to greater speed. Hearing these words of Arjuna, Govinda said unto him, I am proceeding with great speed to the spot where Bhima is stationed. Then many lions among men, belonging to the core of the army, excited with wrath and accompanied by a large force of cars and horse and elephants and foot soldiers, and making the earth resound with the whiz of their arrows, the rattle of their car wheels, and the tread of their horses' hoofs, advanced against Jaya, Arjuna, as the latter proceeded for victory, borne by his steeds white as snow or conchs, and decked in trappings of gold and pearls and gems, like the chief of the celestials in great wrath proceeding, armed with a thunder, against the Asura, Jamba, for slaying him. Between them and Partha, O sire, occurred a great battle destructive of body, life, and sin, like the battle between the Asuras and the god Vishnu, that foremost of victors for the sake of the three worlds. Alone, Partha, decked with diadem and garlands, cut off the mighty weapons sped by them, as also their heads and arms in diverse ways, with his razor-faced and crescent-shaped and broad-headed arrows of great keenness, umbrellas, and yak-tails for fanning, and standards, and steeds, and cars, and bands of foot soldiers, and elephants, fell down on the earth, mutilated in diverse ways, like a forest broken down by a tempest. Huge elephants, decked in caparisons of gold and equipped with triumphal standards and warriors, on their backs, looked resplendent, as they were pierced with shafts of golden wings, like mountains ablaze with light. Piercing elephants and steeds and cars with excellent shafts resembling Vasava's thunder, Dhananjaya proceeded quickly for the slaughter of Karna, even as Indra in days of yore arriving, the Asura, Vala. Then that tiger among men, that mighty armed chastiser of foes, penetrated into thy host like a Makara into the ocean. Beholding the son of Pandu, thy warriors, O king, accompanied by cars and foot soldiers and a large number of elephants and steeds, rushed against him. Tremendous was the din made by them as they advanced against Partha, resembling that made by the waters of the ocean lashed into fury by the tempest. Those mighty car warriors, resembling tigers, in prowess, all rushed in that battle against that tiger among men, abandoning all fear of death. Arjuna, however, routed the troops of those leaders of the Kurus as they advanced, shooting at him showers of weapons, like a tempest driving off masses of congregated clouds. Those great bowmen, all skilled in smiting, united together and proceeded against Arjuna with a large number of cars and began to pierce him with keen shafts. Then Arjuna, with his shafts, dispatched to Yama's abode several thousands of cars and elephants and steeds. While those great car warriors in that battle were thus struck with shafts sped from Arjuna's bow, they were filled with fear and seemed to disappear one after another from their cars. In all, Arjuna, with his sharp arrows, slew 400 of those heroic car warriors exerting themselves vigorously in battle. Thus struck in that battle with sharp shafts of diverse kinds, they fled away on all sides, avoiding Arjuna. Tremendous was the uproar made at the van of the army by those warriors as they broke and fled, like that made by the surging sea when it breaks upon a rock. Having routed with his arrows that army struck with fright, Pritha's son Arjuna then proceeded, O sire, against the division of the suitor's son. Loud was the noise with which Arjuna faced his foes, like that made by Garuda in days of yore when swooping down for snakes. Hearing that sound, the mighty Bhimasena, desirous as he had been of obtaining a sight of Partha, became filled with joy. As soon as the valiant Bhimasena heard of Partha's arrival, he began, O monarch, to grind thy troops, reckless of his very life. Possessed of prowess equal to that of the wind, the valiant Bhima, the son of the wind god, began to career in that battle like the wind itself. Afflicted by him, O monarch, thy army, O king, began to reel like a wrecked vessel on the bosom of the sea. Displaying his lightness of hands, Bhima began to cut and mangle that host with his fierce arrows and dispatch large numbers to the abode of the armor. Beholding on that occasion the superhuman might of Bhima, O Bharata, like that of the destroyer at the end of the Yuga, thy warriors became filled with fright. Seeing his mightiest soldiers thus afflicted by Bhimasena, O Bharata, King Duryodhana addressed all his troops and great bowmen, O bull of Bharata's race, commanding them to slay Bhima in that battle, since upon Bhima's fall he would regard the Pandava troops already exterminated. Accepting that command of thy son, all the kings shrouded Bhima with showers of shafts from every side. Innumerable elephants, O king, and men inspired with desire of victory, and cars, and horse, O monarch, encompassed Vrikadara. Thus encompassed by those brave warriors on all sides, O king, that hero, that chief of Bharata's race, looked resplendent like the moon surrounded by the stars. Indeed, as the moon at full within his corona looks beautiful, even so that best of men, exceedingly handsome, looked beautiful in that battle. All those kings, with cruel intent and eyes red in wrath, inflicted upon Vrikadara their arrowy downpours, moved by the desire of slaying him. Piercing that mighty host with straight shafts, Bhima came out of the press like a fish coming out of a net, having slain 10,000 and retreating elephants, 200,200 men, O Bharata, and 5,000 horses, and 100 cow warriors. Having slaughtered these, Bhima caused a river of blood to flow there. Blood constituted its water, and cars its eddies, and elephants were the alligators with which it teemed. Men were its fishes, and steeds its sharks, and the hair of animals formed its woods and moss. Arms lopped off from trunks formed its foremost of snakes. Innumerable jewels and gems were carried along by the current. Thighs constituted its gravels, and marrow its mire. And it was covered with heads forming its rocks. And bows and arrows constituted the rafts by which men sought to cross that terrible river, and maces and spiked bludgeons formed its snakes. And umbrellas and standards formed its swans, and headgears its foam. Necklaces constituted its lotuses, and the earthy dust that arose formed its waves. Those endued with noble qualities could cross it with ease, while those that were timid and affrighted found it exceedingly difficult to cross. Warriors constituting its crocodiles and alligators, it ran towards the region of Yama. Very soon, indeed, did that tiger among men cause that river to flow. Even as the terrible Vaitarani is difficult of being crossed by persons of unrefined souls, that bloody river, terrible and enhancing the fears of the timid, was difficult to cross. Thither where that best of car warriors, the son of Pandu, penetrated, thither he felt hostile warriors in hundreds and thousands. Seeing those feats achieved in battle by Bhimasena, Duryodhana, O monarch, addressing Shakuni, said, Vanquish, O uncle, the mighty Bhimasena in battle. Upon his defeat the mighty host of the Pandavas may be regarded as defeated. Thus addressed, O monarch, the valiant son of Sabala, competent to wage dreadful battle, proceeded, surrounded by his brothers. Approaching in that battle Bhima of terrible prowess, the heroic Shakuni checked him like the continent resisting the ocean. Though resisted with keen shafts, Bhima, disregarding them all, proceeded against the sons of Sabala. Then Shakuni, O monarch, sped a number of cloth-yard shafts equipped with wings of gold and whetted on stone, at the left side of Bhima's chest. Piercing through the armor of the high-souled son of Pandu, those fierce shafts, O monarch, equipped with feathers of kankars and peacocks, sunk deep into his body. Deeply pierced in that battle, Bhima, O Bharata, suddenly shot at Sabala's son a shaft decked with gold. The mighty Shakuni, however, that scorcher of foes, O king, endued with great lightness of hands, cut off into 7 fragments a terrible arrow as it coursed towards him. When his shaft fell down on the earth, Bhima, O king, became highly enraged, and cut off with a broad-headed arrow the bow of Sabala's son with the greatest ease. The valiant son of Sabala then, casting aside that broken bow, quickly took up another and 6 and 10 broad-headed arrows. With 2 of those straight and broad-headed arrows, O monarch, he struck Bhima himself. With 1 he cut off Bhima's standard, and with 2, his umbrella. With the remaining 4, the son of Sabala pierced the 4 steeds of his antagonist. Filled with rage at this, the valiant Bhima, O monarch, hurled in that battle a dart made of iron, with its staff adorned with gold. That dart, restless as the tongue of a snake, hurled from Bhima's arms, speedily fell upon the car of the Haisul son of Sabala. The latter then, filled with wrath, O monarch, shook up that same gold-decked dart and hurled it back at Bhimasena. Piercing through the left arm of the Haisul son of Pandu, it fell down on the earth like lightning flashed down from the sky. At this, the Dhartarashtras, O monarch, set up a loud roar all around. Bhima, however, could not bear that leonine roar of his foes endued with great activity. The mighty son of Pandu then, quickly taking up another stringed bow, in a moment, O monarch, covered with shafts the soldiers of Sabala's son in that battle, who were fighting reckless of their very lives. Having slain his 4 steeds, and then his driver, O king, Bhima of great prowess next cut off his antagonist's standard with a broad-headed arrow without losing a moment. Abandoning with speed that steedless car, Shakuni, that foremost of men, stood on the ground, with his bow ready drawn in his hands, his eyes red like blood in rage, and himself breathing heavily. He then, O king, struck Bhima from every side with innumerable arrows. The valiant Bhima, baffling those shafts, cut off Shakuni's bow in rage and pierced Shakuni himself, with many keen arrows. Deeply pierced by his powerful antagonist, that scorcher of foes, O king, fell down on the earth almost lifeless. Then thy son, O monarch, seeing him stupefied, bore him away from battle on his car in the very sight of Bhimasena. When that tiger among men, Shakuni, was thus taken up on Duryodhana's car, the Dhartarashtra troops, turning their faces from battle, fled away on all sides, inspired with fear on that occasion of great terror due to Bhimasena. Upon the defeat of Sabala's son, O king, by that great bowman, Bhimasena, thy son Duryodhana, filled with great fright, retreated, borne away by his fleet steeds, from regard for his maternal uncle's life. Beholding the king himself turn away from the battle, the troops, O Bharata, fled away from the encounters in which each of them had been engaged. Seeing all the Dhartarashtra troops turn away from battle and fly in all directions, Bhima, rushing impetuously, fell upon them, shooting many hundreds of shafts. Slaughtered by Bhima, the retreating Dhartarashtras, O king, approaching the spot where Karna was, once more stood for battle, surrounding him. Endued with great might and great energy, Karna then became their refuge. Finding Karna, O bull of Bharata's race, thy troops became comforted and stood cheerfully, relying upon one another, like shipwrecked mariners, O tiger of men, in the distressful plight, when at last they reach an island. They then, once more, making death itself their goal, proceeded against their foes for battle. 78. Dhritarashtra said, when our troops were broken in battle by Bhimasena, what, O Sanjaya, did Duryodhana and Sabala's son say? Or, what did Kanna, that foremost of victors, or the warriors of my army in that battle, or Kripa, or Kritavarma, or Drona's son Dushasana, say? Exceedingly wonderful, I think, is the prowess of Pandu's son, since, single-handed, he fought in battle with all the warriors of my army. Did the son of Radha act towards their hostile troops according to his vow? That slayer of foes, Karna, O Sanjaya, is the prosperity, the armor, the fame, and the very hope of life, of the Kuras. Beholding the army broken by Kunti's son of immeasurable energy, what did Kana, the son of Adrata and Radha, do in that battle? What also did my sons, difficult of defeat in battle, do, or the other kings and mighty Ka warriors of our army? Tell me all this, O Sanjaya, for thou art skilled in narration. Sanjaya said, in that afternoon, O monarch, the Suta's son of great valor began to smite all the Somakas in the very sight of Bhimasena. Bhima also of great strength began to destroy the Dharmashtra troops. Then Kana, addressing his driver, Sholya, said unto him, bear me to the Panchalas. Indeed, beholding his army in course of being routed by Bhimasena of great intelligence, Kana once more addressed his driver, saying, bear me to the Panchalas only. Thus urged, Sholya, the ruler of the Madras, endued with great might, urged those white steeds that were fleet as thought, towards the cities, the Panchalas and the Kaurushas. Penetrating then into that mighty host, Sholya, that grinder of hostile troops, cheerfully conducted those steeds into every spot that Kana, that foremost of warriors, desired to go to. Beholding that car cased in tiger skins and looking like a cloud, the Pandas and the Panchalas, O monarch, became terrified. The rattle then of that car, like unto the peal of thunder or the sound of a mountain splitting into fragments, became audible in that dreadful battle. With hundreds upon hundreds of keen arrows sped from the bowstring drawn to his ear, Kana then smote hundreds and thousands of warriors belonging to the Pandava army. While the unvanquished Kana was employed in achieving those feats, many mighty bowmen and great Ka warriors among the Pandavas encompassed him on all sides. Indeed, Shikhandi, and Bhima, and Drishthadhyumna, the son of Prishata, and Nakula, and Sahadeva, and their 5 sons of Draupadi, and Satyaki, surrounded the son of Radha, pouring showers of arrows upon him, from desire of dispatching him to the other world. The heroic Satyaki, that best of men, struck Kana in that engagement with 20 keen shafts in the shoulder joint. Shikhandi struck him with 25 shafts, and Drishthadhyumna struck him with 7, and the sons of Draupadi with 64, and Sahadeva with 7, and Nakula with 100, in that battle. The mighty Bhimasena, in that encounter, filled with rage, struck the son of Radha in the shoulder joint with 90 straight shafts. The son of Adrata, then, of great might laughing in scorn, and drawing his excellent bow let off many keen shafts, afflicting his foes. The son of Radha pierced each of them in return with 5 arrows, cutting off the bow of Satyaki, as also his standard, O bull of Bharata's race. Kana pierced Satyaki himself with 9 shafts in the center of the chest. Filled with wrath, he then pierced Bhimasena with 30 shafts. With a board-headed arrow, O sire, he next cut off the standard of Sahadeva, and with 3 other arrows, that chastiser of foes afflicted Sahadeva's driver. Within the twinkling of an eye he then deprived their 5 sons of Draupadi of their cars, O bull of Bharata's race, which seemed exceedingly wonderful. Indeed, with his straight shafts causing those heroes to turn back from the fight, the heroic Kana began to slay the Panchalas and many mighty Ka warriors among the Siddhis. Thus struck in that battle, O monarch, the Siddhis and the Matsyas, rushing against Kana alone, poured upon him showers of shafts. The Suta's son, however, that mighty Ka warrior, began to smite them with his keen shafts. I beheld this exceedingly wonderful feat, O Bharata, viz., that the Suta's son of great prowess, alone and unsupported in that battle, fought with all those bowmen who contended with him to the utmost of their prowess, and checked all those Pandava warriors, O monarch, with his shafts. With the lightness of hand, O Bharata, of the High Sultana on that occasion, all the gods as also the Siddhas and the Charanas were gratified. All the great bowmen among the Dhritarashtras also, O best of men, applauded Kanna, that foremost of great car warriors, that first of all bowmen. Then Kanna, O monarch, burnt the hostile army like a mighty and blazing conflagration, consuming a heap of dry grass in the summer season. Thus slaughtered by Kanna, the Pandava troops, struck with fear, fled in all directions, at the very sight of Kanna. Loud wails arose there among the Panchalas in that great battle, while they were thus struck with the keen shafts sped from Kanna's bow. Struck with fear at the noise, the vast host of the Pandavas, those enemies of Kanna, regarded him as the one warrior in that battle. Then that crusher of foes, viz., the son of Radha, once more achieved an exceedingly wonderful feat, inasmuch as all the Pandavas, united together, were unable to even gaze at him. Like a swelling mass of water breaking when it comes in contact with a mountain, the Pandava army broke when it came in contact with Kanna. Indeed, O king, the mighty armed Kanna in that battle, burning the vast host of the Pandavas, stood there like a blazing fire without smoke. With great activity that hero, with his shafts, cut off the arms and the heads of his brave foes, O king, and their ears decked with earrings, swords with hilts of ivory, and standards, and darts, and steeds, and elephants, and cars of diverse kind, O king, and banners, and axles, and yokes, and wheels of many kinds, were cut off in various ways by Kanna, observant of a warrior's vow. There, O Bharata, with elephants and steeds slain by Kanna, the earth became impassable and miry with flesh and blood. The uneven and even spots also of the field, in consequence of slain horse and foot and broken cars and dead elephants, could no longer be distinguished. The combatants could not distinguish friends from foes in that thick darkness caused by shafts when Kanna's celestial weapon was displayed. The mighty car warriors of the Pandavas, O monarch, were completely shrouded with shafts, decked with gold, that were sped from Kanna's bow. Those mighty car warriors of the Pandavas, O king, in that battle, though struggling vigorously, were repeatedly broken by the son of Radha, even as a herd of deer in the forest is routed by an angry lion. Routing the foremost of Bankalaka warriors and other foes, Kanna of great fame, in that battle, slew the Pandava warriors like a wolf slaying smaller animals. Beholding the Pandava army turn away from battle, the Dhritarashtra bowmen of great might rushed against the retreating host uttering terrible shouts. Then Duryodhana, O monarch, filled with great delight, caused diverse musical instruments to be beaten and blown in all parts of the army. The great bowmen amongst the Panchalas, those foremost of men, though broken, returned heroically to the fight, making death their goal. The son of Radha, however, that bull among men and scorcher of foes, O monarch, in that battle, broke those returned heroes in diverse ways. There, O Bharata, 20 car warriors among the Panchalas and more than 100 Siddhi warriors were slain by Kanna with his shafts, making the terraces of cars and the backs of steeds empty, O Bharata, and slaying the combatants that fought from the necks of elephants, and routing the foot soldiers, that scorcher of foes, the Sutas, son of great bravery, became incapable of being gazed at like the midday sun and looked resplendent like the destroyer himself at the end of the Yuga. Thus, O monarch, that slayer of foes, that mighty bowman, Kanna, having slain foot, horse, car warriors, and elephants, stood there on his car. Indeed, like the destroyer himself of great might standing after slaying all creatures, the mighty car warrior Kanna stood alone, having slain the Somakas. The prowess that we then beheld of the Panchalas seemed to be exceedingly wonderful, for, though thus struck by Kanna, they refused to fly away from that hero at the head of battle. At that time, the king, Duryodhana, and Dushasana, and Kripa, the son of Sharadvata, and Ashvatthama, and Gritavama, and Shakuni also of great might, slaughtered the Pandava warriors in hundreds and thousands. The 2 sons also of Karna, O monarch, those 2 brothers of prowess incapable of being baffled, filled with rage, slaughtered the Pandava army in several parts of the field. The battle at that place was dreadful and cruel, and the carnage that occurred was very great. Similarly, the Pandava heroes, Drishthadama and Shikandi and their 5 sons of Draupadi, filled with rage, slaughtered by host. Even thus a great destruction took place among the Pandavas everywhere on the field, and even thus thy army also suffered great loss at the hands of the mighty Bhima. 79. Sanjaya said, Meanwhile Arjuna, O monarch, having slain the 4 kinds of forces of the enemy, and having obtained a sight of the angry son of the Sutta in that dreadful battle, caused a river of blood to flow there that was tawny with flesh and marrow and bones. Human heads constituted its rocks and stones. Elephants and steeds formed its banks. Full of the bones of heroic combatants, it resounded with the cries of ravens and vultures. Umbrellas were its swans or rafts. And that river ran, bearing away heroes like trees along its current. Even necklaces constituted its assemblage of lotuses, and headgears formed its excellent foam. Bows and shafts constituted its fishes, and the crowns of crushed men floated on its surface. Shields and armor were its eddies, and cars were the rafts with which it teemed. And it could be easily forded by persons desirous of victory, while to those that were cowards it was unfordable. Having caused that river to flow, Vatsu, that slayer of hostile heroes and bull among men, addressing Vasudeva said, Yonder, O Krishna, the standard of the Suta's son is visible. There, Bhimasena and others are fighting with that great car warrior. There, the Panchalas, afraid of Karna, are flying away, O Janardana. Yonder, King Duryodhana, with the white umbrella over his head, along with Kanna, looketh exceedingly resplendent as he is engaged in routing the Panchalas. The Kripa, and Gritavama, and Drona's son, that mighty car warrior, are protecting King Duryodhana, themselves protected